What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are cooking today. We've got the Safari Zone Build-A-K. Let me go shut the door. Oh, God. It is going to be an interesting day, ladies and gentlemen, because I forgot my microphone stand. So we're going to fix the audio, get it cooking for you guys, and we'll make something work. But starting things off, we've got Chris versus Will at the Build-A-K event. If you don't know what the Build-A-K is, it is an event we do here at Safari Zone Collectibles where you have a $30 buy-in and all $30 goes to the prize pool. So you you get 2 packs for showing up. So right off the bat, you're paying what, $6-7 for a pack of Winter Spell. You are getting $13-14 back, $12-14 back right off the bat for your packs. So yeah, you're gonna be doing good. It's a fun event normally. This time we also have the what's going on? Why aren't you here, Denzel? What are you doing, brother? I would have gotten to play today if you would have shown up, but we had an odd number, so I decided to not play, and it is all your fault. Oh gosh, that is not what we wanted. What happened there? Okay. All right, this is being difficult. All right, I'm going to set my microphone down, and I'm going to set this thing up. Stand by. We are doing things on the fly today, so hello, everyone. I'm sure there was an easier way for me to do that, but we made it work. This webcam is way... Okay, there we go. So this will work. All right, let's make things pretty. There's already a judge call. All right, that'll work. Okay, so this is what I mean. I forgot my microphone stand that clips to the table. So what we're going to do is I'm going to, at some point, maybe before they start their first turn, tape this to the table. So we'll see. We'll figure something out. But yeah, it looks like we're about to start. And for now, I'm just going to hold this heavy piece of metal up as we start with a Jasmine. So I'd imagine we're going to be rocking a blue steel allies. But one thing we've been seeing a lot of Jasmine in is we've been seeing a lot of Jasmine in an Ink Geyser type list in blue-green. So we'll kind of see what's happening there. We've seen LME come down for Chris. I do need to switch the names around. So let's go ahead and fix this really quick. We see a sale going to the Inkwell. So still not sure what that second color is for Will. Let's switch this around. Bang. Bang. And the ink tracker is apparently not working either because it's not tracking their ink. So we will fix that as well as time goes on. We're making it work live, guys. We're making it work live. Okay, so we've got a blue-yellow against what I suspect is going to be blue-steel. So it's going to be a good match. This blue-yellow, this what people are calling Blamber, I think, or Bamber, you could call it, doing some pretty neat things, right? You're trying to control the game. You have those big butts with the Stitch, with the Hades, the Black Cauldron. Meanwhile, if this is Blue Steel, off to a really slow start. Blue Steel is going to want to get a lot of early lore gain in this matchup to have a chance to kind of aggro out this blue-yellow deck before they manage to get the Black Cauldron going and the Stitches and the Hades and the Let It Goes. This deck is a massive control deck where you have to get as much early lore as you possibly can. Oh, yep, okay. Yeah. Looks like that's messed. Okay. Thanks, Denzel. You're a champion of the people. Okay. We're making things work on the live. All right. So we do. Oh, interesting. So Chris opting to run the new Stitch from Winter Spell, where when you have two characters on your side of the board, if you quest with Stitch, you may draw one card, and questing for two. So opting to ink it, and here comes the Goliath. Goliath going to be really big. So we do know now that Will is on blue steel. So we see that Goliath coming down. Going to let him draw up to 2 cards per turn. And also, not knowing how many cards Chris has in his hand, he may end up having to discard cards this turn. So getting to really dictate things with that Goliath is going to be a massive swing for him. And meanwhile, Chris, he's going to have to find a way to get rid of that. Luckily, Chris does run Let It Go, we would imagine. So Let It Go is an option here. But you lose a massive tempo swing doing that. Instead of developing a board, you're dry casting a Let It Go. But we do see the peak come down. So there goes 5 into the inkwell, and then we're going to be able to boost this turn as well. So we'll kind of see what comes of this. Pete's going to be really nice. Pete can sing that Let It Go next turn. Meanwhile, not a lot that Will can do into it. We see the quests come down, and we're going to see a trade into the Pleakley with that Cinderella, and Chris momentarily forgetting that Cinderella or Pleakley is a 3/4, but just stopping that again. This blue-yellow deck, this Bamber, whatever you want to call it, it's really going to have to focus on how do I slow down my opponent. And so getting those early trades in, doing things like that Cinderella into Pleakley, that is exactly what you're going to have to be doing, because you can't let them, that one lore here, that one lore there, it's going to add up and it will cost you the game. We do see the Black Cauldron go into the discard, telling us that Chris was at 3 cards at the end of his turn. So that Goliath already putting in massive work. Now, Chris losing that Black Cauldron is impactful. We don't know if Chris is running 2 or not. So if he loses this 1 Black Cauldron, that is a massive part of this deck's late game. Now we see the Hades come down, so immediately throw that P in the inkwell. But now Chris does have a lot of ink to play with. We see the Goliath turn sideways, get that questing in, going up to 5 now, and Goliath drawing 1 card. So Blue Steel doing exactly what Blue Steel wants to do off the bat. So we'll see how Chris responds here. We know he has 2 cards, now 3 cards drawing for his turn, and sitting on 8 ink as well. So let's see, are we going to see that beautiful Raging Storm come down? It does not look like it as we turn 3 sideways to develop a Black Cauldron. And I was a little worried he's going to develop another Black Cauldron. All right, we see the World's Greatest Criminal Mind come down, taking out that Jasmine and kind of evening things out. But at this point, we now know that Chris has no cards, and he would have 1 card in his hand at this point, because he went to his turn with 3. He played the Black Cauldron. He played the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So we know he has 1 card in hand at this point, against what Will is sitting at with 3 cards in hand, drawing for his turn. All right, we're gonna try and do this mic stand live real quick. I'm gonna mute it. All right, guys, I don't know if you knew this, but duct tape fixes everything. We have the mic stand secure now. So now we no longer have to hold this heavy piece of metal, and we can dictate and talk about the match now as Will is going crazy, representing all of those beautiful Cinderellas. And at this point, those beautiful Cinderellas, we do see that Chris was able to develop that Hades, which trying to help, again, slow down Will. If you're Chris at this point, you're really just digging for that Raging Storm, but Stitch is an excellent way to help you get to that Raging Storm. So now just trying to find that one card because you have to secure this board. Will is down to one card in hand as well, it looks like. So Raging Storm at this point would be really devastating. So we'll see now. We'll possibly let it go coming down. Let it go coming down to that Hades. And just like that, a Raging Storm is no longer the way at this point. At this point, Will kind of stuck saying, what do I do with these two Cinderellas? If I turn them sideways, I open myself up to Ohana Means Family, which we know that we don't know, but most likely Chris does run as well. So not something that you're really eager to do for them either. Sorry, guys, trying to make things pretty on the fly. And this microphone is a pain in the butt. But we do see the dock come down for Will. Oh, a double dock. That is not what Will wanted to be doing here. But the true message is he got the dock he needed. So that dock letting him really find cards. Ink Runner digging even more at this point. Oh, I know. That was just our judge coming in. I thought I was about to get a judge call on my casting, but he just wanted to talk about the fact that his face is, in fact, on stream. That gentleman there, Chris, with his sleeves, that is actually our judge for the event, the wonderful, wonderful Vince. But we're looking at this game. We're looking at what's happening right now. Will developing a lot of characters. We could see something like a Strength of a Raging Fire coming down, but that's only dealing 5 damage. But we are going to turn sideways for Will, recognizing, yes, he may have Ohana Means Family. That is something that could be very dangerous for me. But at the same time, I do have to get lore. I'm not going to win the late game against this deck unless I'm able to develop a Goliath or other things like that. So I just need to get the questing that I can while I can. And it looks like we have passed it over to Chris. So Chris now, how do I respond? Ohana Means Family would be a great way. All right, now we've passed it over. And Chris has some choices to make. If he has Ohana Means Family, that would be an excellent time for it. Meanwhile, we can take out most of the board. We can take out both the Cinderellas with our Stitch and Hades. But one issue that we are going to run into right now for Chris is that Will is getting up there. He's questing for 3 next turn to go to 15, and Chris isn't developing anything. But there we do see the Ohana Means Family coming down. Drawing those 2 cards off the Cinderella is going to feel good. Finding more answers. You need to find Let It Goes. You need to find Hades. You need to find ways to answer what your opponent's going to be playing, knowing they're going to 15 next turn. It's going to be really interesting. At this point, you could play the Cinderella. No. Yes, you could play the Cinderella this turn. That Black Cauldron should have readied at the start of his turn just to develop another character, dig for something. But Sail will accomplish the same thing. Sail's going to let you dig for that Hades, that Let It Go. Again, you're digging for ways to be able to answer the cards, the onesies, twosies that Blue Steel is going to be laying down every turn. No characters in the discard for Chris either, so nothing for him to put under Black Cauldron. So that is nice, right? That's something that Will needs to be aware of. He doesn't have to worry about Hades developing underneath there. We do see a Cinderella coming down, again, letting you filter, letting you find those answers. The last thing you want to do if you're Chris is have to resort to a Raging Storm. A Raging Storm would be devastating here. Oh, Denzel, that's a very good point. He could have quested for 1, supported the Cinderella, and that way Cinderella becomes a 4 attack, send that Hades or this Stitch in, and then draw 4 with that Ohana. Big brain thinking there from a Dogs player. So congratulations, Denzel. Very proud of you. But as we pass it over to Will, he draws up to 3 here. So again, if you're Chris, it's getting dire. Will's going to 15. He has 3 cards in hand. We know he has big guns like Vincenzo and Hades, Tinkerbell. All these cards that are questing for more than 1 are going to be devastating for Chris to deal with. But even if they're only questing for 1, if you're laying down a Basil plus a Cindy, that is also reason to force Chris to possibly play a Raging Storm, something that you also need to be worried about. As we see Will look at damage counters, we see a Thunderbolt come down. Are we going to trade into Stitch? How interesting. We do see that trade into Stitch. We do see that trade into Elenwe. So instead of opting to quest to 15, deciding I need to try and take lore from Chris. So he does trade into that Stitch. He does trade into that Elenwe and then pass his turn with 2 cards in hand and 8 ink. How interesting. Very curious what might be in the hand of Will, but not the turn that you want to be having when you're passing with 8 ink untapped. Meanwhile, Chris develops that Pete. That Pete is going to be devastating here, letting him filter for that Hades, for that Let It Go. And then now we can throw that Stitch, which means Stitch is going to be coming down next turn as well with that Black Cauldron. If nothing else, we quest for 3 with Hades and Cinderella. And then we'll see how things develop from here as we go back to Will, knowing he had 8 untapped ink last turn that he did not use at all. So it really leaves you wondering what is sitting in that hand, because we know it wasn't Strength of Raging Fire. He would have been able to use that. Oh, people are getting a kick out of Chris's sleeves. So, didn't catch that myself. The doc does come back. All right, so very interesting turn there. There was the realization that the doc shouldn't have been banished, so remember, the doc challenged into the Elenwe. The doc, he banished his own doc, but it should have only been 2 damage. So they did a few little things there. Realized, okay, I wouldn't have quested with the Cinderella. I would have challenged the doc. Interesting, but the players decided to go that route. They did that thing. I'm curious. We'll ask Vince how that would actually work, if that's how it would work in a judge call situation. But we now see what Will was holding on to last turn. He develops that Pluto and Tinkerbell in the same turn, letting him demolish that Black Cauldron because of Pluto's effect. Remember, Pluto, what happens when you play Pluto, nothing happens. But if you play another steel character, then you can banish chosen player's item. And whenever one of your steel characters banishes an opposing character, you do gain 2 lore. But we do see a very fast World's Criminal Mind come down by Chris to quickly banish that Pluto. And then we see the Moana coming down. Moana, again, for those that don't know or don't remember, we have not seen her played a lot. Moana lets you ink from your inkwell. So now we see the boost effect of Pete coming out, and Pete, what he's going to do for every card that's underneath him, you do get to, when he quests for 1, you do get to look at the number of cards that are underneath him and then choose 1 card to play it in your hand. So essentially right there, that Pete turned into a Develop Your Brain, and if you boost it enough times, it will turn into a Visions of the Future, etc., etc. So Pete, a very dangerous card to get out at this point. If you are Will, you have some choices. You could challenge into the Pete and banish the Cinderella, but then you lose your Tinkerbell, and that doesn't really feel great. At this point, if you're Chris, I think you'd rather do something like Hades, Oh, but giving resist is going to be very helpful. So now you can challenge into that Pete, banish the Cinderella, and your Tinkerbell does stick around. And it looks like that's what he's going to do here, as he does take out the Pete, and losing a Hades from underneath the Pete. That is a really big blow, as he deals the 2 damage to Cinderella, and then Tinkerbell does get that resist going into her next turn. It doesn't really matter as far as Moana and Hades are concerned when there's 4 damage on Tinkerbell, but it is something to keep in mind. So as we move into Chris's turn, Chris is operating on no black cauldrons left unless he is running 3, but we are on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 ink going for Chris into this turn. So definitely a lot of ink, definitely a lot of plays and options for him going into this turn. One thing that would be devastating here is if Chris does have a Ohana Means Family. That would be absolutely massive for Chris at this point. So let's see what we do. We get 4 ink. Here comes another Cinderella. Not really what you want to see at this point, but you are filtering. We do see a hard-casted Headless Horseman opting to just essentially filter your deck. And we do see a develop your brain, letting you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You choose one, put it into your hand, and the other on the bottom of your deck. We see the Let It Go come down on the Tinkerbell, and Hades opting to quest for 2 as we pass it back over to Will. What's going on, Shane? What's going on? Shane, you're also to blame. I could have played round 1 if you would have come. But everybody, Shane was going to be my casting partner, but due to where I have to cast, it was not, unfortunately, able to happen. But here we see Will playing a Captain Hook. Again, not necessarily the things you want to be playing here, but you play the cards you're dealt, right? And we pass it on over, telling us Will is in top deck mode at a very unfortunate time in this game, because at this point, really just hoping to see a Hades would have been good, or even a Goliath would have been good as well. We do see Chris finally ready his characters at after the start of his turn. But Chris now, a few different options. Shane, I have 2 decks with me. You could have played something. So we see Chris coming in, questing for 5 here, going up to 15, representing lethal on board. And we will see how Will develops things now. At this point, there's no Raging Storm in that list. There's no Be Prepared in that list. We'll see what is able to come of it. What's going on, Kenobi, brother? How are we? Unfortunately, Blue Steel not able to get this game. Looks like we are going to go to game 2, and Blue Steel, unfortunately, had a very, very slow start with a Jasmine, a baby Jasmine into a Tipo, into a Pleakley, just not able to get that early lore gain, and unfortunately not being able to get far enough early on. But we're going to go into game 2, which is going to give him another world of options to not have his deck beat him early. But we do look like there's some options going on. So we are going to challenge, take out the Hades. We have not given up yet, ladies and gentlemen. We said where there's a will, there is a way. And that's really funny because his name is Will, all right? So we do challenge into the Moana, and we unfortunately have to clear our own board. We're living on a prayer, as Bon Jovi would say. But hey, this is a trading card game, guys, and living on a prayer is kind of the name of the game for a lot of the times. So we'll see. We go ahead and we boost for Chris, getting that filter coming in. We do see the Stitch come down. Another really interesting option. We've seen a lot of these Blamber or Bamber or blue yellow decks coming in, where that slot right there, that 4 or 5 drop slot, people are playing a lot of Nakomas is a popular one. I believe she's a 4/6, just because she challenges really well and is really good Ohana Means Family value. We've seen Stitch, another option to just draw really well, and quest for 2, and requires your opponent to trade into it. But we do see the fist bump there, so we are going to be going to Chris taking game 1. We are going to be going into game 2. What is your favorite name for the blue-yellow combo? Blamber, Blello. I don't know. They all sound weird. I don't know if I like any of them. Blamber, Bamber, Blello. Uh, Honestly, I like blue yellow the most. But I mean, yeah. So, um, I didn't know you'd be streaming the Build a K. Yeah, nope. So I opted to not. Oh, what's going on here? Hang on, we're having technical difficulties. Um, there we go. Yes. Yeah, they just beat me to it. So yeah. So yes, I can do it on my end. Yep, they just beat me to it. Yeah, no. Yep. I opted to cut off the DLC. I opted to cut off the DLC restream to the dismay of like 200 people that were watching to come and cast our local event, because honestly, it means a little bit more to me than it means a little bit more to me making sure we can cast our local events, showing our local players some love, getting them on stream, things like that. So I wanted to make sure I could be here for this. And I did a really bad job of getting the cards that were being played. But so we're going to try and do a better job at that this game. I'm working with a very interesting setup because I forgot my microphone stand, and so it is duct taped to the table, which because of that, I did not bring a keyboard because I wouldn't have needed one. And now my laptop keyboard is in a really weird place, as I have one hand over the stand and one. We're having a crazy time, all right? My life is a little crazy right now as we go into game 2 with our blue-yellow deck versus blue-steel, or for our players that like to stick to the lore, we have Sapphire-Steel versus Sapphire-Amber going into this. All right. So one thing that is interesting, so there are 55-minute rounds, according to the judge. According to the judge, we have 55-minute rounds. I know, if I had an assistant, you could bring me a keyboard. No, actually, I do not have enough USB slots left on my laptop, so no keyboard. 55 minutes left. We had game 1. Game 1 took 30 minutes, almost. So we are running out of time. If this goes to a game 3, we are in trouble. Remember, sorry, I did this wrong. I got the stars in the wrong place. Okay, because what happens, for those of you that may not, because maybe you're an aggro player, right? Maybe you're not a heavy control player. If we do end up going into game 3 and we run out of time, we will go into turns. And at the end of those 5 turns, if no player has reached 20 lore, then it's a draw. And draws are pretty bad now. You get 1 point versus 3 points, so that can really mess things up for a lot of people as far as math goes. But 1 point is better than a loss, so there is that. Yes, Shane, you're correct. I do have a USB hub at home, but I did not bring it because I did not think I would need it. So as we go into our game, we do see that Chris is running that spicy Cusco. Not really going to need it. We're not worried about ink runners, so we don't need to play that card. But we do see the Jasmine coming down. Unfortunately, no Jasmine Shift for Will here. Jasmine Shift would be devastating for Chris to deal with, because Blue Steel would draw so many cards and get all of that early lore as well going into their turns. So really going to be interesting. Not seeing that. We'll see how things develop. It's really interesting, and I'd be curious what you guys think, because Tipo, not normally the ramp you want to see on turn 2. You'd rather see Sail to keep your hand healthy, but in this matchup, Tipo does give you the benefit of the extra lore gain that you so desperately need against this deck, because you're not looking to go into a super late game battle with this deck. What's going on, Spider? Yeah, these Vince sleeves are unreal. I know. We are just making sleeves for all of our local players as we see Chris develop another Ellenwee. Ellenwee going to be able to take out those early lore questers from Will, and we'll see how Will develops this turn. Are we going to see a Pleakley coming down is the big thing here. All right, no, we do see the Cinderella coming down. Cinderella being a really good turn 4, as we all know that Cinderella letting you ink of course, letting you ink at the end of your turn and getting to filter that card that you ink. So you ink the card and you draw a card. So really good thing there. It can unbrick you. It is an excellent card for these really heavy ramp decks, as blue steel is now going into that fabled 2-4-6 turn. So are we going to see that Goliath come down? That, again, we saw Goliath put in a lot of work last game where it forced Chris to discard cards at the end of his turn because he had too many cards. But now we do see that Cinderella come down, and he's going to be able to kind of unbrick his hand, as we see that Raging Storm sitting in Chris's hand. And we see that Raging Storm go into the Inkwell. We see the filter coming in. And now we move on to passing it back over to Will. And we'll see what Will does. Are we going to see that Goliath coming down here so he can start filtering through the game and seeing how things go? Cody, I could join you via Discord, actually. The only issue, Shane, is I think you would be slightly lagged if we did that. Would you not? Because you're having to watch on YouTube, which is a little bit behind normally, if that makes sense. But we see Will coming down, developing a Jasmine. We can talk about it after this match and see if that would work. And we do see the Zeus coming down. So Cinderella coming down, or Cinderella singing Thunderbolt, not Zeus. But another nice thing about that Jasmine coming down is Jasmine activates that Cinderella ability, and then letting Will filter through his deck again. He gets to ink that card to draw another card off the top of his deck, getting rid of a card maybe he doesn't want in this game. And then we now move on as we see Chris top decks a Surfer Stitch. Not going to do him a lot of good here. And we'll see what he does with this turn here as he turns 5 ink sideways to develop a Moana, which is going to be a very nice card to develop here as we throw that sail into the Inkwell here and pass turn. Moana is going to be really nice. Moana does challenge very well here. It is going to quest for 2. It is a singer of Let It Go. And we see the Enchanted Jasmine coming in. We talked about this earlier. Jasmine is a massive card into this matchup because these blue-yellow decks don't have great ways to answer it. Now, unfortunately, it is later in the game now. Because it's later in the game, now Chris can do things like Let It Go. You'd really want to see this on turn 2, but Chris does not have Let It Go in his hand right now. He does not have Hades. So we are going to find out, does he top deck it? Because he's definitely going to have to find an answer to a way to deal with this Jasmine. Otherwise, Jasmine will run away with this game very, very quickly as we develop another princess because of the shift. So we get to filter through our deck again with the Cinderella. And unfortunately, we do not top deck that Let It Go, that Hades that we so desperately need here. So we'll wonder. It looks like we are turning 2 sideways. We play a sail. Do we get it? Do we get it? I do not know what he top decked. It would be massive, but I don't think it was what he wanted. Now he can ink that sail, and he can now. So he does remember, because of sail, he gets inked twice. Because of Moana, he can ink twice from his Inkwell, which is letting him keep his hand size alive, and now letting him play. He can get that Stitch down. Stitch is going to be able to trade very well. So next turn, he can go Stitch plus Moana into the Jasmine. And he is setting on Raging Storm. So that is also an option. So next turn, he could kind of just... He has options here at this point. So now, though, Will gets to get another quest out of that Jasmine. And it's just the last thing that you want to be allowing Blue Steel to do, finding that Goliath, finding those ways to dig a little bit deeper into their deck as we go on a merry little quest to search for some allies here. And unfortunately, no, we did see allies there. It looked like a dock, a scuttle, And I believe Scuttle is an ally, right? I'd have to double. Well, I have this fancy thing here that I keep forgetting to use for you guys because I'm just being a dirtbag. We do see Scuttle was in there, and Scuttle is an ally. Unfortunately, Scuttle would not have been super great here just because you are threatened by Raging Storm at this point. Now, Will does not know that he has a Raging Storm in hand, but we do see the Jasmine coming down. Jasmine being an excellent opportunity here. Again, filtering deck with Cinderella, which is mighty, mighty fine. And we see a Pete coming down, and Will may have gone a little bit hard into this one because at this point you have to know that there is a chance that Chris is holding on to a Raging Storm. So this is one of those things where back in the day going into turn 7 against Red Purple, we knew we had to play around Be Prepared. So at this point you know that there's a chance that there's a Raging Storm. So you have to make this hard choice. Do you continue to develop the board or do you play into the potential Raging Storm that may be coming? As we turn sideways here and gain 4 lore, and now we know what it is, and there is that Raging Storm. Now, one thing though is that Moana could have inked that Elenwe first, so a slight misplay there from Chris, not opting to get that free ink from the Elenwe as we pass it over to Will, and let's see how Will develops things from here, kind of feeding that Raging Storm a little too hard by developing that Pete. But it's one of those things. Sometimes you have to force them to have it because if they don't have it, they don't have it. So we opt to ink that sail to play the dock, and we'll kind of see what goes on here. Curious what you guys would do. I wonder if playing the sail first to draw that 1 card may have been the option to kind of see what it is. Maybe I don't have to play the dock quite yet. I play the sail, I draw into a Goliath or something else that I can do. But opting to just ink it, go the dock route, see what we can find. Meanwhile, Chris not finding a lot of great answers either as he hard casts that the Horseman Strikes to at least draw a card. Remember, Horseman Strikes, it does banish an evasive, but it does draw you a card. So it is an expensive cantrip, letting you just kind of filter down your hand as Chris now sets up those 2 T-Pos, which is excellent, excellent food to be able to draw with that Stitch Surfer. And let's see what Chris is able to do here. Blowing up that T-Po is really big. That is really big now. And another dot coming down for Will as he draws 2 cards representing a 3 quester on board and denying the ability for that Stitch to come down. Now at this point, if you're Chris, you have a really hard choice to make. If you're Chris, you have a really hard choice to make because Chris will be on the play in Game 3. Now, that being said, Will is not anywhere near winning at this point. He's only at 5 lore. Next turn, he is questing for 5, but only going to 10. But Game 1 that Chris won took 30 minutes. So if you're Chris and you're like, you know what, I'm not in a great place right now, do you just pick up at this point? Or knowing it took 30 minutes, are you like, I have no choice but to win this game too? Because if I picked up right now, by the time we started Game 3, we would only have 15 minutes left in the game, best case scenario. So it's really interesting place at this point if you are Chris, playing that clock of what do I do here? Now, Chris unfortunately only able to develop that Elenwe here, so Elenwe, of course, he is going to be able to play the Elenwe next turn to then play the Stitch to draw 2 cards. But Will turns everything sideways, quests for 5, goes up to 10. And what do we see come down now? Vincenzo blowing up that T-Po. And at this point, I think if you do not top deck a Raging Storm at this point, I think if you're Chris, you have to pick up. You have to try and win Game 3 on the play with the little bit of time you have left as Will plays another dock, ladies and gentlemen. And if it's not a Raging Storm, we have to respect the clock. We have to respect the clock, but it looks like we're going to keep going. We're going to see what we can do. If it is a Hades, you could blow up a Vincenzo, but Again, going into game 3, they're going to have 13 minutes left. By the time they're done shuffling, by the time they play their first card, they will have 13 minutes left in the game. We are turning 6 cards sideways. For 6, you're playing a spooky sight. Yes, 3 full value docks isn't insane. So we might be seeing Chris come down with a spooky sight here that would clear the docks, but that is Will questing to 16 next turn. Yeah. I think that's what's happening here. So we do see the spooky sight coming down, and oh boy. And we'll kind of see at this point, I think you develop the Ellenwee. Yep, so you develop the Ellenwee just to have it. But at this point, we're going to be going into a game 3, ladies and gentlemen, with Will taking game 2. Chris will be on the play, but by the time they get started, they will only have 12, maybe 12 minutes left on the clock. And when you're playing 2 control decks, 12 minutes is the last thing that you want to see on the clock. So we'll kind of see how things develop here. All right, so it looks like, what are we going to do? We quest for the 6. We go to 16 here. We can go ahead and take these images off because the ink counter on the tracker is not working right now, and I will have to figure that out at some point. All right. So there comes the Pluto. There comes the steel character blowing up that black cauldron. Now, going to get to draw 1 card off of that, and is it a Raging Storm? Because that is your only option. And we're going into a game 3, ladies and gentlemen, with Will taking game 2. And boy, oh boy, they're going to have to shuffle fast. They're going to have to play fast because we are down to the wire here. By the time they play their first card, we will have probably 11 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So it is going to be very interesting going into this next game. Whoo-wee. All right. All right. So now one thing, while they shuffle, while they do this, we do have a couple options today for in-between rounds. What we can do is we can play duels, which is my least favorite option, to be honest. That is my least favorite option, but it is an option all the same because it is there. Another option is we go ahead and just go out and I grab someone that's already done their game and we just play just for funsies. And you can see me win or lose with my off-meta decks. One of them has unfortunately becoming meta because they did really well the other day. Or we can go out there with the mobile cam and just kind of see what's going on. The mobile cam being something that we figured out that is still a work in progress, but it works all the same. But we will figure that out when we actually have time, because this game we are not going to have time as we start going into it with 11 minutes and 20 seconds left. And taking our time, taking our time in a world where we don't have time, ladies and gentlemen, as we are figuring out our alters, and Chris sending back 5, Will sending back 3, and I would be playing a little bit faster, I believe, if I was the two of them. But maybe you're just happy taking a draw. Maybe that is the way that you want to handle this. And then you just have to win your next 4 rounds, and you draw your last round, and you'll be good to go. And you go into top deck of our Build-A-K. Let's see what our prize pool is on top of the PPG round 1 buy. Our prize pool is going to be $780. So I'd imagine what's going to happen today, or 780 store credit. So I'd imagine what's going to happen today is they will play out top 8 and split at top 4, which would give each person $195 store credit, which is not too shabby. $195 store credit is going to be enough to buy you almost half a case. So I would also imagine they do not realize there is only 10 minutes left on the clock, would be my guess. as we see a turn 2 ramp coming down for Chris. So Chris did see that, as we would imagine he would, by not altering back 7. And we see another sail going to the inkwell, which also tells us that Chris is probably rocking a Cinderella on turn 4. So a really good start for Will going into, or for Chris going into his turn 3. Will throwing down that Tipo to play that sail. So a very rough start by Will. Now, if at some point they do realize how much time is left on the clock, this might be the point where Will starts playing a little bit slower if he wanted to go that route for this game and force a draw, because that is an option. 1 point is better than 0. Like, 1 is better than 0. Like, I mean, that's a thing. So we do see Chris, though, with that perfect start, going the sail into the Cinderella. So going into that 2-4-6 turn that everyone knows and loves. What would be really good is if Chris also was able to throw down that Moana here to keep that inkwell, or that hand, even healthier. Or a Pete would be really good here. Pete letting him challenge into that Jasmine after Jasmine quests would be very good as well. So we'll kind of see what Chris develops here. So moving 5 for probably a Moana. Oh my gosh. And Chris getting that literal, almost perfect start into this game, whereas Will just having a really rough go at it with no Jasmine shift on any game. Opting, there we go, questing for the 1 with the Cinderella, because why not? That Jasmine's never going to challenge here. As we ink with the Cinderella and filter through our deck, drawing as well. And we'll now see what we develop for Will. Probably going to quest for 1 here to search that deck for the ally characters. That Jasmine Enchanted, really a beautiful card there. That is such a gorgeous card with that purple and blue there coming in. But we see that Jasmine coming down. Getting that 1 lore, getting that ally. We're sitting on 4 ink right now. There's our 5 ink for Will, as we now have the option to play that Pete. So Pete coming down, no option to boost this turn. So next turn, though, going to get to essentially draw 2 if Chris does not have a Hades or a Let It Go in hand. So we see counting out, we're rocking that 7 ink right now. 7 ink for Chris, so optimal Hades. Let's see if that's what's going to come down here. If Chris is able to kind of have the literal perfect start that he would want in this game when there was only 11 minutes on the clock. And that would be the most impressive feat in this game, is Chris, if one of the players are able to get there with such little time on the clock here. As we see Sail get used, and he inks the Sail. And let's see what else he decides to do. Trying to just, again, filter through his deck. Remember, inking the Sail because of the Moana on the field, letting you use cards in your discard to move them to your inkwell. So you ink for your turn with that Moana, right? So really good card. Not seeing a lot of play. Just doesn't really found its place. The only deck that it's seeing a lot of success in is this blue-yellow. Green-blue realized very quickly that they don't really need it. But now we do see the Stitch coming down, so drawing 2, and that is a big card for Will to deal with. Luckily, he does run things like Hades, so that is an option. The Let It Go coming down, taking care of the Jasmine, and now questing. So, and a World's Greatest Criminal Mind coming down from Chris, so clearing the board of Will. Devastating turn if you are Will. Meanwhile, Chris questing for 5 next turn. So what was looking like probably a draw is now a little bit closer to just being a game that one player can actually win. So we'll see how things develop here. Inking that World's Greatest Criminal Mind with Moana's effect, because you're never going to get that card back from your discard. And let's see what develops here now with a lot of ink. Hades on Hades action here. The poor man Hades, right? The not enchanted, taking out that beautiful enchanted Hades as well. And we'll kind of see how Is Will able to slow down Chris enough? At this point, if you're Will, you're no longer trying to win. Like, I think winning, if you're Will, is out of the question at this point. At this point, trying to hold on just enough. Scuttle is going to be a card that can challenge into things very well. But if you challenge into, let's say, that Moana, then that Hades will trade into your Scuttles, and they will draw a lot of cards with that Hades, as we see a dock with no trigger, which tells us that, unfortunately, Will probably sitting on a second dock. So, unfortunately, last game, able to use all those docks back to back to back. This game not actually getting there, as we see a lot of ink being turned sideways to play a Cusco. Cusco being an awesome card. So when you have so much ink, when you have all this ink that this blue-yellow deck has, that Cusco is going to be able to give resist to your characters, and they're just not going to be able to deal with it. So looking like Chris questing for 5 here, and no good way for Will to be able to answer those characters because of all the resist of Cusco. So Cusco coming in, putting in a lot of work this game, being... Well, this very game, the only time we've seen Cusco get played, normally people playing him because of his ability to banish items, banish. He banishes, right? He banishes items. Let's find out with this handy dandy. When you play this character, you may put chosen item or location in player's inkwell. So, yes, he does banish. I don't think that you just put it into their inkwell. But the resist being massive here. You pay 4 ink, your other characters gain resist +1 until the start of your turn, meaning that Scuttle can take out that Moana, which you have to do, right? But it can't take out Hades, which is something. So now, though, you do have this opportunity. If you are Chris, you challenge. If you have Ohana Means Family, then you can go Hades into Scuttle. You clear the Scuttles, and you draw 5 cards. And that is going to be a very big deal here. So as we go into 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, we do see that challenge, which means we are going to see Ohana Means Family coming down, and we do see that. So what's going on? Captain Nonsense TCG. In their defense, I don't think it's anybody's responsibility to tell them how much time they have left, especially when we do have a giant clock that does have the time on it, as well as the tablet that they're using to do their lore also has a timer on it. So they do have multiple timers, as we do see Chris seems to have picked up speed a little bit. So I think they did realize, I am running out of time, as he does quest for 3 to go to 11 here, and representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board right now, being able to quest to 18. So now Will just in a rough spot. Cinderella comes down. That is not going to be what you want to see here. Tipo and Doc not going to be even able to take out that Cinderella. And that's, yes, that might be it as well, Captain. We do see the Pluto come down. Pluto is going to be helpful, but unfortunately, too little too late, as Chris was able to draw those 5 cards. And those 5 cards were probably what was ended up being the nail in the coffin for this matchup, as we see the Doc do 1 damage into the Cinderella. Correct, Spider. At this point, he was able, when Chris was able to start with the perfect hand that he did, he went ramp on 2, into Cinderella on 3, into Moana on 4, onto Hades on 5. That's pretty perfect. Meanwhile, Will did not see Jasmine's shift. He did not develop early characters. So it definitely worked out for how little time that they had this game, because otherwise they would have drawn. After game 1 took 30 minutes, and then game 2 taking 15 minutes, as Blue Steel was able to do what Blue Steel wanted to do there. We see the spooky sight come down, throwing those cards in the inkwell, and just really that coffin is shut. It is gone. It is buried. It is locked up. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into turns, but I do not think it is going to matter as they see the handshake and pass it on with Chris as our first winner of the feature tables. As time gets called. So there we go. Let me change this. All right. Well, there we go. That was quite the game to start our day off with. Definitely quite the game to start our day off with. So kudos to them for really hitting us with a good game. The Cusco, definitely an interesting card, one that is going to be really useful into some of these matchups. Maybe a dogs, probably doesn't matter into dogs, but against the mirror, being able to answer that black cauldron is going to be really useful. But yeah, we'll see how Blue Steel continues to do throughout the day and how things continue to develop throughout the day, as I need to go find our next feature match, ladies and gentlemen. So I will be right back as we go find that. Would anybody like to see a certain matchup? Before I head out, do we want to see dogs? Do we want to see a purple steel? Do we want to see a red purple if there is one? Do we want to see a blurple if there is one? Shane, what would be the best way to try and set it up? Like just the Discord share? Do we want to see Royce? We could put Royce on if we want to see dogs. I don't want to see dogs though. That I said dogs is a joke. Royce isn't a. All right, we can try. We'll try this, Shane. Hello. Oh, these are our next pairings?
Yeah, who you want for round 2?
Ooh. I mean, I'm sure Kyle's going to have something spicy.
Yellow, blue.
Oh, we just saw yellow blue. Dang it.
Yellow.
Okay. We just saw Chris. We just saw Seaman's on dogs. Paul. We can do Paul and Jeremy, table 4. I don't know what either one of them are on, so.
On purple steel.
Okay.
I know that much. I don't know what Jeremy's on.
Okay. All right. We can do that. So.
I got you.
I'm sure we will see Royce at some point today. Yeah. So Royce is in a tough spot. All right, they're going into round 2. I will not. Royce is going to be in a tough spot in his next matchup because I know what his opponent is playing, and his opponent is, yes, in a very tough spot. So it will be interesting to see how he does. But our next matchup is going to be Paul versus someone else. I need to go get his name. Let me get his name, Shane, and then I will try and give you a Discord call, and we can see if we can make it work or if it's going to be really weird. So stand by as I go find our other opponent and see what his name is. Okay, so we have Paul versus Jeremy. Uh, Jeremy did mention his wife may be watching. All right, so if you are watching, wife of Jeremy, your hubby is on the game. He is 1-0 right now, going into round 2. So we got it going. Jeremy's name is very big. Let's go ahead and make that a little bit better so we can see all of Jeremy's name. We'll make that smaller. We do this. Bang. Okay. It is ready. All right. Let's see. All right, so let's try. What's going to be interesting about this, Shane, is I did not bring a headset. So we'll just try this.
Yep.
Hey, man. Okay. Oh, what's up? What's up? How are you, ma'am? Well, now you get to see him play. So hopefully he'll give us a good game. I have faith in him. Okay. Okay, Shane. Let me see if I can figure this out. Shane, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Properties.
Yeah.
Okay. Try say hello.
Hello.
All right. So there you go. All right. So we got you picked up on here. So my big concern here, so we're going to try this thing. My big concern here is how much of a lag is going to be. So
Stream your stream the screen.
you're going to kill my laptop is what's going to happen here.
Maybe. Unless does Twitch have a delay?
I think it has a slight delay, but I'm not. I honestly I don't really know. So
All right, let me get past this ad.
oh, my computer's already getting mad. Okay, we start with the die roll. What's going on, guys? Yeah, this is gonna be Shane. This might not work out only because I don't have a headset. So when I'm talking, I can't hear if you say something because my laptop is.
Throwing a fit.
Yeah. So this might not work, but we'll try it, man. We'll try it. We'll see how it goes, and see if it'll work. So this is kind of the name of the game for these Safari Zone streams. Is we kind of do a lot on live. We kind of make it work. So so we'll see what's going on. Thalid, what's going on, brother? I do not believe anyone here is playing my Raging Draw list, which is funny because a lot of people messaged me about it. But I think what ended up happening is they started playing it and realized that it's not really their cup of tea. For good reason. It's one of those decks where your lore is a big part of your game style, your gameplay, of recognizing how much you can let your opponent trade into you. But so I do not believe anyone's on it. I did bring it with me today, so we may play it on like when in between a couple games, but we had an odd amount of players, so I just said pull my name, I'll cast the whole event instead of play, and that's what we're doing. And then we're joined by Shane. Shane, you can say hi to everybody.
What's up, everyone? Cody, what is this Raging Draw deck, and why have I not heard about it?
So Raging Draw, Paul plays a Captain Hook, so we are seeing an Amethyst Steel game here, and Jeremy's looks like it's going to be blue-green as we see a John Silver into a Clarabelle, but Raging Draw is Amethyst Amber, and it is all about just as he shows off his hand. Jeremy, you are an all-star, brother. But it's all about drawing cards, controlling the game with Raging Storm and Library. And there's a couple people running it in Ghent right now that have made day 2. So it's getting a little bit more popular. It's just kind of fun. I made a video on it.
Okay.
Way to say you haven't watched my videos.
Well, busy.
But as we see Paul play that Olaf coming down, so again, unfortunately for Paul, going into green-blue, the last thing you want to do is be seeing a Captain Hook into an Olaf. What would be your ideal start here? Because you recently played Amethyst Steel at the Ink event, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, so I was on more of an aggressive version of it. Usually when you see the Olafs in there, you're trending more towards the mid-range, which is definitely what led to green-blue success last format against this deck. So bit of a slow start's exactly what green-blue wants to see here.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting here. You know, I don't know if you were watching any of DLC Ghent today, but we did see Ed Shrew on green blue against a very aggressive Amethyst Steel, and Amethyst Steel, Ed was able to get the win, but he kind of had to see everything. Game 1 though, I think by turn 4, Purple Steel, turn 4, turn 5 was already at 15, 16 ink. It's crazy what happens when you play Christopher Robin into a Pocahontas.
Yeah, no, I did that last week. I got to see the full power of it. The deck can gain lore quickly. I had an opening where I went like Christopher Robin turn 1 into Pocahontas into like Cobra and discard, and I passed on turn 4 at 17 lore. It's like, okay, what do you do?
Yep, exactly. It definitely does it. But, you know, right now, Paul, not a fast start, but not a bad start, because we do have that Cobra coming down, gaining him that 2 lore, and then as we also develop that Olaf. So Olaf, he opts to quest last turn, because if you want to take out the Olaf, that's fine. I'm just going to bounce the Cobra back to hand to gain that 2 lore, which also feels very bad. But Jeremy, in his own right, having a really successful start of turn 1 Clarabelle, not getting punished. That was loud. I apologize. Into a Tipo, into a Cinderella. So now are we going to get to see something like the fabled Clarabelle shift into the You're Welcome to take out that Yzma? That might feel pretty bad. But we'll kind of see how things develop here. What if you're playing against green blue? What as an Amethyst Steel player? What kind of lore? As we do see the MMS come down, so popping that Olaf, now he can pounce a card back to hand, but it doesn't look like he's going to, and he does bounce the Cobra. But Shane, if you're playing Amethyst Steel, what kind of lore gain are you really hoping to get to early on? Before, as green blue starts to develop their board, as Jeremy's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest thing is dodging this turn, right? And seeing what it looks like. You don't want to see the You're Welcome come down. You do want a quick lore start. You're kind of hoping that they miss on the Clarabelle there, or at least one of the pieces, which we didn't see the You're Welcome come down. So, like, Paul's not in a bad spot now, but Jeremy's also getting into his comfort zone with the deck. So it's going to be a very interesting turn. Or Paul rather, it's going to need to have a big turn here to turn it back to his favor.
Yeah, he's definitely going to. One thing he does have, though, going for him is he has that Giant Cobra in hand. So he is going to be able to discard that 1 card, play the Giant Cobra to go up to 8, and then draw 3 as well from that Yzma. So that is a pretty good way to get back into this game. As we trade the Captain Hook into the Cinderella, and I'd imagine now we're going to see exactly that of a Cobra into turn sideways with Yzma. But what do you think about, do you think Captain Hook, is it more important to get that 1 lore, or is it more important to take out that Cinderella?
He's in a more mid-range style deck, so tough to say. I mean, the Cinderella's not doing much, but it's what's going to be more valuable? Is it getting that Cinderella off the board or the one lore? It's really tough to say. Paul's looking like he's getting to a tough spot right now as his turn doesn't seem easy for him.
As he does go the Cobra. All right. Okay, so he did have a Hades in hand, so able to discard that Hades, which unfortunately Hades kind of a useless card in this matchup because when you're a green-blue player and your opponent plays Hades, you always draw. But we do see that Paul opts to not draw with the Yzma. What do you think about that?
No, I think you got to take the cards there. Like, you're going to lose the Yzma, but we need cards.
Yeah, and I think Paul just afraid to feed the Clarabelle, but at the same time, if you would have drawn there, you still have 2 ink to play with, whereas now, if Jeremy's able to answer that Yzma, you might be a fish out of water here as you're left with just a giant Cobra. So we'll see, does he get punished by playing a little bit more conservatively, trying to utilize that Yzma? We do see the quest from Jeremy. Questing for 2, going up to 5. And then we'll see if he quests with that Tipo or not. And pass his turn, saying, I don't want to quest with Tipo. Interesting choice. Maybe a little afraid of Cheshire Cat, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Paul wants to see. Just minimal things happening on his opponent's turn, hoping to dodge some draws and see if he can get back into this game.
Yeah, and we're not 8 lore, knowing we're about to draw 3. Or if you have maybe a dock in hand, you could just quest for 3, going up to 11, and maybe dock finds you a way out. So we do see the Cheshire Cat go into the Inkwell there. So kind of a heads up thing, because what could have happened is you challenge the Yzma into the Tipo if he'd quested, and then Cobra plus Cheshire Cat are able to remove the Clarabelle, and that could have been a play by... But Jeremy opted to not quest with that Tipo, and maybe that's what he was afraid of, and it worked out really well for him. So kind of a heads-up thing there, if that's what he was considering might be a possibility.
Yeah, it's definitely smart to keep the Tipo back there. You don't want to just give him the Clarabelle for free. Make him throw everything into it.
Oh, I agree. And here, we might throw everything into the Clarabelle. So we'll... Now, if we do, yes, we take out that engine from green-blue, but we're left with no board because you know that Cinderella is going to trade straight back into that Yzma, and you're left with what's in your hand. And I guess this turn would really matter what exactly is in your hand if you need to take out that Clarabelle here. And we do opt to take out the Clarabelle and leave ourselves with an Yzma on board that is going to be answered this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's his best possible play there. You know, Jeremy's just fiddling around trying to find the right cards. A John Silver would be pretty good off the top here. Just try and control the board. Make sure Paul can't quest consistently every turn on the follow-up turns. But we're getting close to that Delicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip coming down.
Yes, we are. And there's that John Silver. So John Silver, of course, when you play him, you can give an opposing character Reckless. And when you quest with him, questing for 2 as a 5/5, you can give an opposing character Reckless. And that card alone kind of says to Paul, you're done gaining lore for a little while until you can figure this out. We do see the Hades, though, and opting... I think that's a smart move by Jeremy, saying, I do not want you to draw cards, especially if you don't have a Clarabelle to deal with that, as we see the deck list for Paul and Jeremy. So our judge bringing us deck lists each round, which is going to be pretty nice, as we see that, Jeremy is running some spice. And we'll see if we get to run it as Jeremy throws out another John Silver here.
Yeah, I was really questioning putting that card back on the bottom, but if that was his last card in hand or he ripped it off the top, it's the draw you want.
Yes, it is. It's again that John Silver just stopping everything. John Silver, just a big boy. And what's interesting is a card that didn't see a lot of play before rotation. It really did not. I think it was a $1 legendary, and then now rotation happens, and all of a sudden, a card from Chapter 1 is a very, very playable card.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many cards that got better after rotation. One of my favorite cards, Tiana. If you guys know me, you know I like to turn the card sideways. That card was out before rotation. It was unplayable because Steel Song was so good. You get rid of what's it, Raging Storm and the little Cinderella. All of a sudden, you can turn your card sideways.
Yep. Oh yeah. Tiana being another one of those. And this is why I tell people, if a legendary is under $5, if you can do it, you pick up a playset, because Tiana was about $4. And I just had a feeling. I had a feeling she was going to shoot up at some point, and I bought 4 playsets of her, and it worked out because she shot up to like $30 at one point. So, but ooh, we heard a judge call, ladies and gentlemen. We will find out what that was all about later. But as we see Jeremy develop 2 Donald Ducks, so lots of draw coming in here. But we know Jeremy at this point digging, trying to find that not John Silver, but Prince Philip shift, because at this point, as Paul develops this big board, Prince Philip is probably your only way out at this point.
This is a big turn for Paul here, and exactly what he needed to get into the game. Jeremy doesn't have much of a hand left, so game's starting to swing back.
It is. It is. That John Silver definitely was very much needed for Jeremy, though, forcing that double trade out of there to just get rid of it. As we see a Pocahontas come down, Pocahontas now next for, again, Pocahontas being a card that when you quest with Pocahontas, if you have an exerted character, she will gain the lore of that exerted character. So the Wombo combo is early that Christopher Robin into Pocahontas, or you get this genie, you start boosting the genie, all of a sudden your Pocahontas is questing for 3, 4, 5, 6, and these crazy numbers when Paul's sitting at 8 lore right now with 3 Cobras still in deck.
Yeah, we might start seeing this game swing back the other way now, but Jeremy got a chance to reload his hand this turn with that duck, so
and
ooh, the basil.
Yeah, the basil being a really big one here. Again, you got to keep that Pocahontas off the field. Genie, yes, when he turns sideways eventually is going to hurt, but it's Genie plus Pocahontas that does the most damage, as Jeremy goes up to 13 and is now representing 2, 4, 6, 7 on board. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was 6, 7 lore on board. But as we see the Donald draws come in, and now in a very tough spot, Paul was swinging it back in his corner, but now he's got to find a way to answer something. He can answer that Tipo with the Genie, but that's not really what you want to be doing here. So let's see what Paul's able to do, as he has a handful as well as 8 ink. So he does have things. He does have plays here.
Yeah, that was a big turn by Jeremy there. Basil's exactly what he needed to slow down this tempo. And then, get that questing, and now he's just threatening lethal on the kickback.
Okay, there's the Cheshire Cat able to take out the Donald Duck. So he does 3 damage in there, and he's going to boost the Cheshire to move the 2 damage. So unfortunately, though, having to use that Genie does feel very bad because, well, that Genie's a big way for you to get to the win here. So we'll see. Paul's still only sitting at 8 ink, and unfortunately having to play the control game now against an actual control deck. Not really where you want to be right now.
Let's see. Can Jeremy just quest out the next turn? That's the big question. We got 2 underneath that Genie. It'll get a 3rd next turn. So what? It can quest for 4, 5...
I don't think he can.
10, 11. Oh no, Paul
Yep.
might be threatening lethal. He might have to answer one card on this board.
Yes, he does.
I'm doing my math right.
Well, because he also might have Cobra. So, so Paul does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so if he has Cobra in hand, it's definitely game over. So I think you have to answer the genie here somehow if you are Jeremy, which is very easy for him to do. You send that Basil in and you kind of call it a day. But it's funny how Paul's kind of very much still in this game. That Pocahontas can be so devastating.
Yeah, no, it's been a very entertaining game one, back and forth so far. Really good tempo swings by both players. So it's still anyone's game.
It is. It definitely is. It feels like it's an Amethyst Mirror match where it is a lot of that back and forth that you expect to see. It was actually you that said it one time, and I think it's a really good thought in that Purple Steel is like a game of inches. And that's definitely what it feels like right now, is just trying to get an inch further every single turn. But a third John Silver coming down, definitely going to be a problem as we play an Ink Geyser. Oh no,
That's big.
That is very big. For those that don't know, that Ink Geyser letting you both players shuffle their inkwell, and then you draw. You leave 3 cards in your inkwell, and the rest of the cards go to your hand. So now, if you're Paul, all you can do here is play with what's going into 4 ink as Jeremy takes out that Basil, showing a unfortunate dock underneath the genie as well. Questing for 3 going to 16 and representing very, very much lethal here, as now if you're Paul, you can take out Basil and Donald Duck here. No, you cannot.
Well, we know the Pocahontas has Reckless this turn.
Correct.
So that's going to need to quest in, but Paul's only going to have 4 ink here this turn. So, yeah, I think this one's just over.
I think it is, because unfortunately only able to remove, and then he can trade into the Tipo, but that's still not enough. That's 4 lore left on board, going to 20 here for Jeremy. And game 1 going to Jeremy. Paul just unfortunately did not see that early start that he wanted. Going Captain Hook into an Olaf is just not the way that you want to develop that early game. Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Paul's going to delay a turn.
Yes.
But that's all we're getting is a delay.
Because at this point, if you are Jeremy, you don't even care about that Cheshire Cat. You just quest away and you go to 19 and you say, good luck, brother.
Answer my board.
As we do see the Demona go into the Inkwell for an Olaf and another Olaf. So, unfortunately, Olaf's not being it either here. Olaf's an interesting one. I hear a lot of people sing his praises and a lot of other players that say Olaf should not be an Amethyst Steel. Personally, I think he deserves a place in Amethyst Steel, but I do agree that he is not a turn 1 play. He is not that card that you want to see early, but I definitely think he deserves a spot. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's not your ideal turn 1 play. You can play him, like, he can create tempo. He can bounce Cobras. He can bounce Docks backs to the hand. You can do things where, like, you tap your Yzma, bounce it back to your hand to protect it. So, like, Olaf definitely has a spot in the deck. I don't know if it has a spot in every deck or how many of them you're supposed to play, but it's definitely a good card in the deck.
Yeah, I agree. As we see, game 1 does go to Jeremy, and we move into game 2. We will have Paul on the play here, but I believe he was on the play last game as well. So Paul, we kind of talked about it earlier on, right? But just to remind everyone, if you're Amethyst Steel, we now know that Paul is running that. Well, we do not know if he's running Christopher Robin. So if he is not, that's definitely going to put a damper on what he wants to do here. So going to be really interesting to see what Paul wants to kind of develop here. Christopher Robin, well, that's the other funny thing, though. Christopher Robin, not really the card you want to see on the play anyways, because that's kind of too slow as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he's playing the Pocahontas engine, I would imagine that you're automatically playing the Christopher Robin in there.
Yes.
It's just too busted when you're on a draw.
I agree. It is a Nala that trades. I mean, what more could you ask for in life? It's a Piglet that trades really well. So, yes, I would imagine, and looking at his list, he is, in fact, running Christopher Robins. So unfortunately, though, I guess that is one of the downfalls of running the Pocahontas, in that your turn 1-2, well, you don't really have an aggro start. So, but I guess on the play, you kind of just refocus your attention. You go for that line of going, all right, I'm on the play, so I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3 strength and say, good luck, brother. I'm going to quest away one lore at a time until I get my genie down.
Yeah, it's funny. Some of the things that you learn when you're playing like this tempo style of Purple Steel that we're seeing Paul play here is sometimes based on your opening hand, you kind of fall back into being a mid-range style deck.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because the deck never wants to do that, but you get into a lot of game states where you're forced to do that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, it's really, Amethyst Steel is it's developed really interestingly, and I'm very interested to see how it continues to develop with what's happened in Ghent, because again, for those that haven't been paying attention, in Ghent, Amethyst Steel is the most played deck on Friday and on Saturday, and not by a little bit. It's been quite a big margin on both days. So with it becoming the most played deck, are we going to start seeing these Amethyst Steel decks start to go back into the Calhouns and start going into these maybe TikTok or these cards that are really good into the mirror? But then if they do that, they hurt themselves into Blurple, and it's going to be interesting as we see Jeremy's hand being an all-star again. But how we're going to see the meta wheel develop will definitely be interesting.
Yeah, the Ghent metagame was very interesting to me. I honestly thought we'd see a lot more dogs in that after the recent success it's had, but I think it was only 5-6% of the meta, which felt very low to me.
Yes, I mean, like dogs, I was very surprised by the low representation in Ghent, especially because dogs was extremely popular in the EU circuit last set. So I thought it would be very popular in Ghent. But it's not a big representation, and maybe they were worried about Purple Amethyst Steel really showing up. But I don't know. We have seen it game after game on live stream of dogs really just beating up Amethyst Steel. Unfortunately, going 1-2 tramp under the sea, clearing your opponent's board is pretty good. So, I don't know. But as we look at this match, it is not a dogs matchup. It is, of course, Paul going into game 2 against Jeremy on green-blue. And we do see Paul has a little bit of a better start here. At least he sees a 2-quester and not seeing a turn 2 Olaf. So he is going to be able to quest with that Robin to get that early lore going. But let's see what he does with his turn 3 as he takes some time to really think things through here.
Yeah, I can only imagine he's thinking about playing a Cobra this turn and maybe what to discard and seeing what his follow-up turn looks like. Jeremy, of course, is off to a great start. We know he has the Cinderella in hand. So he's going to be curving out well into this game and getting his ink.
And he does ink the Cobra. Ooh. And, oh, wow. Okay, and he does play a Cobra. Are we going to see a discard here? Unfortunately, so we do discard the Genie. So the question is, how does Paul support such a small hand going into his next turn? Hopefully an Yzma or a Doc, but we'll kind of wait to find out, as we do have a great start from Paul, though, going up to 6. Going to be able to quest for 3, but we see that Hefflemps and Woozles taking out that giant Cobra, and Jeremy does get to draw a card and he gets to sing it off of Tipo. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was a massive, massive turn for Jeremy there. Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, that is worst case scenario for Paul there. Loses all of his tempo. Hopefully Paul has a way to refill his hand shortly. Otherwise, green and blue might run away with this.
They might run fast. Like they don't care if there's snow on the ground. This like they might just say, I got snowshoes and I'm pretty good with them. But hey, there's still a lot of game left. As Paul's already at 6, he's able to quest for 3 here, to go up to 9, and we'll kind of see what kind of stalled the turn so much last turn for Paul. As what does he do with his turn 4 play here? Taking his time again, so probably not going to be an Yzma, as he really has to think through this. Or could be an Yzma, just has to debate what am I going to ink here. As we do see the Angel. Angel, unfortunately, just not questing for a whole lot.
Yeah. The discard of that genie now is becoming more and more questionable to me. That last card needs to be a banger.
Yes, it definitely does. So he does strength the. Oh no, he discarded the Strength of a Raging Fire to take out the Tipo. That way Cinderella and Tipo cannot take out his Christopher Robin. But now Paul is in top deck mode and only questing for 4 next turn as a John Silver comes down. Ooh. Oh boy, that may just be Paul's in a tough spot now. Only on 4 ink, so if he top decks Demona, that's never going to be good enough. A Genie is something that is a good option. Angel is going to have resist +2 now as well. Christopher Robin, because Jeremy did not quest with Cinderella, Christopher Robin doesn't have to be worried about going into anything. So now, Paul, do I quest here with these 2 characters? I think you quest with Angel here. I mean, what do you have to lose here? You don't want John Silver to give Reckless to Genie, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game for Paul now, he's at 10 lore, right? Mm-hmm. So we're in a bad spot, but it could be worse. And it's all about how do we cross the finish line now. And we're going to see if Paul can try and bring it home and get to a game 3, or if Jeremy's going to slam the door shut on him.
Yeah, and, you know, it's definitely not at a point where Jeremy is running away with it yet. We see a Clarabelle come down. Oh, and the You're Welcome comes down, and that is going to be very devastating as you force Paul to draw 2 cards to feed your Clarabelle, and then we're going to see that John Silver go on a merry little quest to give Reckless to Genie, I'd imagine. And so now, all of a sudden, things have gotten a little hairy for Paul.
So it's still not the worst thing in the world.
It is
right?
not.
This John Silver's going to quest. It's going to target the Genie here, right? But we're getting some cards back in the hand for the purple steel deck here. We're going to pull some cards off the top. We get a chance to potentially quest for 3 next turn if we want, or at least 2. So, like, we got to inch our way there at this point. Yes. There's still a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just very dim.
It's just very dim. But there's definitely a will. There's definitely a way. The Genie plus Captain Hook could challenge into that John Silver if you wanted to get rid of that. And then you quest to go to 12. That is an option. You could just send Genie into the Cinderella, and that is not a bad option as well. Especially, you have 3 cards in hand. If one of them's an Inkable and a Cheshire Cat, you can remove the John Silver this turn. And we do see the Cheshire. Do we see an Inkable?
Yep, I thought I saw that in his hand. If he has an Inkable, he's got a way to get rid of this John Silver pretty cleanly.
Ooh,
and then the Christopher Robin can come in.
Yes. So that was a very good turn. That is everything that Paul needed to see here, because now you quest for 2 here. You go up to 12, and now Jeremy going up to 3 cards in hand on his draw with a Genie and a Christopher Robin that he has to deal with here. So it can be a little tough now for Jeremy. Has to figure out how he's going to navigate these waters at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy's looking away to get up to a board clear at this point to try and take over the game. And Paul's not in bad position here. That Clarabelle's going to have to come in and challenge that Genie there to get it off the board. Oh, no.
Well, that John Silver, that pesky John Silver is definitely going to help as he does take out the Genie and a dock. Oh, no. That is not what Paul wanted to see underneath that Genie, seeing a dock go to the discard there. But Cheshire Cat is going to be able to challenge into Clarabelle to take that out since Cat does have Reckless. And then you quest for 2 to go to 14. But one thing we have to remember is Paul unfortunately had to ink a Cobra early on. So he is down to only 2 Cobras in deck. And no White Roses, no Gathering Knowledge, no Honey Marins. So go on.
Yeah, it's definitely getting more spooky here for Jeremy as he's going to go up to 14 now. And this John Silver could just run away with the game.
He definitely can, because there is no way you're answering that John Silver right now if you're Paul very easily. Now, with that being said, if you draw Strength of a Raging Fire, that would do it, because you send the Hook and the Robin into that John Silver after you hard cast Strength of a Raging Fire. So that's something, but then you're left with no board. But a Donald Duck is going to be very good for Paul, so you're not super upset to see that. So
no, we do not mind the card draw here. Just trying to cross the finish line by any means necessary. Fortunately, that Christopher Robin's probably going down at this point, unless we do find that strength.
All right. What do we have up the sleeve of Paul? He is sitting on 3 cards, so he has a good amount to deal with things here. We see 1 ink being turned sideways, possibly an Olaf coming down. There's our Olaf. Only one other card in his inkwell there, or one other card in his hand. Unfortunately, not a Strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, and he passes too. That is not a good turn.
Not a good turn at all, as you do get the draw off the Donald Duck, though. So you do have options going into things. And again, Jeremy is only at 4 here. He is able to quest for 5, though. So we'll see kind of what happens here. Oh, as we see an Under the Sea hard casted to remove both cards. Oh, boy. Jeremy going up to 9. Paul going up to 3 cards, but only 5 ink. We're in a tough spot.
It's a devastating one for Paul there. This one is looking pretty over.
Yzma and Pocahontas, that does get us up to 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 next turn, actually. So John Silver, though, of course, doing what John Silver does, going to give Reckless to one of those. So, again, it's representing 19, but not really, because John Silver is an absolute monster of a card, being able to slow down all of these cards. And honestly, if you're Jeremy at this point, you play an Ink Geyser and this game is just over. But I don't even know if you'd want to do that. I don't think Ink Geyser is the way yet. I think you're a little too far, and Paul's a little too close. 14 is scary for Amethyst Steel to be on.
Yeah, it's an interesting question on what he does this turn here.
Oh, God.
Oh, well. Never mind. It's pretty easy.
I think it's safe to say that, unfortunately, we are not going to be seeing a Game 3 here, as Yzma and Pocahontas now both have Reckless. The good news is they can take out the John Silver, so that's, yeah. But unfortunately, that's not actually good news for them. So, oh boy.
Yeah. And Paul's got to answer some cards here because look at it. Jeremy's gone from almost no lure a couple turns ago, and here we are at 14 all.
And this is exactly what Green Blue wants to do, though. Your opponent gains some lore early on, and then you get to this point where you do what Control does. Every card you play, you are answering something your opponent wants to do. Meanwhile, your stuff is also doing even more once you've played it, and really showcasing the absolute power of John Silver. A lot of these Green-Blue decks just not running Hades anymore because they don't want to see the Uninkables, and they don't really need it. Between Basil, Prince Philip, John Silver, that's enough answers that Hades, why am I worried about giving you that free ink? Why do I want this card that doesn't challenge well, that only does one thing? So yeah, Paul, yeah, he needs a Strength of a Raging Fire here. That would be very helpful to do something.
Yeah.
That second John Silver, though, devastating.
And Paul's fishing. He's just going through the motions on how do I lose this game now? God, is this like 7 John Silvers we've seen in 2 games?
Yeah.
It's the one card you don't want to see is Purple Steel.
Exactly. It is, yes. It is very tough. Because now 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, representing 21 on board. So you have to have a strength to hit the John Silver or the Donald Duck. And it looks like that is a strength. So you hard cast strength. And I think you just have to hit the John Silver. And then trade it with Pocahontas.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he's thinking.
And then send that into Clarabelle. All right. So just like that, Paul is representing. He does have 5.
How did the John Silver is 5 health? It was at 1 damage, and we hit it for 3. So John Silver should have lived.
He'd hit it for double. Right? He used 2 Strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, okay. I missed that second.
Yeah. Well, so we know. All right. So strike a good match. A card that I really like here. Being able to draw 2 cards and then discard 1. So again, getting to find what it is you're looking for. At this point, Jeremy, I hope he found. At this point, imagine if he found another John Silver. But the Pocahontas should have 1 damage on it. Pocahontas challenged into the baby Clarabelle. So
yes. Yep. Pocahontas is alive. 1 damage is missing. So we'll see if it makes a difference here. It really shouldn't.
I'll run out there really quick. All right. Well, is he just? Never mind. Okay. I'll leave it be. Challenges into that Pocahontas with the John Silver. Going to put Reckless on the Yzma. I know Yzma is able to still use her ability, but you still can't risk it, right? Imagine you let him go to 6. I guess it wouldn't even matter though, as your opponent is at 16 and representing 2, 4, 6, 7 on board, and one of them having ward. So it is. I don't know if you're Paul. I don't know if there's a way out at this point when you're facing down that John Silver.
Yeah, I mean, he can get rid of a Donald Duck right now. And about it.
There's the Cobra. Goes up to 16. He can go to 17 this turn, so he's going to draw 3 here with Yzma, though.
What could he draw? I don't think there's an out.
No, not where he's at 16, because he has to remove 3 characters here. Or at least John Silver plus Donald Duck. Okay, there's Doc, but on
Fishing. Yeah, even the strength doesn't do anything here
yeah.
anymore. I mean, if he had exactly strength plus some hypnotic strength, that would get him out of this. And then we're just dodging the Clarabelle shift.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay,
Uh,
yeah. Oh, he did have a spin. Unfortunately, though, spin just not enough because you'd have to answer that Donald Duck and that Jazz or Donald Duck and John Silver. So, oh man, whoo wee, so close that game. But those John Silvers just really, really ringing in that game. That was absolutely insane.
Very well played by Jeremy. Keep
Yes,
drawing John
very.
Silvers like that, and you'll be in the top 8 today.
Yeah, definitely very well played. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna run out there really quick. If there's nobody on, or if people are in between games, oh, here you go, sir. Are there a couple people done with their game? Oh, there's only 10 minutes left until next game. Okay, cool. All right. Proud wife, as you should be. He played a very excellent game as we have 10 minutes left. Just not a lot of these games are taking a little while here. I was hoping to get to play a little bit of Lorcana today myself, but I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity to play a little bit of Lorcana today.
Yeah, a tempo deck like that, and we were 12 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the end of that, and I preach it a lot. Play with pace. The clock is your enemy in these big tournaments.
It very much is. I was talking about this. When was I talking about this? Oh, I was talking about this with a Pokemon player actually last night at locals. About in Lorcana playing a control deck can be difficult because if your opponent's at a point where they're kind of just losing and they don't have a way out, they can, if they look at the clock, they can kind of be like, you know what? I'm just going to play a little bit slower now because I'd rather take a draw than take a loss. And they kind of just screw you over because that's who they want to be, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Pokemon blows my mind how quick that game is. It's just like, hey, I did all this, drew half my deck, and oh hey, look, you're dead.
Yeah, and it's actually getting even quicker. So talking to this player last night, she's currently ranked 9 in the North America. So very talented Pokemon player. I
think
guess
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name though.
I feel like it's Casey or I don't know, but very talented Pokemon player. But she was saying that their first like search they can do each game, they used to get more time, but now they only get 45 seconds. And then the rest of the searches they only get 15 seconds. So they're speeding it up even more, which is
Wow.
crazy.
So they put a clock on how long it takes you to search something.
Correct. So yes. So in their turn 1 or the very first time they use a search card, they get 45 seconds and they can search their entire deck and they're looking for a bunch of stuff. Have you played Pokemon?
It's been years.
Yeah. So they're looking for a whole bunch of stuff. They want to try and figure out what's in their prize pool because they don't know what's in their prize pool, so what they're limited to in their main deck. And then they're trying to find what their next plays are and just all kinds of stuff. And they get 45 seconds to memorize all of that stuff. And then the rest of the game, whenever they play a search card, they only get 15 seconds to find whatever it is they want to search for. So it's pretty crazy. It's kind of, there's a lot of, I don't know, memorization that can go into that. At the same time, Pokemon players, they get to take notes as well. So that's kind of interesting. So, let's see what we got here. Okay.
All right, what do we got? What do we got, Cody?
I don't recognize a bunch of these names. Okay, we got 3 2-0s left. So we've already watched Will.
You didn't watch Will.
Game 1. Is there 2 Wills here?
I thought that was Chris game 1.
It was Chris versus Will. Okay.
Give me Royce.
Royce lost.
Well, Chris won, so
Did he?
Will wouldn't be undefeated. So yes, there are 2 Wills here.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Hey, weird.
no, R.I.P.
Well,
Royce.
so Royce.
This is 1-1.
Yeah, I had a feeling he was gonna lose because the player he was up against, his deck loses to Blurple every single 100%, but beats dogs probably 100% of the time. It was built to beat dogs. Let's do Adrian.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
With
Wait,
Jeremy
he's
again,
purple.
because
He's
Jeremy
purple
just-
steel. Oh yeah. I guess Christian and Michael.
Okay.
Oh, Seaman, but that's dogs. I guess. Yeah. I mean, who? I guess.
Well, that's another Cody. It's Cody Michael. Or Michael Cody, but he goes by Cody.
Let's do this table 3.
So Will
And that name.
that name.
Yeah.
Got it. It's table 3. It's Seth.
Mr. Anti-Dogs
okay.
here.
Yeah, so we're looking for Seth and Will. All right.
Okay. There is, yeah. So there's a player here. He's running a red-yellow list. And his red-yellow list plays like all the baby Sizus, all the headless horsemen's. I'm pretty sure it
jeez.
also plays the 5-cost.
Headless.
No, yeah, it runs the headless horseman, the baby Sizus.
Oh, grab your bow.
Grab your bow. Like it is.
Yeah.
It is built around. That's. I messaged him in the Discord the other day, and I was like, dude, does your deck actually beat anything besides dogs? But we'll see. So we're going into round 3, guys. I'm gonna go get the name of one of the players. Or I believe it's Will and Seth. But I'm also a little bit nervous that it's the same Will. But it can't be the same Will because that Will lost earlier. Yeah, grab your bow, silly spider. But I have a feeling we'll see dogs today at some point. And the advantage of seeing dogs today is that if we do, the game will probably be over so quick that I will get to play some Lorcana, and I look forward to that. And if I get the opportunity, then Shane, you can go ahead and cast our match. But let me go. I'm gonna run out there, guys. Let me grab their stuff. Shane, you can talk to the chat. Have a ball.
Yeah. So what are you guys thinking of the metagame so far? What decks do you like? What don't you like? What do you wish was different? Me personally, I'm a big fan of the tempo style decks. Very sad last format. Didn't really have too many of those. But the game just wasn't set up well for it. So, what are you gonna do? Yes, Pocahontas has been it's been a very hit or miss card for me. The explosive upside and how fast you could just quest for lore and just end the game is ridiculous with that deck. But that Pocahontas has been fun. I really wish there was a deck for the shift Pocahontas. I also wish it didn't have to necessarily be shifted to get its effect. And I think it'd be super playable. Oh yeah, nice little DLC mat there. Love it. Nice what's that, Mufasa mat on the other end? Yeah, yep. No, that 3 attack is clutch. Does help trade into a lot of things when you need to do that.
I'm back.
All
and
right, welcome.
we do have 2 Wills here, and ladies and gentlemen, so we have Will playing there. Will is
Okay.
on dogs, and we have
Ooh.
Seth. I thought was going to be on green blue because he normally plays green blue, but he is actually on amethyst steel. So we will see what
Okay.
happens here.
Now, I'm curious, do we have the deck list?
We do have the deck list.
are we on this new version of Amethyst Steel going around?
We are on the new version of Amethyst Steel that is running
Nice.
the Pocahontases, the Christopher Robins, the what we'd expect to see.
Okay, and are we running Chromicons in this dog's deck, or are they on the Ink decks where it was just all under the sea?
Yep, dogs went the route of interesting. So, oh, he is on Chromicon still, which is kind of what I
Okay.
expected, to be honest. I kind of told people were asking what I thought the meta would be for the Build Decay, and I said I thought there'd be a lot of dogs, but I assumed we would see more Chromicon dogs than Sailor dogs, just because I think Chromicon dogs is much more forgiving and easier than it is without Chromicon.
Okay, we get a little peek at the hand here. Nani's been a nice little addition to a lot of the dogs decks, depending if you're talking to Royce or not. Who's still not a fan of that card.
I think the thing about Nani, so Will is playing a much more forgiving dogs deck, which I think is what a lot of newer dog players have to do. Nani gives you the opportunity to be extremely forgiving with how you handle your resources because she's gaining you that extra resource. What we saw, we kind of saw that when people were running a lot of the 3-drop Clarabelle. If you remember when people were running that.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. No, I mean I like this better than the 3-drop Clarabelle because like look at the top four, pick one of the cards you want. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of it not hitting, I think, are like astronomically low.
Yeah, so we'll kind of see. And I agree. Yeah, you'd have to be the unluckiest person ever to not hit with Nani in a dog's deck. So, but we do see a
We
great
call
start from
that
Will. Uh, we saw
we
Tramp
call
in
that Cody luck.
what? What's up?
I said we call that Cody luck.
Yeah, yeah, man. Oh my God! At locals last night, uh, I was playing my blue yellow detectives deck, and I had I had to alter 7 because it was just a really bad
Oh
hand,
no.
and I altered 6 into 6 uninkables, and then top decked 4 more uninkables.
Okay. Well, we
Yep.
got a good start coming from the dogs player here, getting that Lilo into the graveyard early, which is very big when you're into the Amethyst Steel
Ooh,
matchup. Oof.
interesting choice to ink the best card in dogs, but just really he just wants to go fast. So Will just wants to go super fast right now. We'll see
I
how that.
gotta I
Ooh,
gotta imagine he has a second one in hand and he's
I
just
mean,
choked out on ink.
yeah, and I would certainly hope that's the case. But I agree, definitely a good start getting that Lilo down. Daisy's definitely a great card. You know, gaining that 2 lore early is going to be really really impactful. Um, but one of the disadvantages, of course, is you are feeding your opponent cards as well, right? No turn 2 by Seth.
Oh no.
No.
This is a
Oh
horrific start.
no. That is, well, all right.
Huh?
Well, on to game 3. I don't think. Oh gosh, that is the worst. You can manage if you miss a turn 1. You can manage, but missing your turn 2, like your Calhoun, your Black Heron, your Pocahontas, like that is just devastating.
Especially into the double daisy. That's going to threaten to end this game really quick. We
Mm-hmm.
already see Will up to 7, and he's threatening another 6 next turn. This game
Oh
could be
man.
over.
Yes, this game could be very over. Man, oh man. Uh, we do see the cat come down. I mean, the cat's something, but again, you you somehow have to deal with just he's gonna get that one quest with the palace guard. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah,
And honestly, I don't know what else Seth is supposed to do here.
yeah,
Like, you could challenge into something, put a damage on like the daisy so the Cheshire cat can take it out, but you got that Nani right behind it that could just get rid of it on the board real quick. So yeah, just not a good spot for Seth here.
yeah, not at all. So, coming in with the CX 79, we've got two wills in the tournament. We got Reverby. Yes, thank you so much. Coming in, yes, please. Yes, please. Coming in with
Ooh,
the snacks and
clutch.
drinks. But coming in with the knowledge, we've got Reverby and not Willie D. So I'm assuming the other one's Willie D. So thank you very much. I'm assuming you know both of them. CX 79. But oh god, I look away for 1 second to enjoy some snacks that are being given to me. And it's just getting more and more disgusting as we play a tramp for 2. We play a 6 cost tramp for 2 and get to search for whatever we want now. And at this point, you could just be really annoying. 7 cost tramp, sorry. You could be really annoying and just search for your Chromicon and then say, good game, Seth. It really is over now. Or another tramp.
Yeah, I have a prediction. You're gonna get to play some games this round, kid.
Yeah, I think I will. So I'm excited. I'm excited to give you the opportunity. Oh my God, 2 daisies and a lady. Thank you so much, sir. Go into the inkwell there. But yes, I think I'm going to have the opportunity to play. So one question I do have for you guys. Well, oh my God, are we going to, no, oh God. So now Cheshire Cat can't even banish anything this turn except for a Lilo or a Bobby Zamaruski. And so, yeah, my question for you guys is, do you want to see me play blue, yellow detectives or a purple, yellow Raging Storm deck? So
That one.
the Raging Storm deck. Okay, the Raging Storm deck is not my original list. That is just a metric ton of draw. It has the tempo pieces to it, but also still runs Raging Storm and Library. So just wanted to test out the tempo variant. As Seth says, that's good game. Let's move on. We can go to game 2 where I'll hopefully see a 2-drop. And Reverby is my teammate. The Poison. I'm feeling bad for Seth. Yes, I feel very, very bad for Seth. that was awful. I'd like to see what he altered, because I don't feel like he had a really big alter there. When he missed, to miss a turn 2, right? And I think if you're playing Amethyst Steel, I think if you don't see a turn 2, you alter. You keep the 1-drop and you alter the rest. I mean, you have to see that early tempo.
Yeah, so I will tell you, the 2-drop slot in this deck, it's not as solidified as it was in last format. You got your Christopher Robin, which is sometimes a 1-drop or 2-drop. You have your Pocahontas out there. You don't want to be playing Dockland 2. So, like, you'll see a lot of times, especially through these long tournaments, the purple steel deck can absolutely stumble on 2, even if you try and mulligan for those things.
I mean, that's very true, especially where they're not all running the Calhouns and stuff anymore. That was kind of like the staple of these Amethyst Steel decks. And I guess we were talking about this earlier. I'm curious if that's where they're going to go now that Amethyst Steel is getting popular again in a bigger meta, maybe not so much a local meta, if they're going to bounce back to the Calhouns. But I don't know. The problem is Calhoun, not great against Blurple. So where do you want to go in the triangle meta that we're kind of sitting in right now is the question.
Yeah, it's a very tough call. And I think we'll get a lot of information from Ghent this weekend on if people are favoring more back towards, like, a little bit towards the mid-range, or if people find like some other interesting twist to, shore up
Yeah.
some of the matchups. Because I'll tell you, at the Ink tournament last week, like that sailing dogs deck, whatever we're calling it now,
Mm-hmm.
that thing was scary.
Yeah.
I played against two of them, and I felt like I had no shot.
Yeah.
And Purple Steel was supposed to smash that deck.
Yeah.
It didn't happen there.
Yeah. No. Under the Sea, apparently a really good card, and I've heard a really interesting thing. A lot of people complaining about Tramp, but I mean, what happens to dogs if you get rid of Under the Sea? Like,
Oh my god. I
so
think we just saw dogs miss a turn one.
that
Never
is,
have I ever put a finger down if you've seen it.
that was, wow, wow. I'm a little speechless. I don't know. I mean, there goes the Rhino into the inkwell, but I agree. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. An interesting choice to ink that Rhino instead of something like the Nani, so you could develop a board going into the Tramp and everything. But all right, here we go.
Yeah, and if Will's gonna get back into this game and threaten us for not seeing the game three, this Grandmother Willow brand new card out of Winter Spell here is gonna be the way to get him back into this game, making everything cheaper, letting him be able to go wide. And I think he's trying to build up to an Under the Sea here, which
Yes,
getting
he
that Mickey
is.
down is certainly gonna help.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so now this turn or next turn, he is able to sing that Under the Sea. So Under the Sea only going to take on 2 characters, but taking on a Captain Hook does feel pretty good. So I think you're okay with that. And at this point, you just don't want to take out anything because you didn't have a turn 1. But that Angel, not what you want to be seeing, because luckily Mickey Mouse though is able to sing Under the Sea by herself. So what's able to happen here now is he can hard cast Delub's Moon Lullaby on the Angel or Cheshire and then sing Under the Sea, or sing it with Willow even. I think Seth go ahead.
We've also seen that he plays those 1-drop rhinos. One of them did get put into the inkwell earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a world where he could play rhinos, sing Dellas, sing Under the Sea, and there goes Seth's board, and all of a sudden we're back in the game.
Yeah, no, very much so, because it's very easy to remove Angel and Cheshire, and there's the Rhino off of Nani. And if he has Dellas and Under the Sea, he's gonna wipe the whole board.
Oh, here we go.
He's gonna sing Dellas. Oh my gosh!
No, we have it.
Oh my gosh! Oh,
it's huge for Will.
Was this the plan all along? Was this the plan all along? Who needs a 1-drop when I have Under the Sea? Like.
This is a dog's world, and we're just living in it.
Mm-hmm.
Get your floaties on, chat. Yep. We're going for a swim.
We're going for a swim. That was disgusting. Seax, I hate erratas, but I think a healthy change is max out the Tramp discount at 3, so he never costs less than 4 on his own. Can still get him out turn 3 if you hit the right line. With Willow, I don't know, right? Like, I don't know what you do, but again, it's one of those. It's one of those questions of, like, what happens if you just get rid of Under the Sea? If you just say Under the Sea is not a card anymore. Like, let's say that was, because no one talks about banning Under the Sea, but what would Will have done here if he didn't have the Under the Sea line, right? Like, all of a sudden, Dogs is no longer a control aggro deck. It's just a pure aggro deck that maybe has a possibility at accomplishing something.
Oh, and here comes the Tramp down. Gonna see 4 new cards. And we still got 4 cards in that hand, so he's going to be able to sculpt this hand out pretty well. And, you might need to get your deck shuffled up here, Cody.
that's what I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing the shuffle. Oh, man, that was, oh, boy. And just like that, and that's, so the big reason I've been enjoying this purple yellow, which is not great into dogs. It's not terrible, but it's not great. But especially this blue yellow detectives deck, I refuse to play a deck that can't snipe under the sea from my opponent. I refuse to do it. I can't do it anymore. Now,
Yeah.
unfortunately, a good dogs player, what they'll do is they won't play tramp to dig for under the sea until they can play the undersea the same turn. But if I'm against a mediocre dogs player, then I snipe that under the sea, and you just kind of win. So
Yeah, and being able to play the Steel Champion and Willow getting it out for cheaper has been a great adaptation for those dog players to try and just kind of hide their card and draw into it when they're
yep,
ready to draw into it. And I mean, we've
exactly.
seen that here for Will.
Yep. And the Mickey Mouse being that Singer 8, but also just giving all your stuff +2. Like, I think Seth forgot about the +2 of Mickey Mouse earlier when he used that angel on the Willow, which was unfortunate. So, one thing, if he did forget, could have done a take back. He could have called for a take back. So that is a thing. So,
Were they? So I know Safari's been a little back and forth on that. Is that in effect today?
it is in effect. Now that it is an official ruling in the actual rules, Safari does not have a choice. The takebacks are definitely a thing.
All
CX
right.
saying Will's usually, so that's what I thought. We've seen Will here before. I'm pretty sure he plays. I've seen him play control decks. So definitely, yes, definitely playing it like a control deck. And that was, Sailor talked about that. He made a tweet about looking at a lot of the cards in dogs and comparing them to the red blue Sizu on ice pre-rotation. And it's a
Mhm.
lot of the same stuff. Grandmother Willow is Sail, and Rhino and Delamoon's Lullaby is Sapphire Coil, and Under the Sea is Sisu or Be Prepared. So I get that, it's very dogs is no longer an aggro deck. Like it can do that, but that's not often how they want to play the game anymore.
Yeah, and now it's gonna be interesting to see what Will has this turn. God, imagine the Chromicon just gets slammed down here.
All right,
Okay,
so we
little
see that
Daisy trigger,
little Daisy trigger to get a Palace Guard, Royal Guard, Palace Guard, a guard, a 1/4 guard.
on guard.
It is a Palace Guard. Yes. Okay. The Royal Guard is the octopus. And there's the Chromicon.
Oh
And now
no!
you just turn. He does take on the Yzma, says, you know what? I don't even want to deal with it. He did have the Rhino come down. So the Rhino. Oh, wait. No, he didn't need the Rhino because Mickey Mouse giving that Nani +2. Oh, God. It's just so nasty. It's all so nasty. Mickey Mouse really showing off as the MVP this game. Oh my gosh.
Yep, turn them cards sideways, gain that lore, and Will's looking to get Seth out of here.
Yeah. Yep. Gosh, just not. And as we sat down, or as I was talking to the two players out there, I was like, "How's it going, Seth?" And he's like, "Oh, it's going good. I'm playing a deck today that I picked just to beat dog players." And unfortunately, this is. I don't know if Amethyst Steel is the deck that just beats dog players anymore, as we saw it just not able to cut the cheese, as they say, as Will takes on that victory with an impressive 2-0 and just really showcasing an interesting way, like a new way to pilot dogs and showing off the control aspect of he didn't even play a 1-drop, Shane. He played no 1-drop.
Yeah,
And he didn't just win
look
this
at this
game.
board.
I know. Like this was, oh gosh.
The Rhino into the Delos, into the Under the Sea. Get your 3 cost guys or your 3 power guys out of here. Like, that was disgusting, and it was the best possible play. And who knows? Maybe I cursed Seth.
Yeah, I think he did. So I will let him know that this was you, all of
I
you.
love. I have been spot on predicting plays today.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go see if anybody wants to. If anybody's done that wants to do a game that's not dogs, because I just don't enjoy playing as dogs. and
Oh my gosh.
and I really don't want to ask Seth, because worst case scenario would be that I did win, and then Seth has to go into his game 3 with 2 losses. So I don't know. We'll find somebody. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back. The floor is yours, Shane, and I'll see if I can get us a game for us to watch.
All right, give me like 30 seconds and we're gonna have some more fun today.
All right. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Well, I went out there like a little kid. I had my deck ready to go. I'm like shuffled and I'm like ready to play a game. And then they're like, "Hey, so we saw you change the names, but we're just gonna play for fun if that's okay." And I'm like, "That that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
I'm just gonna go cry now." Yeah. So welcome back, Shane. I went out there, had my deck ready to play some games, and they said they'd like to play some more games just for fun. So I don't get to play after all, and I'm very sad about it.
Oh no.
It's a tough life. It's hard. It's hard.
Caster life.
Caster life problems. I
No
went.
fun, only talk.
Yep. So luckily, I enjoy casting, but I don't know. For the first time in like 2 or 3 metas, I've actually enjoyed like the decks that I'm playing. So I look
Right.
forward to playing a little bit more. So just a little heartbroken that I might not get to play much today. But for everybody that's just tuning in or still watching, Will and Seth are playing. Will just had an impressive 2-0 start, or an impressive 2-0 game match win. So now they're just playing for fun. So congratulations, CX, for your team member. Will representing the Poison very well. Where are you guys out of? Where is the Poison out of, and why are you not here playing? Is the question. And Jeremy's wife, why are you not playing with your Pocahontas deck? Pocahontas Amber Amethyst Aggro is actually can go pretty fast and do really good. I keep watching these tournaments. What's up?
I got a build.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good, but it goes fast.
So these dog decks, the way you beat them, Amethyst is probably the best answer to beating them. And what you have to do is do things like run Tigger, and you have to go ramp on 2, into Tigger on 3, into Elsa on 4, into Demona on 5. And if you do that, Dogs just loses. But unfortunately, that's a lot of cards you have to see. Now, if you don't need the Demona, if you see Ramp, Tigger, Elsa, you probably win the game. Like, that's just it. Like, the game's just over. But that's an excellent way to do that. And I think Amethyst is the best way to beat Dogs. But
Oof.
the
here. Missing turn 1 again and drawing the turn 1 play late.
That's all right. We'll see under the sea in a moment. So, but
Yeah,
yes.
but So with the shift in these Amethyst Steel decks, you've seen them trade like all their cards that answer dogs really well in favor of being able to go fast and compete with these control decks.
Yeah,
Which historically it struggled into.
correct. Yeah.
And the dogs they're just eating it up now.
Nope, 100%. So it's rough, right? Now, blue yellow detectives, I've had some pretty good success into dogs because mostly, but it has to be a mediocre dogs player.
Right.
Meaning I have to force them to pull their Under the Sea before they can sing it same turn, and then I snipe it with the Ludwig. But it also ramps really fast, so I can get to my Raging Storm pretty quick. So I don't know. It's not unbeatable, but God, does it have some great lines. We're all from the Philly suburbs. I'm on with the baby too. Wonderful, and I. Oh, you're Wonderful's wife. Oh, I was just talking about Wonderful earlier, actually. So actually, if you guys want to beat dogs, you pretty much run Wonderful's list. Wonderful's list is teched extremely hard for dogs. It does not go well into Blurple, but dogs might as well not even play the game if they're up against Wonderful. His deck is built specifically to beat dogs more than anything else. So yes, that is it's a red yellow just dog killer. So like
Yeah. Did he play the Ink last week?
he did. I think he did. You know who could tell us? Seax. So I would imagine. I know he normally does a good amount of traveling. Him and Seaman both. I think Seaman made Top Cut. But Wonderful may have stayed home to spend time with his lovely wife and 6-month-old. So I'm not 100% sure. Ooh, we do see Seth is having a much different game this time. Where was this for him last game?
Well, we got to remember, this dog stack started slow again, and we got the Nani down on turn 3. It grabbed the Willow, but now that Willow's the lead, and like this is the kind of stumble that Amethyst Steel needs to really try and pull ahead in this matchup and start trying to out tempo them.
Yeah, and so this is where it gets interesting though, because if you look at the hand, Will is sitting on a tramp and 2 ladies. So if Seth doesn't go extremely fast, Will still has plenty of time to just clear his whole board. And that's how crazy it is. Now, the problem is if Seth is able to develop enough 3-cost characters, he'll be fine, right? Because you can only Delamoon's Lullaby and Rhino so many things. Interesting choice to not quest with the Pocahontas, though.
Yeah, see, my philosophy is I want dogs to be trading with me. So I don't mind questing with the Pocahontas here because you have to send that Nani into trade. That's a big 3 body off the board, which sets them even further back on the Under the Sea. And they got to make decisions. Am I trying to get to this tramp or am I trying to control your board?
Exactly.
So you want them questing into you, and well, we're missing 3 lore as a result now.
Yep. So I think that's going to be super imperative to keep an eye on, is he should be at 7 lore going into this turn, and possibly he either trades into that Pocahontas with Nani and loses that character. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting as we throw a lady and a Delamoon's Lullaby in there. So that's the thing too. So the Nani was always going to trade into the Christopher Robin. So why not just quest with both last turn, right? Because you're only going to lose one of them. So very interesting choice.
You can make a choice.
Yeah. Maybe he was really worried of 2-cost tramp, but even then, I'm fine with that. I'm not worried about a 2-cost tramp. So, very interesting choice. But we'll kind of see, keeping in mind that maybe he should be at 7 here. So,
yeah, and it may not matter in the grand scheme of things here. He's got 2 cards in hand, so if he can like ink pitch here, that Angel's gonna get resist and be able to trade into that Nani pretty effectively with that resist too.
Yes. Very
Very
effectively.
sneaky effect.
So
Or we could just pop it. That also works.
we just get rid of it. Seaman beat, or not Seaman, but Wonderful taking down another Dogs deck. So yeah, Dogs not what they want to be seeing right now, right? Again, that deck just so good, so teched for those dog players. So maybe the answer really is you play red yellow if you just really hate dogs, and not red purple. I know a lot of people talk about red purple being the deck to play to beat dogs, but I don't know. I mean, red yellow seems to be doing it pretty well when you can do nasty things like cheating out Mulans and human Sizus and headless horsemans and all of those nasty things.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many of the lists. Does that deck have anything in those colors besides like stitches that let them draw cards?
Let's see. Red yellow, if they run marching off to battle, they could run that. That's going to draw 2 when you banish a character.
Oh, they do have that new card. It's like the 3-drop, everything that Quest
Oh, the
draw
Willow?
a card from. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one running the Willow, but that is a card. It's the 4-cost uninkable. So, but I think a majority of their draw definitely comes from stitches overall. Ohanamin's family is probably running it. There's a nasty, but yeah, Siak saying Ohana. So yeah, Ohanamin's family is going to be a big one. Probably their main draw engine, because they do get some bigger bodies. So you do have that opportunity. And we're at a place in the game where it's really hard to deny, what we call Rapunzel value. So it's very easy to set up those Rapunzel traps. But looking at this game, Will's, if he finds a tramp to search for that under the sea, he's not in a bad place. Oh, well, there goes that. Now,
yeah, I mean,
Seth gonna draw
even
3.
with that under the sea, the under the sea doesn't actually hit anything on this board currently.
That's a good point. You're very well. Now it does. Haha.
Yeah, well.
Oh my God! And a dock. He drew 3 off of Yzma into a dock, and he got to play all 3 cards. Oh my!
Okay, well, now we got 3 cards in under the sea hits. Where was this game on stream? Well, in the tournament, I guess.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you guys, you can test your deck all you want, but it'll never do it in the tournament.
My version of red yellow, it's more song focused because I'm a sucker for songs. It does run the 4-cost aerial, the boost one. So to get
I got
draw.
hooked by that.
Oh, you did. So
Yeah.
you got cooked by my Steel Song list. The only difference between Braden's list and mine is he was using those Chiefs that were actually really good against you.
Yeah, that card was so annoying. It felt like Steel Song was back.
Mm-hmm.
But like fatter and deadlier than ever.
Steel Song also very good against dogs. You cheat out that angel, you have a lot of big characters, you have all your songs. So Steel Song also not in a bad place.
And he's fishing for an under the sea.
He is, and he's just not finding it.
So it's not looking good here. He even has the Rhino to try and get rid of something else too if he did find it. And I think that's another copy of Della's in his hand, maybe?
No. It looks like. I know he had a bunch earlier, but he may have used them / discarded them now. Yeah, there's 2 in his discard there, so...
Yeah. No, his hand looks like Big Lady, Rhino, Nani, and some other card that's not a draw card.
I think Seth has
What's
this
that?
one. There's a tramp. Gonna trade into that. I mean, what do you even care about? Like, I mean, you remove one thing off the board. I mean, you have to remove the genie,
Yeah, it's probably got to be the genie.
but
The genie to go. The
because
Yzma needs to go.
yeah, tramp goes into Pocahontas. Daisy goes into genie. Oh, okay. Really, just yeah. Don't want more draw, which is probably the answer. But now you have to trade the rest of your characters into genie. Oh no, there we go. There we go. That will help. I forgot
All
he had
right,
lady in
shift
hand.
lady. He's got a.
A Willow and a
What are you giving me?
Mowgli.
Like a Willow Mowgli? Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's an answer to the genie. We can take out the Pocahontas. Oh, no. We were just leaving genie. Okay.
Well, so he's questing for 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17, 18, only 19 on board. So he's saying, God, I hope I find Rhino and Under the Sea. He needs a tramp. Here is what he needs.
Okay, and we actually get to see some of the potential cool interactions with the Olaf question earlier. Like, should we be running it in this? Let's
Yeah?
say that Seth wasn't completely running away with this game. Well, that genie can potentially have 3 cards under it. And if you crash that Olaf into something, bounce that genie back, well, you could potentially quest for 4 lore and draw 3.
Yeah. And that's pretty good. If I remember correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He only had 19 on board, but they said that's good enough. But it definitely wasn't over. I think they counted wrong there. If you ask me, I think they thought Seth had 20 on board, but Seth
That or
definitely
Will
only had
just said, let's
19.
get out of here.
Yeah. Seth's like, I'm not going to give you a chance to clear my board with Della's, Rhinos, and Under the Sea. So let's just pretend I have 20.
But you can't beat me if I scoop.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. That's very true. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go see if we can find what our next round is going to be. I'll leave it to you to interact with the chat. Got a bunch of people from up north. A couple from New Jersey, from Philly.
What's Wonderful's record?
He
Is he
is
2-1-3-0 now?
he's undefeated, I'm pretty sure, because he's only played dog players. Like so.
Okay. If he plays next round, let's get some red yellow on stream and
Yeah.
see what he's cooking up.
Oh, Fiona, that's right. He had 2 cards under the genie. He boosts it for another, so that's 3 plus 1, so that's 4. 5, 6. Yep, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'm gonna go see who's still playing. If we can figure out what our next pairing might be, I will be right back. You got the
Oh,
stick.
all right. Good catch there. It's see, that's why we have chat, because casters can't do math apparently. Oh, he did lose to Royce. I thought he beat Royce. Oh, okay. Well, we get a chance to. He'll definitely have to play this round. Oh, we're getting a photo of a hand. Maybe this is like what should I have actually mulliganed hand? Usually where there's pictures come from. You know, if I was good, I would have the link to the PlayHub app. Let me see if I can find it. In the oh, perfect. I have it already up. Maybe I am good. All right, so C-Man won last round, so he's continuing his hot streak after Ink Ink. And it looks like there's still a lot of unreported matches. So yeah, no, there's a lot of potential good matches next round. So chat, is anyone planning on going to the PPG next weekend in Pittsburgh? Being Royce will definitely be there next week. I've decided what I'm playing and then changed my mind about 40 times already. So I've been thinking dogs. I kind of like that new steel song list. I could run the purple steel back, but I would need to figure some stuff out with that. So I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Green purple is like my guilty pleasure because I just love those tempo decks, and Snowfort is just a whole problem, but it's not oppressive. Uh, and if you're gonna play like an aggro deck or a really good tempo deck, you need something in it to be really oppressive. And with not as many blue decks in the format, the Webby's not the oppressive thing anymore that it used to be. All right, so we're getting another game of this. A better start this time from Will, but developing very well with the Willow into the Lady, then the follow-up Nani. But we got a lot of answers on Seth's side to be able to try and answer this and cut down the board. I'm not seeing a big tramp in Will's hand, so that's definitely going to work in Seth's favor a little bit here. And he'll definitely get a chance to answer that Daisy back. All right, Cobra going into the Inkwell. And the Cheshire Cat. All right, that's going to be a good one. Especially if he can dodge Big Tramp this turn. Question is, does he want to take out this Daisy or not right now? We're thinking about it. Definitely thinking. Yeah, I mean, I would always lean towards let's just get rid of that thing. But the Nani can answer stuff back cleanly. But you do kind of have a Cheshire Cat to kind of control this board. Tramp can come down with an ink still, regardless. He's taking a lot of time to think about this one. I don't know if it were me. I think I would do it. There we go. Key to playing against dogs is always try and keep their board down. Oh, we see the Under the Sea come into Will's hand here. Could be a very good card as he now has enough ink on board or ink power, I guess, to be able to sing that next turn. We also see the Rhino coming to hand, which is going to be very powerful in shrinking that Cheshire Cat down and cleaning up this board pretty well the next turn. Of course, Seth has no idea this is probably coming at this point. He's got to be terrified of it. I think the worst possible card he could play here now would actually be the 4-drop genie, because that's just going to get swept away. But it's definitely what you want to be doing typically on curve here. Okay, there's the Yzma. So we could see what we saw in, oh, what was it, game 2 of this match, where we get the double cost reduction potentially come down and just kind of sweep away that whole board. Yup, here comes the Rhino. And if he doesn't have it, oh, double Rhino in the hand, under the sea coming down. That's going to sweep away the board. And if he has another 1-drop he could play, which he does in the Bobby, he could have got in for 3 lure there, but chooses to hold it instead, as he probably values the second card in his hand. But we're not in the point of the game where we necessarily have to go fast anymore. We're pretty well set up. We're pretty wide against this board, and we're in a good position. Of course, the Angel here is going to be able to help him get rid of that Willow on the board, which is nice. With this dog stack, they like to play at a very low lure count or ink count now, that they don't need to ink a whole bunch, since Willow makes everything cheaper. But the Chromicon coming down with the Dellas, making that thing real weak next turn. It's going to make all these quests very safe. Of course, we've seen a lot of the dogs players. I guess it's very mixed on the community right now. Do you play the Chromicon still, or do you just go all in on the Under the Sea? We've seen Will be able to say, hey, you can still kind of have the best of both worlds here and play both of them. Yeah, that works like that. It'll do 1 damage. Wait, why did that die? Uh, ladies till the end of turn, right? Uh, hold on. 80 is the end of turn. Yeah, no, that angel should have lived. Well, whatever. Fun games. Maybe they did figure it out. Gonna say, you think you know what all the cards do, and then sometimes you watch people and you're like, wait, why did that happen? So, anyone going to the PPG? Anyone? Nice little 5-hour ride to Pittsburgh for a lot of people in the DMV area. Yeah, probably more like 6. That traffic. Let's see. We still got a few matches going on. Looks like there's 2 outstanding matches, so we'll get round 4 coming up here shortly. 26 players. Not a bad little turnout. Okay. Where are you from, Spider? know I was very back and forth on if I was gonna do it for the PPG. Um Being that Lurkana's like one of the side events. Okay, South Jersey. Yeah, because the main event's only a 10K, so you really just need to show up in top 8 in order, I don't know, for it to be worth it, I guess. So who knows? Maybe top 8, get the invitation, and that'd be pretty fun. But yeah, whatever. I like playing Lurkana. I like traveling. It gives me an excuse to go somewhere. So like, hey, it's kind of a win-win. My teammate Royce is going, so me and him gonna be splitting a hotel up there. So it should be a fun little weekend. In Jersey, or not Jersey, Pittsburgh. I've been there before. It's a pretty nice town. The convention center, I don't think they're holding it there, but the convention center in Pittsburgh is really nice. Overlooks a very murky river most of the year. Um, they get a lot of dirt in that river. But no, Pittsburgh, very nice city. Always fun to visit there. I've been there. Oh God, I want to say like 2 or 3 times, probably 3 over the years. So not a bad little drive, especially coming out of Delaware. What about DLC Indy? Anyone planning on trying to go to that? I've been to the last 2 DLCs myself. Milwaukee was a lot of fun. I got to play my Tiana. Um, did well in that. Started 8-0 day 1. Beat R&B on stream with the nastiest of daisy triggers, hitting strengths all over the place. And then got my heart broken in the last 3 rounds. But it was amazing. It was fun. So don't have a whole lot I can complain about there. And then Richmond was like just the opposite. I was just on Blurple for Richmond, and I was just like, you know what? I really want to play against red purple. I don't even mind playing against dogs. Give me purple steals all day. Just let me dodge as many green blues as possible. And I played against 5 green blues, and they cooked me. Could not win. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, I mean, Amber still aggro is apparently good in Infinity. I know nothing about the Infinity meta game, so like most people in his chat are probably more of an expert than me. Um, so I'm thinking about maybe playing that in a main event, but I have attended events as just like a side event warrior before, and man, it could be a lot of fun playing those side events. And if you can get on a little run and get streaky, you can get a lot of tickets and go ham at that prize wall there. And I'll tell you, the Lorcana prize wall is, it's actually pretty nice compared to some of the other games. Um, you know, complaints from people aside, it's well worth it to get stuff from there. Yeah, yeah. Look, I love aggro decks. I love tempo decks, so I am right there with you. I loved the Amber Steel, Tiana, Purple Steel, and Blurple meta. Um, Absolutely was a huge fan. I did well at basically, you name the event, I probably did well at it. Uh, Absolutely love that deck. And then once the last set came out, what was the name of it? I'm so bad at names. But Amber Steel fell off because there was just too many answers in the meta. And I've been kind of searching ever since then for just something that I really like that I think is resilient to the meta and plays well into stuff. And yeah, it's been tough to find. All right. Well, we got some action going on camera here right now. I don't know if this is a setup for the round 4 feature match. Yep, this sounds like we're getting set up for round 4 here. So I'm not sure who we have on stream right now. I'm sure
All
Cody will
right.
be popping in right now to tell us. Oh, and he's got a purple hat.
And he's got a new hat. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. We've got the Mad Hatter hat. Kind of. Not the one I wanted, but it's the one that shipped in time. Okay. Our next build decay, you guys are going to get to see the ultimate Mad Hatter's cosplay. I am actually extremely excited. But we do have a round. As we were saying, or as Shane was saying, we have our next round, and it is a person we have seen before. It is Jeremy. We have a face-off of the only 3-0 players. That's what we have right now. We've got Jeremy on green-blue that we saw earlier versus Christian, or otherwise known as C-Man, how most people know him. So going to have a good matchup. C-Man is on dogs, so we're going to get to see what does green-blue have for dogs. Is it able to get those dubs? Can it play under the sea better than dogs can?
Okay, and I imagine he is on the list he was on with Ink, which I believe was just Turbo out this under the sea and let's go.
I believe he is. So I think he's on the same thing. So, but hey, maybe he changed it up. I'm sure the judge will bring me deck list here soon. He's slacking. I'm sure he'll figure it out. But I feel like he hates. Yes, I'm sure historically, green-blue does not want to see dogs, right? That's just always what they want to dodge. So it's unfortunate, but unfortunately, welcome to what my local meta is. It's a metric ton of dog players. It's very sad, but it's very true.
And I think we know that Jeremy, from the list that we saw, he's not playing any adaptations like some of the green blue lists were last format to kind of tech against the dogs. So we're gonna not have the 1-drop Clarabelle, which you really want to get on the board against this dogs deck, and we're gonna see if C-Man here can turn on the zoomies again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll miss a 1-drop, right?
Oh well, considering
Probably
our
not.
season 1 drops in his hand, that is unlikely.
Yeah.
However, he could forget to play them.
yes, that could be something. That would be an interesting one that I don't think I've ever seen before. Of like, oh no, I forgot to play my turn 1. Like, but we see the T-Po come down. At this point, I mean, what are you hoping to see if you're Jeremy? I think your 2-4-6 line into John Silver is probably best case scenario.
Yeah, so we need him to draw John Silver's like a madman again.
Yeah.
And he needs to survive this early onslaught. I can tell you what happened to me at Ink, where it was just triple daisy openings, and I cried. I cried a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's unfortunate that Daisy Duck does not even give him a character to help. He flipped a Hefflumps and Woozles, which is actually something that would be extremely helpful in this matchup just to prevent that Daisy Duck from questing. But unfortunately, just not able to get there. Plays the Sail, so no Cindy, but Sail does at least let you ramp to that that John Silver. Getting a Prince Philip down as well is going to be useful. Able to challenge into the Daisy Duck next turn if you so wanted to.
Yes, and Jeremy here has some things going for him. Seaman did not have a another one drop to play off of that Willow, right? So that slowed the curve down a little bit. But as soon as it slows down, his speeds are right back up. We see double malicious, mean, and scary. One going to the discard.
Yeah, and that double MMS was definitely would have been very helpful here. At least letting you clear. You would have been able to clear almost the entire board here. So rather unfortunate, but you have the one. So all you got to do is top deck a big Prince Philip and an Inkable, and you're good to go. Not that much to ask, you know.
Yeah, just draw perfect.
Yeah, come on now. That's easy. Easy. So
Easy peasy.
Seaman going up to 3 ink, which is actually that's a lot of ink for a Dogs player. Anymore, I see Dogs players running away with the game with a mere 2 ink, developing these boards that quest for 20 over 2 turns. Not unheard of at all. But we do play Strike a Good Match, getting to sing it with Tipo, which feels very good. Letting you search or draw 2 cards, discarding 1. So we'll kind of see what happens here now.
Yeah, and we see the second malicious, mean, and scary go into the discard now.
So I'm very curious. Very curious what he might have drawn. So it looks like he drew a Sail and a Visions, and that's what kind of got him there and able to get him to this point. Or like he said, I value that more than just 1 malicious, mean, and scary. But at this point, he is down 2 MMSs, so gonna be rather difficult to be able to get that shift off and be able to board wipe. So I think you just have to dig for a John Silver at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna ready everything next turn with 6 ink, right? So if he can just rip one off the top, find himself a Prince Philip, he can get himself back into the game. But it's a lot to ask for. Oh, and another Ursula coming down.
Ooh.
We're gonna see John Silver and Basil in hand.
I mean, that's pretty good though. That John Silver, at least giving things reckless. You can bounce, slow them down by bouncing things with that Daisy. So that's not bad. And then meanwhile, you get those big characters down. Like you play the Basil to bounce something just to slow them down. And then you just wait to try and find Under the Sea. At this point, Under the Sea is clearing 5 characters. So that would be a lot to come back from for Seaman. So I think if you're Seaman, you kind of, so he is going to quest with that Daisy. Reveals a Sail, so no Daisy luck for Jeremy yet.
Oh, that Daisy is a sniper this game so far. And unfortunately for Seaman here, he did put double Rhino and Alila to the bottom of his deck, which if he's trying to play with some Under the Sea shenanigans to weaken some stuff, he's going to have less options for that available now.
All right, so here comes the John Silver giving that Reckless, and I think you definitely trade into that Willow, right? I mean, because what are the odds you draw one of your 3rd or 4th MMS and the big Prince Philip? Like, I just think it's so rare that you might as well just try and slow down whatever lore you can, but decided not to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake here. We need to try and trim the board down. We can't just let things keep questing in our face, which he has the ability to do it if he wants, or he can continue to go wider, but the tramp's going to come down and see a ton of cards off the top of the deck. We still have, I think that's 3 cards in hand, so we're going to get to sculpt out a nice hand here.
Yeah. Now, okay, so here is the argument, though, for keeping, by not challenging into the Willow, is now you can go ahead and if you top deck Under the Sea or Visions, you can play that Under the Sea. You can sing it with the John Silver and the Philip. Whereas if you had attacked then it's in Seaman's best interest to take out that baby Phillip. So I think that's probably where Jeremy was going with that choice not to challenge.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? We're already in a tough spot, so we got to try and play it our out. So if the out is a top deck, then hey, so be it. See, we got a Bobby, a Nani into the discard, Adela's, and oh, the Chromicon. That one might seal up the game. Of course, okay, good. Got it corrected that Daisy cannot quest. It has Reckless.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. So, fun fact for all of you watching that didn't get to make this build decay, the next build decay is actually going to be release weekend of Into the Wilds Unknown. So, we just finalized that date. It's going to be May 9th. Just because we'll have release weekend, and then it's the Ink event after that, and then the event in Canada after that, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're opting for release weekend for everybody.
All right. I love that scheduling for that. Great weekend to do it. You get the first look at like all the brand new cards in the format, first chance to test it out. So not only are you going to have a big tournament to play in with some really good prizes that if you do well, you can buy some more of those singles that Safari always has on release weekend ready and available to players. But you know, you get a chance to play with all the new shiny stuff. You gotta love it.
What more
Mark
can
it
you
on
ask
your
for?
calendars, guys.
And that's definitely it. So if you're worried about, you go into a release weekend event, oh, I don't have the cards I really want. Angel normally opens 10 cases of singles, all right? So if you don't have the cards you want, get here a little early, and you'll probably be able to buy the cards you want. And she has all the new stuff on display, ready for you to grab, ready for you to play. So
yes, the brilliant move by the shop there. So absolutely love it. It's gonna be a great weekend. Even if you don't open all the cards you need, like Cody said, show up early. She's gonna have the cards you need.
Yep. Well, there comes that Mowgli. Oh, imagine if that would have been the Under the Sea pulled off of Cinderella. But if you're Seaman, what are you questing for here? You're questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go to 19. You're going to 19 this turn, questing everything, and you have to top deck. Your only hope is top decking and Under the Sea. And let's see, how many does Jeremy run?
This Daisy is cracked. It has sent 3 consecutive cards to the bottom of the deck. Not uncommon against the green-blue matchup, but very unfortunate for Jeremy's chances to try and pull back into this game. But we're just one top deck away.
We are. And we get it?
We can flip this whole thing around.
I mean, an Under the Sea would do it. You have a John Silver down, so if he finds a Visions or Under the Sea, he gave the Tramp Reckless. That's why he challenged with the Tramp. So he runs 2 Under the Seas. So looks like he's going to quest. Okay, so did not find the... Oh, wait. He still can find the Under the Sea. He can still sing 8. I'm very curious what's happening. Or what's going to be happening.
I can't imagine he has it if he gave it to the Daisy.
So he challenges into an Ursula. Oh, he has a Prince Philip. But unfortunately, just not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. On to game 2. Seaman taking the first game. Our child is being distracting. And traveling for Mother's Day weekend. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Just don't celebrate Mother's Day, right?
Exactly. Or bring your mother to the tournament.
Yeah. Bring your mother to the tournament.
Experience.
Yes. So I think
Family friendly environment.
very family friendly. All right. So
Got a lot of food options around too. So like, you know, you got Five
Wayback Burger.
Guys, you know, McDonald's is right there. You got a pretty good pizza place a couple doors down. So like Rofo, you know,
Yeah.
Rofo.
Yeah.
Bomb chicken tendies, gotta love it.
I like their crunchy chicken salad croissant sandwich. That thing is pretty good. May
Crunchy
9th is
chicken
also his
salad
mom's birthday.
croissant. God.
I think she double gets the day. No, no, she had her day. Her day was when she gave birth. All right, that was her day. That's it. Like, the rest
It's a painful
dedicated
day.
to the child. Yeah, yeah.
Here's your day. It's just gonna be hours of pushing.
I let my mother know that the best day of her life was the day I was born, and it will never be topped for her. So.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. So if you're Jeremy, what are we hoping for here? What do we need to see for it to go different? I think the big one's Under the Sea. But what else? What else do we want to see here?
Well, I think we want to find the early Clarabelle, right? We want to get board presence here. We need to be mindful that there's gonna be a bunch of Mowgli's and Ursulas running amok. So we need to have our hand, you know, inked accordingly there.
Mm-hmm.
And we really want to get to the shift Clarabelle as soon as possible and try and set up a big Under the Sea to keep Seaman off of developing a board.
Yeah. Yep. And unfortunately, it's a tall order of things that we want to see here. So, but where there's a will, there's a way. And yes, not whiffing on the daisy is definitely going to help. Unfortunately, whiffing 3 times, where again, yes, it's not unheard of, but 3 times in a deck that is primarily location or characters, it feels bad, right? It feels very bad. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20.
I'll tell you, when you're running hot with the daisy, you're running hot.
Mm-hmm.
At DLC Milwaukee, when I would quest with my daisy, I would announce the trigger as bottom of the deck, and it just kept hitting.
Oh yeah, I'll never forget your feature match when you sent 2 or 3 Strength of a Raging Fires to the bottom of RMB's deck. It was a wonderful day for me.
He was so upset.
Oh yes, he was.
Good guy though. It was
Yes.
very fun to play against. You know, sometimes it's your day.
Yep, sometimes it is, and that's that. Hey, that's just TCGs. As much as skill does matter, at the end of the day, luck is everything. So,
Daisy diff.
all right, and we see the daisy. Let's see if the daisy is hot again, as you said earlier. If it's going to send everything to the bottom, hopefully we're going to see Jeremy with a turn 2 ramp coming up here, either a sail or a Tipo. Tipo was really good last game, being able to sing that strike a good match as we send a Clarabelle to the Inkwell here. But we do find our turn 2 ramp, finding that Tipo, giving us the opportunity for that strike a good match that we just, well, really want to see.
Yeah, now we'll see what
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Hey. Finally.
Now, Seaman has a very good hand, though, able to develop a Willow into a Bobby, and then playing Sail, or he does have that Ursula that he can play later on once Jeremy does develop maybe that baby Prince Philip if he has it. So Seaman, very good hand right here that is going to be quite difficult for Jeremy to kind of stay on track with.
Yep, next turn's going to be a very good turn for that Ursula to come down. You may even potentially look for like an Ursula Mowgli turn, depending on what Jeremy has in his hand, if that's available. But Yeah, not a bad start for Seaman here.
Not at all. And then having that easy answer or that easy discard for the Bobby feels nice. I mean, it's not as easy as maybe a Lilo, but Chromicon, not really something you need in this matchup by any stretch of the imagination. But there goes that Prince Philip. So thank you, Daisy, for the easy ink as we exert 4 for Cinderella. So that is, we're looking good for 2-4 John Silver at least. Whereas last game we were stuck going double sail. So, and getting to filter even deeper to find maybe another John Silver or the other pieces of the puzzle that you want here. Even a Basil would be good. Not yet, later. But John Silver is definitely the name of the game. Hopefully that's what we can find here for Jeremy.
Yeah, and we should get a peek at Jeremy's hand here, since I imagine this Ursula's gonna come down. There's another Willow in Seaman's hand too, so we could see him going even wider. Oh, the Dellas.
Oh, really valuing just trying to dig for something. Interesting to do that. I wonder what he's trying to dig that he wants so bad in this situation. Very interesting. All right, there goes the... Oh, man! Double John Silvers. That is not what you... Especially after you just used a Della's Moon Lullaby on a Cinderella. Double John Silver is not what you want to see if you are a Seaman. That is unfortunate.
So my best guess on what he was looking for, I think he was trying to find a Mowgli or like second Ursula, just in case, just to try and rip some stuff out of the hand.
Yeah.
And really limit this green blue deck on its resources and ability to ramp. But Seaman got a peek in, and it's not going to be looking too friendly for him coming up here.
No, it's not. But Seaman does have the Shift Lady in hand. So that is gonna feel pretty good to get back that Bobby and that Daisy later on. But we see MMS coming down to deal 1 damage to everything. I wonder if he has a second MMS, or if he just really wanted to take out that Willow, maybe.
Yeah, I mean unless he drew it for turn, he wouldn't. But taking out the Willow, not a bad little play here. Get damage on everything. Silver.
See, I feel like I would have preferred to have just inked an MMS and played the John.
Yeah.
So very interesting. I feel like John Silver is the card that wins these matchups. So very interesting choice by Jeremy, really valuing that MMS, getting that off.
You got to wonder what that last card in his hand is that made him go, I'm just going to ink and keep this John Silver here.
Yeah, I mean, because if it is a fill-up, like that, I mean, that is going to be helpful. It's going to clear a lot of stuff. He can't play the fill-up next turn, but he can clear off those characters when he can eventually play it. So maybe that's what he did top deck and what he's really hoping for at this point.
It'll be interesting. We do see a grip of some Under the Seas in that hand coming from this Tramp, but it's not gonna be too easy to get that Under the Sea off unless we have a combination of like Della's Rhino, which I'm not seeing the Rhino in his hand currently. So we're not gonna see a big splash coming down at all. But we'll see what Seaman decides to do to sculpt this hand out here.
Yeah, I mean, and we do know that he does have that Shift Lady in hand. So with that Shift Lady, he's going to be able to trade into that John Silver this next turn. So, really interesting choice here, or really interesting couple of turns coming up. Interesting that Seaman is running the 3-drop Clarabelle as well. Not something you'd expect to really see in the lists at this point. A lot of them, and he is running the Nani's as well. Very interesting. He's running 2 Clarabelle Contented Wallflowers and 4 Nani's. So really valuing that extra kind of character. And also, it's just more ways to sing Under the Sea.
Yeah, thin your deck, get more cards, replace some of the cards in your hand. Uh, you do run into them points sometimes where the dog deck runs out of gas. So this is just like give it a couple little injections here and there, add a couple cards here and there, and just keep your hand healthy,
Mm-hmm.
keep your options up, and allow you to play into your opponent's boards better.
As we see the strike a gun match come down, again, trying to find answers, trying to find ways to really seal the deal. It's not, you're not at a bad place. Seaman is only at 5 lore at this point. You're getting up there in ink, thankfully. So, but still currently only sitting at 6. John Silver probably going to get banished this next turn, and then it's kind of off to the races for Seaman, unfortunately. So really interesting what might come up here. This is round 4, brother. Round 4. Welcome back. All right, so I'd imagine.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have to imagine Jeremy would really like to play that second John Silver right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think if you're Jeremy, you definitely give the to Tramp the
Yeah,
Reckless.
yeah, give it to the two quester.
Nope, he did give it
A
to Lady.
lady.
So yeah, that John Silver's.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a good argument to do it, right? And if you don't have the hand knowledge, then yes, giving it to Lady is definitely the answer. Oh, did Seaman get rid of the 5-cost Lady? I did not see it in his hand. Oh, there's the. Oh,
well,
he can't take. There's Rhino.
okay. I
coulda
mean, we have a world with
Wow.
Della, Ink, Rhino, Under the Sea clears the board.
Wow. Okay. All right. So this is going to be also really interesting point. These two players could have drawn this match to draw into top cut, but they decided to
Yeah,
play it
but
out. I wonder if I pressured them by saying you guys are going to be on feature table and they didn't think about it. Oops.
also though, if Seaman knows what he's playing,
You
Dogs
don't.
is
Yeah.
pretty favored into this,
Yep.
and you know, it's never a bad idea to play for seeding if your Dogs on the play each round of top 8.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, and it's still like, let's face it, Seaman could draw next round and be okay, and then Jeremy could still draw and be okay as well. So,
Yeah, just playing with house money at this point. Makes sense. Yeah, take the guaranteed draw, get into the top cut. Yeah, yeah. There's almost no risk to playing here for seeding.
yeah.
Um, especially when you have the guaranteed draw regardless.
All right, so there's that Tramp coming down to give you that easy clear. And then now, yeah, you're in a really good place if you're Seaman here. Against Jeremy with just no board. And yeah, it goes back to why I'm really gonna have to ask him why he valued that MMS over John Silver earlier on.
Yeah, you just have to think if there was a second John Silver on board, what does the game look like for Jeremy? Still slightly behind, but not necessarily in a terrible position either.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It'll be interesting. We're currently sitting on 6 ink, so Prince Philip comes down. Not really that scary because we know there's 2 Prince Philips or MMSs in the discard already, so not something you're super concerned about. Bobby comes down, filter through our deck, find anything. We don't really. A 2-quester feels fine. A Tramp feels great. Send a Lilo to the discard because that feels really good and just quest out.
Yeah, gonna gain a lot of lore this turn, inching up closer to that 20 mark to secure that number 1 seed.
Completely lost to it.
Then we'll just throw a little daisy on the board. No threat of Under the Sea coming down.
Yeah.
Everything's pretty safe.
Only at 6 ink, I think. Yeah, this is the only your only saving grace is if you have Prince Philip in hand and you top deck an MMS, or vice versa. But again, we're already down 2 MMSs, and a big Prince Philip was inked earlier. So
Then again, he could shift the Prince Philip, sing the Under the Sea.
he could. That is actually how Ed Shu won his feature match earlier today. Is he did just that. He shifted and then sang Under the Sea, and then he had a second Under the Sea and sang that Under the Sea when the purple steel deck flooded the board again. So
Here's my follow-up Under the Sea for your follow-up.
yes. So it was pretty nasty. If you're Jeremy, I don't know what we're doing here at this point, unfortunately. Yes, I think he should be at 13, but I don't want to touch his I can manually adjust his lore, but I'm not going to, just in case they're talking about something or something came up. But yes, I think he should be at 13 here, because he quested for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there.
Yeah, and I don't think the lore ever changed. So maybe it'd be something we can talk to Vince about, make sure the lore is right. Oh, but we're gonna see that you're welcome here. Get that tramp off the board. It will give Seaman 2 new cards though in his hand. And let's see, we are threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So only 19 represented on board. Jeremy will still have at least another turn to try and get out of this, but he's gonna need to be able to Under the Sea and answer this Nani at the same time.
Yeah, it's I guess another option, no. I mean, I guess another option could have been to, because if he was at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah, I guess that was his only option.
Yeah, and we're
Because
gonna
at
see
this,
the big quests come in.
yeah, at this point, if you're Seaman, you don't even play a card here. You literally just quest and pass.
Yep.
Yep, and that's exactly what he does. He recognizes, hey, the only way, yep, and that's gonna be game. Oh man, unfortunate. So,
All right, well, we'll see Seaman grab the number 1 seed. It'll be interesting to see if we have a clean cut top 8 or if we'll get to see a potential win and end match.
yeah, yep, exactly. So we will find out. I'm gonna see if I can actually get a match for myself. So I'm gonna run out there and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to potentially cast our
All right.
our match. So
Is the streamer allowed to play?
probably not, because that's just how my luck is going. All right, let's reset all this stuff real quick. We'll do Cody. Person
Versus a mystery opponent.
I know the problem is like half the field is dogs, so I gotta find someone that's not on dogs. All right.
Yeah, fun fact, Cody hates playing against dogs, if
I do.
you guys didn't know. Yep, that is the plan currently, the Raging Draw deck. See if Cody can find an opponent. I have personally not seen that deck in action yet, so it'll be fun to see. Don't know any of the list for it. So you probably won't see me predicting too many plays accurately. So I've been pretty hot today with predicting these plays. So we'll see if we can continue the streak. Um, that's a good question. It's a good question. I guess dogs players don't mind playing against dogs, but I don't know that mirror match isn't very fun either. It's just kind of like, did I under the sea you? No. Did you under the sea me? Yes. Okay, you win. And it's pretty much how it goes most of the time. Now I will say one way of combating that mirror, if it is a heavy dogs field, the Stitch version of dogs actually plays very well into the mirror match. It can just go bananas. If any of you guys checked out the ICL stream last week, Mad Hatters um, teaming up with my team, Incognito, was on the feature match last week, and we got to see Royce kind of style on some people with dogs, running that Stitch version in a game where, well, a lot of people thought that match was cooked, and Royce showed the power of what Stitch can do, and a very explosive dogs deck. All right, so we got Cody sitting down here. We'll see. Looks like maybe. Yep. We got an opponent. Yeah, who draws the dogs deck first? I think PETA would be very unhappy. All right, so this should be fun. Well, we got through the early part of the day with no dogs, even though I wanted to see Royce, but that's just good. It's fun watching Royce play the dogs deck. Very talented at it. Been playing it for a long time. So when you see some of these really skilled players get out of some tricky situations with the dogs deck, be a lot of fun to watch. All right. So, okay. Cody giving us a little hand cam action here. Like he knows where the camera's set up. Gotta love it. Not a great opening hand here. Looks like he's thinking about keeping Mowgli Cheshire here. Yep, that's what he's gonna do. Look for 5 new cards off the top of the deck with them crispy yellow sleeves. Ready to go. Not sure who he's playing against over here. So we'll be surprised together to see what his opponent draws. If I had the ability to make a poll, we got Cody win or person win. What's your guys' predictions in the chat here? We don't know what person's on yet, but we got Cody win or person win. Go ahead and vote. All right, looks like we got I definitely saw purple. Oh, green purple. Okay. A little bit of tempo action going on. Gotta love it. Looks like we got ink pass on the Flynn Rider there. I have we set this up kind of spur of the moment. So Cody doesn't have all that set up. And I have 0 control over the stream since I'm like 12 miles away from where the actual event is right now. So we're streaming this from the comfort of my house. So, I got the nice little gaming chair here. If you don't have a gaming chair, are you actually gaming? I don't know. But we'll see the Horseman Strikes go into the Inkwell. We're going to get a nice little look at that hand. Snipe the Snow Fort out of it. Very good hit there by Cody. That card can get very annoying. Maybe next time I cast with Cody will be a little bit more organized and be able to set that up. But if you've watched some of his podcast streams, I've been on one or two of them. So you can check me out there. Go watch Cody's VODs. If you go watch round 5 of Ink, I was on the feature match for that. You can see me there. Go back to DLC in Milwaukee streams. I was on the feature match there twice, so it's not hard to find me. I'm around. If you're in Pittsburgh, I'll be in Pittsburgh next weekend. All right, Cheshire Cat coming down. Gonna have some good little board presence here by Cody. Doing exactly what he wants to do. Has another Horseman Strikes in his hand for those evasives. Pointing at that Mowgli like he's ready to snipe something else. But we'll see if it's there to be sniped. All right. And that's the new little Donald Duck card. Let you double boost stuff, which that can go crazy with this genie here. Being able to get lore up real quick on that thing and then swing in for large amounts of lore. Of course, we're not seeing a ton of drawing coming out yet, but that genie will definitely facilitate that. And definitely kind of wondering, how this Raging Storm is feeling with this deck, because I don't know, it feels counterintuitive to me, right? We're just kind of like playing this 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop type of game. Got a nice little board here, and then we're thinking about washing it all away. Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to see the double boost on that genie come in courtesy of that Donald Duck. We'll call our opponent Person here, right? Person here loading that genie up for a big swing one of these turns in the future. Can definitely end the game very quickly if Cody can't find an answer. But he picks up a copy of Finders Keepers. We'll see if he decides to put some of this raging draw to play here. Start picking up some cards. Though we need to start thinking about this. Get some of the lore off this tempo board here, because it just wants to poke in for some lore here and there, cheat up there a little bit, and then just kind of cross the finish line. But he's going to go ahead and ink that Finders Keepers. We're going to develop another Cheshire Cat to the board, deciding to leave the genie for now. Has the answer to it, but just elects not to go with it. He's thinking about the quest with the genie. Decides not to, though. Just pokes in with the Mowgli. Try and get something to turn sideways here. Throw some damage. We got 2 Cheshire Cats on the board to be able to juggle all of that fun stuff. Okay. Of course, John Silver coming down. Going to give that genie Reckless. Green purple with John Silver. Kind of like it. I kind of like it. All right, we'll get the trades with the Mowgli's off there. Cody definitely doesn't mind trading down a little bit here. He's got a lot of stuff on board. We'll see the second genie come out and pick up an Elsa in hand. That is definitely going to help in this game, especially with getting that genie off the board at some point, which threatens to do a lot. Cody thinking about what to do here. And he's just going to pass it over to Person. Of course, Person's going to pick up his own Elsa off the top of the deck. Gives him options. Maybe get rid of the Cheshire. I don't know how impactful that is. Definitely something you need to maybe think about at some point. We are going to hit the double boost again. The Genie's got four cards underneath of it now. So it is a 5 quester. We're going to see if he's ready to pull the trigger on that or not. Elsa's going to come down. See what he decides to turn sideways here. Okay, Genie going sideways. And he has the option of trading that Genie off the board. Yep, that'll throw 2 damage back to his Genie. So it can certainly be answered with this Cheshire Cat. And John Silver's going to elect to give Reckless to Genie, which I don't know if I'm giving Reckless to the Genie there because it's probably attacking anyway. Person here seems to be able to see into the future a little bit as maybe he could feel an Elsa was potentially lurking around the corner and ready to come down. But they ate lore. Oh, Alexa turned the Donald Duck sideways there. Okay. See if he's gonna also take it out this turn or not. Cody lining up some attacks right now. We'll get the trade with the Genie there. And boom, Donald Duck off of the board. Of course, we have to exchange a Royal Guard for that. We also have the ability to move damage around at this point as well. Cheshire Cat. We'll see how Cody decides to deploy all that. Likes to trade the Willow into it. Now I think it's a little mistake here by Cody. Okay, never mind. Here we go. All right, yeah, we definitely wanted to move damage. I thought he forgot that. The question is, what are you moving the damage off of? I don't know if it's the Cheshire Cat or if it's supposed to be like the Elsa or something like that, because that Elsa can definitely take out his Elsa, and you're still kind of forcing the Genie to trade into it. So this Elsa for a person side is getting a lot of value here, and this Webby coming down going to be able to give something +1 power. Not really going to make a huge difference unless we're going to attack into that Cheshire Cat, which it doesn't seem like we will. Okay. Oh, the library coming off the top of the deck. Now that's a pretty interesting card here. Gives them some time to draw some more cards and all that good stuff. All right, here's the library. We're gonna move the Elsa into the library, take out that John Silver, draw a card, and don't look now, but Cody's stabilizing. And I will be right back, guys, because I have food delivery here. All right. And we back. All right. So, kind of right where we left it. Cody's taken over this game. Double castle on board. We see a bunch of raging storms in the hand, which at this point it doesn't feel too bad. Just kind of tossing them onto the board whenever he needs to, since well, he's got draw two. Play a guy, put it in the castle, draw some cards. Right? This Crispler Robin coming down. Not a big deal. Got library. We got guys in the library. We have a raging storm. That resist one doesn't help. Okay, gonna get in for two, bringing person up to 10 lore for the game. Is gonna hold the Webby back as well, as we see an Elsa coming off the top of the deck. And I think we're gonna see this raging storm pop down now. Yep, here we go. We got the board wipe in effect. We're gonna see the Genie, Cheshire Cat, and the Mona with a Willow all head to the discard. But all of those guys are just gonna replace themselves with new cards in Cody's hand to just play next turn. His person is now left the top decking, and it's just a Christopher Robin off the top, and that's not too scary. As we'll see the Dumbo come down, just threatening to draw more cards, gain lore. Great card. Starting to see a little bit less play this format though, as Finders Keepers is gonna find 3 new cards for Cody to keep, and library just passive lore, passive stonks. Watch your lore grow over time with locations. Someone make them good. We remember we got that new red Elsa that came down that can do some pretty crazy stuff with locations. It'd be really fun to see someone kind of break that deck a little bit and do some cool things with it. As Cody just says, we don't care. We're gonna draw with this Dumbo, and we're gonna Raging Storm, and Rafiki's gonna come out and just kind of do Rafiki things. All right, we got to see the streamer win. We got 3 minutes left in the round. Does look like let's see, where are the matches at? We have one match that we're waiting on to finish, and then we get to see, do we have a clean cut? Obviously I can only see round 3 standings. There were 2 undefeated. and it doesn't look like anyone took intentional draws. Wonderful was able to beat Reverb, who was the other undefeated. So that's going to make the math of this a little bit interesting, I think. Since we will only have one undefeated going into round 5. And our 2-1s went down to 13th. So I think I could be wrong, but I think we are going to get the opportunity to stream a winning in match, which yeah, it's always great for the stream. Yes, let's see. Magic Mage and Kappa. What were their records?
All right, how's
Gotta
it
be on
going?
this.
How'd Shane do, guys? How did he how did he do? So
You know, we may have done okay.
so
Oh
that
yeah,
was
Cap is 1 and 2, and where is Magic Mage?
a 3-2 bubbles in. Ooh, so they can't.
Yeah, I think we get to stream a winning in. I
Nice.
don't see Magic Mage on this page though. Unless I'm blind. Wait a minute. I could just be blind. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm gonna run out there. They're talking
Oh,
about it
yeah.
right
So
now.
Magic Mage. Yeah, no, you're right. That match matters a lot. So Rick right now at 1 and 2, Magic Mage at 2 and 1. If Rick can win that game, man, that's going to make round 5 really exciting for a lot of people because there's going to be some meaningful games that happen to give people some of those winning ends into the top cuts. Oh wow. Okay. Perfect. 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 So we will get to see a winning in the next round. Or a winning bubble, who knows? But either way, we're gonna stream games that potentially really matter. And that's always where you want to be in the last round of Swiss. Have a game that matters. It's a lot more fun for the casters. It's a lot more fun for the viewers. Less fun for the players, to an extent, I guess. Obviously, you like to just be able to go, hey, draw them in top 8, right? I get to take an hour, get some nourishment, right? Get recharged, um, so that you're ready to go for your top 8 match. But bring on the drama. Let's see. Okay, so I got some details for the Safari build a K, right? So just to recap that, we are looking at Saturday, May 9th. It's going to start at noon. Doors will open to players at 11 a.m. for registration. It is going to be a $30 event. And the cap for this event will be 110 players. Of course, all entry fees will be added to the prize pool. Store credit will be paid out based on placement. Each player will get a pack of the new set for participating, which is amazing. And at 100 players, right? If we can hit 100 players at Safari, that is going to double the prize support. So now you take that money and double it, and hey, that is amazing. Deck
All
lists
right.
are required for this event. Players, remember, Angel does something cool there where if you print out your deck list and bring it, You get a pack just for printing it out and making it super legible. Like a great little system, right? So print this deck list and get a free pack. So that's just 2 packs for showing up and playing. Um, let's see. And of
All
course,
right.
top 8 is always open deck lists. What do we
So
got, Cody?
they're trying to figure out right now. They've just come to the realization that all the 3-1s have to play it out. So we
Ooh.
will have a plethora of
Oh,
games.
we got
We have tons
options.
of options. Now, for color pairings, we have a bunch of stuff here. We have, of course, purple steel and green yellow are the most popular. We have 5 purple steel, 5 green yellow, 2 amber
Okay.
steel aggro, 1 blurple, 1 red yellow, 1 blue green, 3 blue steel, 1 green purple that you guys just saw on stream, 2 purple yellows, 2 red purples, 2 blue yellows, and 1 red blue. So
I say, well, if they all have to play it out, looking at this, I say we get that red yellow deck in here
I agree. Round 5 pairings just went
for
live
this
though, so
little
let me
window
see what
now.
I can pull. I'll be back.
All right, all right. Okay, so our potential match, if we get it, would be Wonderful versus Aaron, my teammate. So we'll definitely have some differing rooting and interest there, but we're just looking to see a really good game, a really good match. So let's always hope for that. Yep, the red yellow deck does look fun. I 100% agree. Of course, Wonderful. He's been on that red yellow for well, I think forever is probably the correct period of time. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. See what Cody can get pulled up for us here. Round 5 pairings are, of course, live. And man, a lot of good winning in matches here. Yeah, I think we got 10 players at 3-1 or better. No, 9 players at 3-1 or better. Yeah. So we'll see what Cody can cook up for us here real quick. And hopefully we get a very fun match. Uh, if we get the match, I think we're getting, uh, we'll see a purple steel and a red yellow. And this purple steel deck has some interesting stuff in it that we might get to see here. So there'll be a little bit of innovation all around, which will make for a very fun winning in match. Of course, we have no signs of the players yet. They're probably giving people a chance to look at standings, getting things set up, um, as you normally do the round before the top cut. Of course, if you guys want to ever visit the shop, come down. They run locals every Friday night. Pretty good price support too. You go 3-0, $50 in store credit. 2-1 is $25 in store credit. So like show up weekly, that store credit adds up pretty quick if you can, 2130 each week. Uh, Obviously, Safari runs a lot of great events. If you're into more than just Lorcana, they also do Pokemon, Magic, One Piece there. So there's always some sort of an event going on. They got a big, beautiful play area there. Uh, really nice tables. In the summer, there is air conditioning, and it works really good. So, definitely come down, check out the store. Really good stuff in there. So, and they got singles too. You need product, you need singles. Uh, they probably got it, especially on them set drops. So we're just waiting on the players now. Should be getting started here shortly. Huh. We even got some results going in. Table 2 did decide to draw, which is probably fine because their tiebreakers are probably pretty good. And oh well, we had a player sighting for a moment there on the stream. So we should be getting into action here very shortly. And we'll see who Cody was able to round up for us and get this last round underway before we get into all of the top cut fun. Of course, remember top 8 is open deck list. So obviously when you're playing through a tournament throughout the day, there's deck lists. They are a secret. They are not public knowledge to everyone. Just us casters, I guess. And so does change the whole dynamic when you get to look at the exact 60 cards that your opponent is playing and be able to see what kind of weird texts or things that they might be trying to do. If they're running something that's like not super standard, you get to kind of look at their list and figure out, okay, what are the things I need to look out for? What do I need to play around? So top cut just makes everything a ton more fun, and it looks like we got Cody coming back now, and
What's
he'll
up?
reveal
All right.
to us who we got.
We've got Aaron, a fellow Incognito player, against Wonderful. So we've got purple steel versus a red yellow. So we've got a match. This is gonna be interesting, to see how this kind of falls out and what the outcome is. So definitely excited for this one. I think it's gonna be a very good game. And what's really exciting, and I'm not gonna spoil it, Aaron has a very, very spicy card in his purple steel list that we will probably get to see this game.
Yes, I have not spoiled it. However, I did tell people they're going to see something different potentially from this purple steel list. And of course, we'll get to see this red yellow deck in action here. Both players top 8 seeding on the line here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. And it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Both players were considering drawing just in case. But they liked the idea of being on stream, so they said, let's play it out. And I don't want to sit in uncertainty of will we make it in, will we not? And you know what? If I was on the edge, I don't think I could ever risk it for the biscuit and draw. The only time I ever draw is if my opponent really wants to. Otherwise, I just play it out. I came to play Lorcana. That's why if I get a bye at locals, I leave. If I get a bye round 1, I go home. I don't stay.
That's true.
Like, I mean,
So
I like to play Lorcana, not sit there for an hour.
so more than likely, right, if these two players drawed, there is a very real chance that one of them would definitely miss top 8
Yep.
because their tiebreakers are not the best.
Yeah.
So playing it out for both of these players is definitely 100% the correct choice. If they were sitting up there at table 2 with really good tiebreakers, yeah, you could probably just draw and get in.
Mm-hmm.
But in this situation, absolutely best to play it out.
Yep. I completely agree with that. So I'm glad they made this choice as Matthew starts us off winning the dice roll and throwing a Stitch into the Inkwell to play that Mulan. So off to a good start. We got a 1-drop, right? What more could you ask for?
And look, that card viewer is going to be coming in clutch since it's been a while since the Red's really been prominent in the format outside of that red purple deck that we saw from last format.
Correct. So this is definitely, we see the Lumiere come down. Christopher Robin, not going to be the thing you want to see at this point. Now, the nice thing is Christopher could just take out Mulan just because, you know, and that's not a bad idea. So taking out that Mulan gives you the opportunity to stop the Mulan shift. And whenever I play a red deck that plays Mulan, the baby Mulan becomes the #1 threat in their deck. Like, I hate having to use a big amount of resources to take that thing out. So this looks like a good opportunity for Aaron if he wants to lose that 2-quester.
Yep. Now Aaron is on a very aggro version of the Amethyst Steel deck here. So, you know, and he's played a lot of matches with this, so he'll know when to trade, when not to trade, what decisions to make. But this is a deck, it wants to go fast. It wants to gain a lot of lore very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And we talked about it earlier. The nice thing about it is it can go very fast, but then also Pocahontas is just a 3/2 that can also challenge very well. So a great start. You get to play a card, like, I don't know. Aaron's off to a good start, so we'll see see how Matthew's able to respond here with good options, right? We know that we talked about it earlier. He is running those Headless Horsemen. He is running those Baby Sizus. But right now, Baby Sizu not being super effective. Headless Horseman not coming up yet. So your turn 3 plays, I think you're looking at things like, I'm trying to see if I do not have their deck list yet. So I'm not sure what your turn 3 looks like right now for Matthew. Sarabi, I believe, is a 4-cost card, so that's not coming down yet.
Yeah, you will get no predictions from me for this turn 3. I I have no idea.
Another Lumiere is a pretty good start, though. You're gonna be able to do a lot. You know, that Lumiere. This is the start that you want to see against dogs. So, you know, you get that double Lumiere down, so now that Under the Sea is a lot less effective against your entire board. So really good start for dogs, and immediately you can see why this deck probably fared pretty well against dogs overall. But we see Genie coming down, and that Genie is going to present a massive issue because you just boost it, and the next thing you know, that Pocahontas is questing along with that Genie for a lot of lore.
And it is not uncommon to see Chris be very patient with those genies and just kind of let them stack up a little bit and do one big quest. But Matthew, on the other side, though, he's going to start having some pretty big attackers and be able to gain some lore off that.
Yeah, a 7/5 evasive is not the worst card in the world right now. That's pretty good. As we see a baby Horn King go into the Inkwell. How interesting is that?
Yes, that Horn King is Aaron's guilty pleasure. Absolutely loves it. I've tried to talk him out of it. He doesn't listen to me. But you know what? If it works, it works.
Hey, yep. And you know, I've talked about it a lot on my videos. There's something to be said about spice. People, it's especially before all the online clients that we have now. When you ran spice, it really threw people off because the only thing they had to go off of for meta was content creators. So if the content creators never talked about the spice and you throw down something they're not prepared for, players don't know how to pivot. And that can be devastating. Like, that could be the thing that loses them the game.
Oh, no, for sure. You know, you break a deck, you're the first one to innovate it. And if that deck turns out to be really good and like there's a couple of cards just kind of warp everything, you can free roll an entire tournament based off of your opponents just not knowing what you're doing.
Yep, 100%. That's been one of the biggest. As we see another Pocahontas come down for Aaron, we see that boosted genie there as well. But and we do manage to remove both of the Lumieres. So, oh man, this Ohana means family though. So there's that draw engine for Matthew, getting to draw 3 cards from that Cheshire Cat. So that, but again, if you're Matthew, you have to find a way to remove what's happening because you don't have Elsa's. Like, you have to find Sarabi or Delamoon's Lullaby or some way to remove that genie. Otherwise, he's just going to sit there and boost. And then eventually, let's say right now, genie boosts for 1. When that genie quests, he quests for 3, and then those Pocahontases will quest for 4 each. And just like that, he could go up to 11 lore.
Yeah, no, these Pocahontases and that genie threaten to end the game very quickly. So Matthew's going to need an answer here because I don't think he'll be able to outrace it if they just sit there.
No, I do not believe he will. As we see an Yzma go into the Inkwell, very interesting choice there to get rid of that Yzma. So curious what else he has in his hand. I saw a Thunderbolt, but I don't know what else we're rocking in there right now. But I think we're about to find out something.
Thinking about it. Yeah, it's okay. A dock.
So just a blind dock or an empty dock, which would lead me to believe the rest of our hand is a dock and Thunderbolt. And we get rid of that. So draw some cards, and let's see what we get out of that. So now no boost this turn, which very... Oh, okay, we did have enough for the boost, right? Okay, so we played 2 docks for 4. Okay, we did have enough for the boost. I was really worried for a second that he skipped boosting for a turn. So, but okay, so looking at it now, we have, if we boost next turn, Genie will quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the Pocahontases will quest for 5. So we're representing 16 on board right now. 16 on board right now is insane.
Yeah, and Aaron is just 2 turns from just questing for 20.
He is. That is. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, there's a sideways. Oh, Delamoon's Lullaby. We're about to see a Headless Horseman or a baby Sizu coming down. Oh, Joker. I don't know. That's interesting. Because the Pocahontas does gain the lore. I don't think so. I don't know how that works. What do you think, Shane?
I want to say no.
I want to say no. But
it's definitely a Vince question.
It's a judge question. Yes. I will get us a judge to answer that one for us. But we see that Headless Horseman come down, that Delamoon's Lullaby. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm watching Dogs flashbacks when I see that Delamoon's Lullaby coming down. But a lot of work you had to find a way to get rid of that genie. Otherwise, it was lights out. And all of a sudden, Aaron's a little far behind at this point, but we do have a Horned King, which does allow something pretty magical depending on what else we may have. So Looks like we might go on start going on some quests with these docks here. And I don't see a reason not to, right? Just get that easy lore. Fun fact about Aaron right now, he broke his glasses right before this round started. So he is wearing polarized prescription sunglasses right now because he is blind as a bat.
Going in blind.
Yep. So he is very blind.
Based on the way Pocahontas reads, if a Pocahontas quested and targeted another Pocahontas, it should only gain 1 lore.
That's what I think, yes. So
yeah.
But we will double check with Vince just to make sure so we can give everyone a good firm answer on that one.
Look, I'm wrong at least twice a year, so get him out of the way early.
You're wrong a lot more than I am.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh, there goes the Horseman Strikes. A great answer to that. Genie getting to draw a card, filter through your deck as well. So that's going to do a lot of work. I wish we knew how many cards were in each player's hand right now. But we are going to see if that Slushy challenges into the dock. He's turning sideways for something. Looks like he is taking out that dock. So just saying, all right, let's slow down any possible. Hey, there's the judge. Question, judge.
Answer.
So, Pocahontas.
Yes.
If my opponent has a boosted genie with 5 cards underneath it and 2 Pocahontases, if I use the first Pocahontas to quest onto the exerted genie, it gains all that lore. The second Pocahontas, if it quests and targets the other Pocahontas, it's only getting Pocahontas' lore, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know why you would do that.
Okay. Chad asked. We said we'd find out from a judge and not Shane.
So because it works on the genie.
Wow.
Okay. Because it worked on the genie, it's because the genie on there has the symbol of it's adding lore pips to the effect. So what the Pocahontas does is it's counting lore pips, not the ability. So like for the Pocahontas and the new green Mulan, they're not adding lore pips to themselves.
Correct.
Their ability is just gaining lore.
Yep. Cool. All right. So yes, we had it right, guys. It does not work just because that Pocahontas isn't getting, just like Unhinged kind of said it there. So that's exactly how it would work. So unfortunately,
we got it from someone smarter and more handsome than both of us.
Yeah. Well, maybe smarter.
I don't know. We got to pull them sleeves back up. You be the judge.
Yeah. But we do see that big Mulan coming down. So now Aaron's at a point where he's just going to have to kind of try and build up a big board because that Mulan can take out that Yzma and just take out both Pocahontases. So that could definitely be very rough. So Aaron in a very unfortunate position. Those slushies came down and just really bogged up everything. Remember, Slushy was able to draw 3 earlier. So Slushy was able to draw 3 earlier with the Ohana Means Family. And then now I think the Slushies have gained 9 lore between the two of them. Oh, God. Hey, Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, we just got big bodies doing big body things. And the real turning point of this match was that Della's moon into the Horseman. But we get a chance to rebuild.
Yeah. I mean, you still have a lot of time to do it. Your opponent's is a 3-turn clock right now. So you definitely have time. I mean, you build that genie. If you boost it 2 more times, questing for 4 plus 5 plus 5 is 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I mean, if you can survive 2 more turns with none of your characters getting removed in a deck that plays Headless Horseman, Baby Sisu, Sorabi, and Della Moon's Lullaby, you'll be fine here.
Yep. So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there is definitely a chance in this matchup. So in Sky's Limits, Red, Amber, Ruby is not the most fun deck. All right, you have clearly not played Blue Yellow Detectives
or Raging Draw. Those are much, much more fun. Just saying. All right, back to the match. How Aaron has his ink pool as a pile is what's unhinged.
You know what? I agree.
Yeah,
Aaron is unhinged.
I have a lot of respect for people that have a clean board state that includes their ink pile. So Mufasa best deck. I mean, I'd be fine if seeing a boost Simba deck. I would say that's the best deck, but that deck is unfortunately very bad. But we do see Matthew play the Bambi. For those that have not seen Bambi, because that card is not seeing a lot of play, Bambi, when you boost it and when Bambi exerts, you get to look at the top cards of your deck and reveal any characters and put them into your hand. So pretty good card. And the nice thing about it is it's when Bambi exerts. So you can do things like challenge and then quest, or quest and then challenge in the same turn if you have the cards that allow that. Cards like Raya or anything that readies your characters, right? So Bambi can get you from a hand of nothing to a hand of mill yourself, I guess, worst case scenario. So Bambi, a pretty neat card in a deck that doesn't run a lot of non-characters.
Yeah, Bambi was one of those cards a lot of people were very interested in when they got spoiled, but you know, we haven't seen it make its way to the forefront too many times yet in events. But who knows?
I think it's one of those things where, unfortunately, like, the decks that run it aren't super popular. If you run it in something like purple yellow, then you're losing libraries, Raging Storm, Horseman Strikes. Oh, look at that. That is a card that I don't even remember the name of. Gosh, what is the name of that card? Here it is.
I can't remember, but I know what it is.
It is the Sword of Hercules. When you play this item, banish chosen opposing deity character. During your turn, whenever one of your characters banishes another character in a challenge, gain 1 lore. Wow. All right.
That is a spicy tech.
Yes, it is. And challenging with the... But I think he has to, right? Yep, because Matthew was representing lethal there. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So, yes, he did have to make those trades. Now he can bounce that genie to draw 1. A little bit of confusion, it looks like. Okay, oh, so he took it back so he could go ahead and boost the genie first, draw all 3 cards.
There we go.
All right, and then we've bought ourselves some time there. So we get that Cheshire Cat down. Unfortunately, he's just... These slushies came down turn 4 and turn 5 and have just carried the whole game. They've gained him like 14, probably 12 to 13 lore at this point.
Yeah,
and we're about to see Ohaname's family. Yes. Oh my gosh. So Ohaname's family has now drawn him 6 cards with just that slushie. Slushy putting in work, but it's one of those cards that those big characters can be really difficult for Amethyst Steel to answer. That's why I love Elephant so much in my Amethyst Amber deck, because Elephant, if you play Elephant against Amethyst Steel, there's not a lot they can do at that point except sit there and stare at it and ask myself, what do I do now? I love me some Elephant. Love me some big-bodied characters into Amethyst Steel, and you can kind of see why in this matchup. So,
yeah, and all we need at this point is to see Matthew put a couple more characters on the board, and we might be pretty close to a concession. 34 minutes left in the round, so Aaron's definitely going to want to think about getting this in the game too soon.
Yeah. I think that is definitely going to be game there. You have to clear 3 characters here, or 2. You have to clear Stitch in 1 or the 3 that are turned sideways. And I just don't know if there's a way to do that, unfortunately. If you have strength, I mean, you could go Cheshire Cat into Bambi, take out Bambi with boost, but then you have no way to take out Stitch, and then here we go.
Yeah, it's not possible.
All right. Well, Matthew takes game 1. And so, fun fact, this is Matthew's first game today that was not dogs. So, look at that. Look at that. He finally gets a non-dogs matchup, and it's against the second most prominent deck here, or the other most prominent deck. We have 5 dogs and 5 Amethyst Steel players today.
Our local meta.
I know. Our local meta is disgusting.
We need to put him in the pound.
What's interesting is it used to be just a metric ton of Amethyst or a metric ton of Blurple in dogs, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of Amethyst Steel players. So very, very curious about that one, but
that's probably my fault.
They just need to play.
Considering I was cooking them with Tianas.
Oh, see? Well, you were a bully. Let's see what bullies do.
It's my fault. I did this.
I was hoping when I beat Royce 2-0 the other day that people would quit playing dogs, but nope, everyone still plays dogs. All right, we see a mulligan, an altar of 3 from Aaron here, so he's ready to rock and roll. You know, he said screw that whole wait for your opponent to alter thing because, you know, whatever. I guess he is on the play, so never mind. We'll just ignore me.
Yeah.
Continue on looking at the match. So now that is something to note. Matthew was on the play last game, so he did have that play draw disparity going for him, but Aaron did have a really healthy start of going Christopher Robin on turn 1 into the Pocahontas on turn 2 and so on and so forth. Did him banging on the table focus the camera more?
Maybe.
I think it did.
New camera hack.
I know. I think the camera got focused and looks a little bit better now. Or maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? But, all right, going into game 2. And for those that have just joining, these players are playing for a win and in. All of the 3-1 players at the event had to play in this round 5. So it is every player out there except for our table 1 is playing for their lives right now. So going into that top cut where we see the Horn King come down on turn 1, inking that Elsa. So we're going to see how Matthew responds to this. Does he have Mulan turn 1 again? And he does. So let's see. Are we going to see a shift Horned King? That's
we could into the strength. Would be a pretty good start here. We did actually have 2 tables decide to draw.
Interesting. Very interesting. Table 3. Fire. I'd be a little scared if I was table 3. All right, we see Christopher Robin go into the Inkwell, and we see the shift Horn King Enchanted coming down. That is, and look at that, immediately has to be red, and I don't blame him. Whenever one of your other characters is banished in a challenge, you may return that card to your hand, then choose and discard a card. It's a 3/4/2. So really interesting things you could do with something like that. You could bring back a giant cobra. You could bring back a dock, you know. So I don't know. It's an interesting card. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically Aaron's philosophy there is, look, I can get this out on 2. I can sing strength before you and some of these purple steel mirrors. I get the chances to like recycle dock. I could turn my Yzma sideways, recycle it. So it does give you a whole host of options that your opponent has to think about if you ever have a card in your hand and that Horton King's just sitting there staring at you.
Yeah, so it is something, you know, and it's gained him 4 lore now, kind of out of nowhere, right? Because even now, there's nothing Matthew can do to stop it, right? And everything he has trades into it and still doesn't banish it. So, I mean, it's kind of like a little rhino right now, like a shift
Yeah.
rhino just gaining early lore.
Yeah, it's like a dead man's rhino.
Unfortunately, I think we're about to see a baby Sizu come into play. We saw Delamoon's Lullaby about to get played, which would lead me to believe that we have one of our 2 baby Sizus in hand. But let's see what's about to happen.
Yeah, the question will be, what would he go after here with it? Would he go after the Horn King or the genie that almost threatened to run away with the game last game?
I think it would just have to be the Horn King, because if you go after the genie, you can just bring the genie back with Horn King's effect.
It's true. Now,
Oh,
granted,
wait, no, you can't, because it's banished in a challenge. So baby Sizu
that's right.
would ignore the Horn King's ability. All right.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, but learning stuff every day.
Learning. We love learning. Oh, there's the Lumiere. Is he going to trade into the Horn King?
Well, that Milan I think is a little too weak because I believe it is a 2/3 if I
It
remember
is.
correctly.
He would have to trade both characters into it. Is that something? Is he really that afraid of the Horn King? But again, spice. We talked about it. Maybe it's one of those things like, this is a really spicy card. I've never played against it. How much do I need to be afraid of this card? What are the synergies that may come of this card? So it changes at what you're thinking, you right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Wonderful's got a decision to make here. Matthew, rather. I guess both works. He's known by both, right?
Yeah.
Yep. He's got a decision to make here. Like, which route am I going to go slow and steady, or am I going to keep this Lumiere here and just kind of threaten to have a whole bunch of big bodies and let you make the next move?
Yeah, and it looks like he does just decide to pass. He gets that Lumiere down. He has a bunch of big characters now. Still no Mulan shift being threatened next turn, so we don't have to really worry about that yet. But we also just can't turn Genie sideways anymore because of the Lumiere. So going to be really interesting to see what Aaron does this turn now because of what Lumiere represents with that +1 strength. The real Ruby champion, if you ask me.
Yep, and you know, Aaron's had a chance last game to see what happens when you just let the genie sit there forever and load up. Matthew does have answers in his deck, so you gotta wonder from Aaron's perspective, was there a turn he was supposed to just quest all out and get the lore on the board and just try and cross that finish line?
Ooh, there's the Sarabi. Sarabi's a really good one. She going to be giving any character that any opposing character -4 until the start of their next turn. So you play that Sarabi, and then turn 5, Matthew's rocking that Headless Horseman. So some really dangerous things ahead here.
Yeah, some really good synergy coming out of that card. You can use it in a bunch of different ways. Obviously, the most popular is going to be with Cicelu and Headless Horseman. Pretty easily being able to get anything you want down to 1 strength on there or under 2. So Aaron's going to be in a little bit of a bind here. He's got some stuff to answer.
He does, but that Angel, he does opt to take out. He's wondering, do I need to take out the Lumiere or do I need to take out that Mulan? And that is a tough choice. I think best case scenario here is you take out the Mulan and then you Yzma into a Strength of a Raging Fire. I think that's going to be the best case scenario here. And let's see if his dreams do come true. Do we top deck a Strength of a Raging Fire?
Would be huge for Aaron here.
It would be massive.
Buy that off the top.
And it doesn't look like we found it, unfortunately. Why is it my Amethyst Steel opponents always have Strength of a Raging Fire?
Well, just the curse.
Just the curse.
I never draw it, but they always do. That's why we're commentators and not competitors.
Yeah, there we go. So there we go. Although I am undefeated so far today, so that is something of note.
Hey.
All right, so we go ahead and boost that genie, and again that Sarabi, that is the number one. Whenever I play against red yellow, when I see a Sarabi, that is my number one enemy for anything like that Sarabi, because I can answer Mulan shift because I just don't turn sideways, but Sarabi comes in giving you -4 and just clearing whatever she wants, and so now that becomes something that's like, all right, well, that's gone. I've got to remove that now, unfortunately. So, but we do see the Delamoon's Lullaby come down, giving -2 to the Angel, which tells us we're about to see a Headless Horseman or a baby Sizu. And what are we about to see? Ooh, so sacrificing that Sarabi potentially. The Headless Horseman comes down, clearing the Angel. No, that doesn't work. It's a challenge.
No. All right. A little bit of confusion here.
Yep. They'll figure it out.
Got some reading to do. It's okay. Yep. We had to read too, Read the cards. Don't be a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
All right. And it looks like we just passed turn there. So really good turn by Matthew there, getting rid of 2 massive characters, that Angel being just such a big way to remove characters with that 2 damage ping. But Cheshire Cat coming down. So now you have this really good opportunity. You could do something like Horn King. Nope. You can't do that. So you'd have to just move the 2 damage from Sarabi to Headless Horseman. Take that out, and then do you trade the Horn King into the Sarabi is the question now.
Well, if I know Aaron, he's going to want to keep that Horn King, and we're going to see the Genie go into it.
Yep, and he's going to bring that back to his hand. Loses a Cobra that was boosted, and now discards for the Horn King's ability. Yeah, I'd argue Genie is a little bit better than Christopher Robin, so not a bad play at all. So seeing that Horn King put in some work, all right, seeing the spice come to light, and all of a sudden, you're in a good spot again.
So fun fact about the Horn King, because people have had questions about this in the past. When you return a boosted guy on the Horn King, everything hits your discard first, so you don't get the cards underneath of it back to the hand, just the actual card itself.
Yep, this something like that happened earlier. Something like, and it's a lot like when you Hades something that's been boosted. You use Hades on the card, not the boosted cards. So
right,
which came up on stream earlier today at Ghent. So we see a dead Horseman Strikes coming in, just pretty much that cantrip effect, drawing 3 and an epic Grandmother Willow. I love the look of the epics this set. The Grandmother Willow, the Tigger, they look so good this set, but especially that Grandmother Willow looks
that is
fine.
A great looking card. All right, well, this is the type of turn Aaron needed Matthew to have, kind of slow it down real quick, and now we're going to get to see Aaron go back on the offensive here, get that Lumiere off the board, weakening everything, and just dropping a Cheshire Cat and Genie. And we might be going to a game 3.
We might be going to a game 3. It's far from over. It is far from over. But as we see a Stitch come down, that Stitch represents a big problem because that is a big butt for a lot of Ohana value, as well as just drawing you 2 cards anyways. So all of a sudden, where this game is like, we might be going to a game 3, it's not so guaranteed anymore, with Stitch being the annoying card that he is.
Yeah, and Matthew says, look, we're not ready to go there yet, but Aaron's going to take his draw. Both players were top decking. Matthew should have some cards in his hand and see what Aaron managed to pull.
All right, gonna go ahead and do some boosting here. Just for funsies, it seems.
Just for funsies. So
Interesting
what did he
choice.
draw?
I don't have his deck list, but I'd be curious. Is he running an elephant or anything?
No, I want to say no.
Maybe he's running.
Correctly.
Is that an Olaf that he still has in hand?
Could be an Olaf. It could be God, is he running magical maneuvers? Yeah, I don't know. I would need Aaron's deck list to figure out what he's running. There's got to be
interesting.
something.
To boost all those characters, I mean, I think Amethyst Steel is the one deck that can't afford to boost blindly. And the reason I say that is because it has a very important card that ends a lot of their games, that being Cobra. But on top of that, you need like Docs, Damonas, Yzmas, all of those things are super important. So to boost all those cards blindly feels dangerous. So unless Aaron's trying to get something back from the discard, like Yzma, for example, he might be doing that, but you don't have to boost to do that either. So just turning sideways would get you to your Yzma.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I'm pretty sure once we see a deck list, maybe that answer will become a lot more clear. He could also just be bluffing. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I play cards that bounce stuff back. Right? Next level mind games.
All right.
Oh, well, Seth, I would think he knows because it already didn't bounce a boosted genie for the cards back.
Oh, but what if? So, okay, so Horn King, you may return that card. No, so that doesn't work either. So, that because it's only that card and it doesn't. I thought it was any card in your discard, but it's not. So, yeah, really interesting. But I think it's a bluff. I don't think we have to look much into it deeper than that because Matthew played a big board. I mean, playing that Slushy and Bambi, and we saw just how much work that Slushy did last game. Gaining those two Slushies, gaining him, I think we said 14 lore over the course of that game. So, and then boosting that Cheshire Cat. Goes ahead and moves 2 damage from Stitch to the Grandmother Willow. And I mean, we just pass at this point. At this point, he's got to find... Is he going to trade into the Stitch? Aaron just needs to find some docks, some draw engine. Unfortunately, not seeing what Purple Steel is so well known for, of just constant draw engines and Yzmas and docks and Damonas and Olaf's bouncing the docks. Like, I don't know if there's anything more fun than playing against an Amethyst Steel player that gets to play 6 docks in one game, you know? But
yeah, and Matthew on the other side, he's threatening to run away with this game. He's got the Bambi, he's got the Slushy, which was very impactful in the first game. And right now, everything is just going against Aaron, and the clock isn't his friend.
And unfortunately, we see that dock on top of the discard there. That boosted Cheshire Cat sending that dock down below as we see a Delos Moon Lullaby coming down, which tells us we're probably about to see something we don't want to see in a Headless Horseman or a Baby Sizu. Or maybe he just wanted to cycle.
One. Yeah, look, both of these players, they don't have a whole lot of cards right now. Running very low on resources, so just cycling and getting to the next card, definitely a good option.
Yeah, but Bambi is a good way to up those resources. If there's one card that can do it, Bambi. Oh, and he top decks a Headless Horseman off of the Bambi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And when you're good, you're good.
Yep. That was amazing. I mean, there's our Yzma, there's our draw engine, and it's not too little too late. We're still in a fine place. If that Yzma does get to stick around, drawing 3 cards when you're still at 9 lore, you definitely have the capability to be able to go wide and do some really disgusting things.
Yeah, and I think that was was that a Horn King
That was
got
a Horn King.
there?
It was.
Yeah, so Aaron holding on for his life right now. Matthew just looking to say, hey, punch my ticket to top 8.
Yeah, exactly. And a good seed at that. So definitely these players, not only is it both stitches and beautiful stitches at that. Look at that Enchanted Surfer, that epic alternate art. So that was definitely very nice. And then that Bambi just putting in so much work, drawing 3 cards now. And now we got some draw engines to really just boost our victory. At this point, questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 9. Or going up to 7 because I'm bad at math.
Yep, and if Aaron has any shot at this game, he needs a big turn right here and now. Only 7 ink to work with.
There's our kids' college fund. She's like, you said you bought foils. You didn't tell me you bought enchanted.
Look, who needs a college fund when he can get scholarships?
College is overrated.
Anyway.
Join the military. It's much more fun.
Yeah, that too. Or get a scholarship. Get a scholarship.
Yeah.
Free school, best school.
Yeah, there we go. So, Yzma into Doc. I mean, if there's a way to come back, oh my gosh, his Yzma drew him 2 Docs and a Hades. That is unfortunate. But if there's a way to come back, going into your Docs is a good way to do it. Unfortunately, going into 2 of your Docs is not the way to do it.
Yeah, and we'll see a Horn King come down here, but not looking good for Aaron here as he's thinking about, what do I want to attack?
Looks like he's dealing 3 damage to the Bambi. Forgot about Lumiere math, though. Decides maybe that's not what I want to do here. Interesting thing, though, if Aaron is able to find a way out of this, they're going to end up drawing anyways. So if Aaron does figure this out, there will not be enough time.
We said that the last time, and Chris still won.
And so, Chris still won.
What do we know about time?
So, all right, moves the damage from the Mulan over to the Bambi to remove that Bambi, because you just can't keep giving those draw engines. That Bambi's put in so much work, but we also know that in Matthew's hand is that Enchanted Surfer Stitch. I don't think he had to ink it last turn, but yes, yeah. Lumiere putting in so much work. The real Ruby champion for sure.
Oh, and the Shift Mulan coming down.
Oh, just nail, coffin, underground, buried. Oh, gosh, that is just... oh, no. That is just not what you want to see. And we're left with a singular Olaf and just a devastating board to look at as we go to 13, questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 next turn. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and Matthew just looks at Aaron and says, your attack was cute, but I still have all of these.
Yeah, I was ready. I practiced all day against dogs. I knew exactly what to do against Amethyst Steel.
It's the same thing. I just cleared your stuff, and you can't even under the me.
Hey, but you can clear that Lumiere at least. So get rid of that Lumiere just for good measure. Because if you're at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... no matter what you do here, You can't do it. So you can't clear enough. So clear the Lumiere. Get the small victory.
Small victory. Put his candle out.
Yeah. All right. So while Aaron decides if there's a way to do this, they're going to be doing deck checks for top 8. So do we
that's
want
the handshake?
That's the handshake, and Matthew's going to take it into top 8. And like I said, I'd imagine that top 8 is going to play it out until at least top 4. We had 24 players times 30, 720. If they split at top 8, they only get $90. So, but if they split at, they get 100. What did I say? 24 times 30.
I think you said 190 for a top 4 split at the beginning.
It's 180 for a top 4 split, 90 for a top 8.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty sure with dogs probably being
number 1 seed.
So it looks like Seaman conceded to Reverb, so Seaman's definitely going to be on the play. And they're going to be your top 2 seeds, so I'm assuming they're friends.
Yes. So
you're going to have your top 2 seeds there. If I know them, they're not split in top 8.
Correct.
Top 4, maybe, but I don't know. Dogs on the play throughout all. Might not see a split till finals, which means we got a lot of time left in the day.
We got a lot of time left. So here's the question for everyone, though. I'm going to see if anybody wants to do a random match because they have to do deck checks. Do you guys want to see blue-yellow detectives or purple-yellow Raging Storm library shenanigans? What do we want to see that Shane is going to cast over for us?
All right, yeah. I picked the last one, so you guys got to pick this one.
What do we want to see? The world's your guys' oysters, so to say. Whoever answers first.
They're all teammates.
Yep, the poison. The poison. Did Seaman pick that name? I'd imagine that Seaman picked that name. With his Cusco's poison. The poison for Cusco. The poison to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That poison.
But Cusco is a K.
What? I know. But so Seaman.
Where did the C come from?
Seaman. No. So Christian's favorite movie of all time, I would imagine, is Cusco Emperor's New Groove, because he has a tattoo of the poison, and I think he has a playmat of the poison and so much more. There we go. He did pick it. So, all right, I'm gonna run out there. Nobody answered, so it's gonna be dealer's choice. Probably be. I vote purple yellow. Well, there we go. Someone voted. All right,
there we go.
We'll do a game of purple yellow.
Vote.
If we have time, we'll do a game of blue yellow detectives. So I'll run out there, see if I can find myself an opponent. Shane, do some good casting. We'll do some stuff.
All right. Give me 30 seconds, and then we'll have some fun again. All right. We're back. We got water and more water. And we're gonna get ready for this top cut. Got some money on the line. Sure, they're done at least half of the deck checks by now, since we had some draws and whatnot. And we'll see if Cody can find himself an opponent and get some yellow purple Raging Storm deck. We saw Cody play a little bit earlier. Pretty interesting deck. You know, it does your normal yellow purple stuff: 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop. And then eventually got into this game state where you had a couple libraries on board and you just Raging Storm and draw a whole bunch of cards. So it's pretty interesting. How good it is? I don't know. It's definitely fun. It apparently did well in Ghent. So who knows? Maybe we have a new contender really coming into the meta, and more people trying to figure out how can we use this Raging Storm. You know, it's the closest thing that we've had to Be Prepared since Be Prepared. Weird color to put it in for sure. Honestly, I really wish they would have gave that card to red. It may have just completely broke Infinity if you did that, though. Imagine being able to play 8 Be Prepared. That'd be insane. But I really wanted to see him support red a little bit more. It just hasn't gotten enough, especially in recent sets. You know, the game started out and it was just like red, purple, red, purple, red, purple, red, purple. And then Ravensburger was like, purple. Yeah, we're going to print all the good cards for purple. And, well, red kind of got left behind. So I'm sure eventually in future sets, we're going to see red make its big comeback once and for all. Obviously, we get to see it do some spot duty here and there. Matthew playing it on stream here to put himself into the top 8. So out there representing the red yellow people. And you know, saw a little bit of red purple last format, which was a specific answer to certain decks in the meta that just made that possible to play. Doesn't look like Cody's had luck yet. So once again, we've got some new viewers from last time. Anyone else planning on going to the PPG next week in Pittsburgh? And if so, are you playing Lorcana? Are you playing the main event Riftbound up there? I know they like to run all kinds of different games, so I'm pretty sure they'll have One Piece up there too. Always fun to go to the PPGs. Got a lot of cool different things. Especially if you like to play a bunch of different games. It can be definitely a good weekend. And some insane prize pools that they put out there too. A 10K side event is it's pretty good. Oh, we see Cody found someone here. They had some packs. Thought we might get some pack opening on stream, but we're not that lucky, are we? Maybe get to see an enchanted pool or something. All right, and we'll get the little exhibition match going on here. We'll have Cody on the bottom here versus mystery opponent. All right, strong 7, very average versus a 6. All right, hey, you just rolled a 6-7. Just like that, our viewer count went to 0. All right, what do we got on the other side here? Purple steel. Not sure who he's up against. Is that Aaron, maybe? No, I don't. I don't know who he's up against. Oh well, we're gonna just call him a mystery opponent, right? Or person, or something like that. And we'll see if Cody can keep his undefeated streak of exhibition games going. Obviously, we are seeing the tempo version of Purple Steel coming out from the opponent here. It has been the flavor of choice for the Purple Steel decks recently. We'll see how this weekend in Ghent changes things and shakes up the meta, if at all. Who knows? Okay, yeah, no, he's playing Aaron. Yep. All right, so opponent is Aaron. Obviously, Aaron's starting off with his patented Horn King. 1 of 1 playing it. We'll see if we get that enchanted shift target here. And of course, the new Grandmother Willow card coming down from Cody here. It's going to go a long way into making stuff cheaper for him as the game goes on. Typically, Aaron won't shift Horn King most of the time here. A lot of times he'll favor to put like a Pocahontas or something on board and then set up for like a turn 3 strength. It's typically the way he likes to play it if he has that available to him. He does have a Pocahontas in his hand. He does have the Shift Horn King. Don't know if he has the strength in hand, but he's got it all. So we went. Okay. Sting Zeus. Thunderbolt, rather. New Zeus. Slightly weaker Zeus. So opting to get rid of that Grandmother Willow there. Very strong play from Aaron. This is kind of what his deck wants to do. Get that Horn King out and sing a big old Thunderbolt or Strength early on. Obviously, turn 2 Thunderbolt is pretty strong. Take out most cards in the game. And of course, Cody here with the Cheshire Cat on board. He's going to look to develop his board further. Put a genie out, draw a card, just simple 1, 2, 3 things. Get stuff on the board. And see what we can make happen here. He's going to think about questing here. Maybe just bait something to turn sideways, but he decides against it. Says, nah, we're good for now. I'm going to value that this thing can give me support and make my trades a little bit better in the future. Of course, we get to see Cody's hand. So he's got some answers for evasives, which Aaron's not on a ton of evasives in his list. And I'm not sure if Cody knows that or not, but last I remember, he wasn't even playing 4 of the 4 drop genie. In his list, I believe he was on 2 of them. So few and far few and far the opportunities to actually resolve that on an evasive, and Cody seems to say, you know what, we're just gonna ink that card, get it out of here, and we're gonna get rid of this pesky Horn King here. And Cody says no shenanigans with that thing, as he's gonna boost up his Elsa, take that out, and bury the Horn King into the discard. Of course, the yellow purple deck here is set up very well as we see the Hook and Pocahontas come down. Aaron will be back on his ooh, Strength of a Raging Fire. I thought we were going to see some of the shenanigans, which just boost passing. But Aaron says, nope, nope, I don't like that cat. You got damage on your stuff. You can kill my Pocahontas. And I have this strength sitting right here, locked up, ready to go. And we're going to deal with that pesky cat. All right, we got I think that, yep, that's a Finders Keepers. But we're going to make a deal here, right? So let's see how Aaron feels. Would you like to make a deal? And Aaron says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make that deal, and we're going to put that to the bottom of the deck, trade that Elsa off into that Genie, thanks to this, what's it called? Elaway, boosting her up. And, it's definitely a smart choice not to quest with that card earlier, as we've seen the power of the support guys come through in this matchup and just allow Elsa to take out 2 cards. Oh, but a good answer from Aaron here. Bringing the dock down, bringing out that, oh God, what's that sword called? Kills a deity, though. Very niche answers there. And of course, whenever his steel characters banish something, he gains a lore from it. So getting maximum value out of it. Of course, Cody doesn't mind trading with this deck, right? This is the Raging Draw deck. Draw Raging, something like that, right? And all right, he opts to just gain 1 lore off this Genie using the making history on the Genie there to draw a card. And the Angel's gonna come down. Angel not big enough on its own to take anything out. But that Pocahontas, of course, has the ability to gain lore off of anything exerted on the board. So, quest for a nice little 3 from that Genie. Of course, the Genie can take out the Pocahontas if he chooses to help slow down some of that lore gain. Got the Finders Keepers, Rafiki, and a Genie in hand for Cody down here. So we'll see what he opts to do. Take the free trade all day, every day. Of course, the Angel will be able to answer it back now, but this Dumbo is just kind of sitting here doing Dumbo things. Cody thinking about what he wants to do. It looks like, oh, we're going to opt to draw 3 cards with Finders Keepers. Okay, that's definitely a way to go. I feel like I would have played Genie there. Let's just continue to develop the evasive threats. But now we got plays where we can play a Willow, but we did ink the Rafiki. So we can't go Willow Rafiki, but there's also not a whole lot of inkables in that hand, it looks like, either. So we'll see what Cody wants to do here. Just gonna opt to take another draw. Says, you know what? My board's fine. I'm okay with it as it is. We're just gonna see more cards, and you're gonna kill my genie. That's okay, but hey, I still got this Dumbo, and you need to. Oh, just kidding. Thunderbolt the Dumbo, pitch Angel, take out the genie, and Aaron's moving along now. But Cody, he's got a full grip of cards in his hand. And Raging Storm, that's a nice little easy 2-for-1. Clean up your board, pass the turn, you're drawing off the top of the deck. And wow, Aaron just passes right back to him, not being able to develop anything there. We're going to go with the Grandmother Willow into the Genie. That Genie only costing 3 to come out. We'll get another card off the top. It's going to be a Mowgli. 1 card in hand. We're going to check, and it's a strength of a Raging Fire. He says, get back to top deck, and you don't need any extra cards. And we're going to go Genie, boost it, pass it back to Cody. Cody now back in commanding position here. Looking to close this game out. 6 lore to 4. But lore doesn't tell the story of this match. Cody is by far and away ahead. And Aaron's going to need some very precise draws to even try and get out of this. And even if he does, Cody's just going to be sitting on another Raging Storm, ready to take it out. That Genie's done. Quest for 2 more lore, going up to 6. We'll see the Mowgli come down, the LOA come down, just saying, hey, I'm going to go super wide. I'm going to put a whole bunch of lore on board, and we're just going to close this game out. Aaron drawing a Cobra, but nothing to discard. So that's just a 4/4 body with illusion, a Willow off the top. We'll just play that out real quick. Turn all of our guys sideways. He can do something like kill the Willow here. It'll gain a lore since it's a steel character. Doc, of course, can just let him see 2 more cards. Captain Hook will come down. Pretty good for trading there. That'll take Aaron up to 7 lore, but Cody down here sitting at 13 lore and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's enough to end this game. And wow, Raging Draw doing some stuff. I said, hey, I don't mind. I'll get some chip lore here and there. I'm just gonna like play this game with you where we kind of just like exchange cards, and maybe I get some 2-for-1s here and there. And we're gonna get to a point in the game where like maybe you start to turn the corner, and I'm just gonna draw some cards and reload my hand, and then I'm gonna drop this Raging Storm and have a full grip of cards, and you're gonna be top decking. And then the game's just over because you just take the game over at that point, and you're like, cool, you're out of gas. I got 5 cards in hand still. It's a pretty nice little value concept going on there. I like it. Oh, and it looks like our top 8 is going to be starting here. I don't know who we got, but top 8 is open decklist, so players are obviously going to try and do a good job shuffling up, since deck checks were done, cards are sorted, so you got to get all that, because we don't want to see bricks in the top 8, right? We want to see good matches of Lurkana, some back and forth gameplay, and we're going to be able to get this top 8 underway. Cody should be back here momentarily, and we'll figure out what players we got as he pops up onto the screen here. Coming off his big win with the Raging Storm deck again, remaining undefeated on the day.
Oh, yeah.
How'd it feel?
Undefeated. Oh, you know what? There's just... after you win so many times, winning it doesn't really feel like much anymore. Just the normal day to day, but yeah, it's always fun to show it off, right? So
Yeah, light work.
light work, right? No, it was fun. Aaron Guy's an awesome guy. He's a good player. My second ever set champs was Ursula set champs, and it was the first set champs I ever went to was Ursula set champs, and my second set champs I ever went to was at a local store that Aaron was there, and Aaron really wanted the mat. Really, it was me and him in finals. He really wanted the mat. It was going to be his first one. So it was super late already, and I new to TCGs, didn't realize like just how long a tournament day could go. So I was like, listen, man, I'm ready to go home. Are you ready to go home? And he's like, yeah, but I really want this mat. And I was like, you can have the champion mat, man. I'm ready to go home. So yeah, we've known each other for a long time. He's a prior Marine.
Yeah.
So, and then of course I'm active Air Force. So, but yeah, no, it's always good to get to play against him and have some fun. And he's just a good player as well. So it always works out. So, but I love the deck. Like I said earlier, I love playing this format more than I've played in a couple formats because I thoroughly enjoy the decks that I'm playing between blue, yellow detectives and purple, yellow. It feels good. So, but as far as this matchup goes, I also think purple, yellow, in my honest opinion, the Raging Draw version is up there, is, in my opinion, the second best deck in the format. I think it's better than Blurple and Purple Steel. So
yeah, you're gonna have to go back and watch yourself there, man. That I was hyping you up pretty good.
Oh yeah. So I know the first game against Green Purple, I made a pretty crucial mistake not inking a Headless Horseman Strikes, but I think that last game went pretty smoothly. So, but
yeah,
looks like all right. But our opponents, so we've got Adrian on Amethyst Steel piloting. This is a more aggro version, I believe. It is your typical. Oh, he is running Tigers, so he does have some spice in there. Iagos as well, as he's got half his deck upside down. So good for him. And then of course Jeremy is on green blue because we've seen Jeremy. This will be the third time seeing Jeremy today. I do feel a little bad. I do not think that he wanted to be on stream again. Because when I said, hey, when they asked who's going to be on stream, I was like, Adrian wants to be on stream, so we're going to do him. And then I was like, who's Adrian's opponent? And Jeremy looks over at me, and I just see this look on his face, and I was like, oh, I feel bad. I'm sorry. So,
well, you know what? This is his rubber match. He's 1-1 on stream. You know, it's his opportunity to leave the day with a winning record.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. So, and I thought, I didn't look at Adrian's list, but I thought he was on a more aggro version, but it doesn't look like he is. It looks like he's on, I don't know. I don't think I saw Pocahontas in there. So, I don't know. We'll kind of see what happens here and how he decides to navigate this. Oh my goodness. That's 2 docks and 2 strengths of a Raging Fire in that opening hand. So
and he's got the little 3-drop Lilo in there.
Yeah. So there's definitely some spice. Looks like he altered 6. And he is running the guidebooks. So he's got some spice going on for sure. I'll start this timer. That top cut's not timed though, so it doesn't really mean anything, but we'll start it just to have it started. So all right, well, let's see how this turns out.
And it looks like is Adrian the higher seed here?
I'm not sure. I forgot to add. Oh, it looks like he is. So Adrian is very excited. Right. He definitely needs to collect himself. He needs to slow down just a little bit. But you can definitely tell that he is very excited right now as he inks a Tigger. and plays a guidebook. No good turn 2, which is not what you want to see against green-blue, unfortunately. So back to support the husband. Well, welcome back. So we were just talking about how I feel bad to get him on stream for a third time because I don't think he wanted to be on stream for a third time. But we do see this slower start for Adrian. We saw an Amethyst Steel player earlier miss their turn 2, and that was not good for them. So where we didn't completely miss our turn 2, playing a guidebook and drawing off of it feels very, very bad. The last thing you want to be doing this early in the game against green-blue is drawing a bunch of cards. So
that's his third Olaf already.
That
not
is
what
his
you want to
third
see
Olaf.
at the start.
It is not. That
And a
MMS is
Tipo-
going to have a heyday.
Yeah. Tipo trades pretty cleanly into it. MMS is just a 2-for-1, but we're going to see the Cinderella come down here, letting Jeremy ink up a little bit further. He's kind of right where he wants to be right now, doing all the things. Purple Steel kind of taking its time.
Exactly. And like we talked about, this Purple Steel doesn't have those Pocahontases and things like that. So I think green-blue might be probably the last matchup that Adrian wanted to see today. But we'll see how it goes. He opted to not take out the Olaf, which makes me wonder if he's got that strike a good match in his hand so that he can sing that with the Tipo maybe. Otherwise, not sure why he opted to just leave that Olaf sitting there.
Yeah, very, very interesting choice there. I mean, look, if I get the chance to kill anything with a Tipo, I'm doing
I'm taking it. Yeah, it feels pretty good when Tipo's able to do more than just gain you ink. So I definitely feel you on that one. As Jeremy goes ahead and inks that Donald Duck, we're exerting 6-5 to play that John Silver, giving Reckless to that Iago. And then let's see, is Jeremy going to take out both those Olafs? He does quest for 1 with the Tipo and plays the MMS, so clears those Olafs and does not decide to bounce anything.
Very good turn by Jeremy there, getting back to his John Silver roots that we saw in the first round. Was it the second? I don't know. It was one of the rounds. Second round?
It was
round.
first round, yep. So as he opts to discard a Genie to take out a Tipo with that Angel ability, when you discard a card, you can deal 2 damage to chosen character. Now, that is chosen character, so that is actually really important. One of our friends today was against a green-purple Snowfort deck at Ghent. Ooh, and that Huffalumps and Woozles vanish on the Iago to banish that. But he used Angel to deal 2 damage to his own characters to then use Cheshire Cat to move 2 damage to ignore the resist on Snowfort. So some pretty top tier plays, but we see Heffalumps and Woozles just putting in work for Jeremy. If you remember his last Amethyst Steel match, he used that Heffalumps and Woozles to banish a Cobra, which completely threw off the tempo of the Amethyst Steel player. And in this game, blowing up that Iago, a card that is difficult to deal with. As we do get that Hades, we're going to see, do we get to draw 2 cards here? And I'd imagine the answer is yes.
Yeah, and the Iago is an interesting card in the Purple Steel deck. It's not something you see too often. Normally a card that's just in a blurple.
Mm-hmm. It is, yes, definitely. And now that Iago is going to be good. Well, again, we talked about it earlier. How are these Amethyst Steel decks going to adjust to Amethyst Steel becoming the most played deck in the format? Maybe Iago's a good way to do that. It forces them to use Strength of a Raging Fire on your Iago over something like a Cheshire Cat. So that is something. So maybe we'll see a comeback of Iagos. But I do like that Adrian used the Angel ability there to discard that second dock and deal the 2 damage to the John Silver, because now it's going to allow that Hades or that Angel to both discard or take out that John Silver next turn if he quests to give something reckless.
Yeah, I mean, double dock's not doing anything in your hand, so you might as well. So we see the Basil come down and say, you know what? You can put that Angel back in your hand. We don't need it here.
As we see Adrian sitting on Angel. So at this point, Adrian's sitting on, that should be 7. Yeah, so 7 ink, plays the Captain Hook and the Demona. And that feels pretty good. So now that Hades can trade into... Now, worst case scenario here is that Basil quests and you lose that dock. That is the last thing you want to lose here. It would suck. It would feel very bad to lose the Cobra, but you do not want to lose that dock to that Basil quest. So let's kind of interested to see how the RNG works out here for Adrian.
Yep. No, that dock's going to be very important for Adrian. Just keep the tempo going. I know we saw a Cobra in there, and I don't remember what the third card was.
I don't either. Oh, it was the Lilo. It was Lilo.
Okay. So Lilo is probably best case discard here.
Best case discard would be the Lilo. But decides not to quest. Doesn't want to risk losing it. He's going to draw off the guidebook. Not getting punished by Clarabelle's. That's got to feel pretty good, as Adrian does run the Christopher Robin. So that is definitely helpful here. Inks. No, don't do it, Adrian. Inks a Lilo. And I think this is the perfect time to play Giant Cobra, as he plays a Cheshire Cat and the Christopher Robin, going very wide into what very may well be a Prince Philip board clear coming up.
Yeah, and we got Cobra Doc left in hand now. So if this Basil ever decides to punch in, it's 50-50 to hit that Doc.
Yes.
But Adrian developing nicely.
Quite devastating here. A Prince Philip shift would be, I think it might be Goodnight Sweetheart, as he does, and here comes the shift.
Here it comes.
Clears the board. He's going to quest with Basil.
If this hits Doc, it's going to be devastating.
As he quests for 2.
Here comes the dice. We hit a 4, and it's all right. And for now, Adrian will be living off the top of that deck.
Yes, he will be. Knowing though that he's also, and there's that Hefflumps and Woozles again. That Hefflumps and Woozles is the MVP for Jeremy. Keeps removing these Vanish characters, drawing a card, just absolute powerhouse of a card for just 2 ink. And there's another Cobra. Unfortunately, no lore gain off of it though.
Yep, and Jeremy's just going to be content, just developing that board further and turn a card sideways. Plays the DLC winner, Tipo.
Yes, there we go. And he's going to, right now, questing for 4 next turn to go to 17. Adrian not giving up, though.
He's got no answer for this Prince Philip.
Unfortunately.
I think just ends games.
Yes, he does. That is a big boy questing for 3 and evasive as a 6/6. Not a lot of ways to be able to answer that, as he plays in Under the Sea just for funsies to clear that Benja. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game 2.
Yep, and Adrian's seen enough. Wanted to get a little peek of that card. Be careful with that, of course. Always be careful with that. Stay in turn. But Adrian's seen enough.
All right. Well, let's see. Like, man, the MVP, though. MVP of that game, that Woozles. That Woozle, we just keep seeing it make light work of Amethyst Steel, those docks, the Iago in this case, and just getting to draw a card as well. Just so good for Jeremy. So off to a great start. Jeremy was able to win that game on the draw as well after a slow start from Adrian, as he only had Olaf's. He went Olaf on turn 1 into a book into an Olaf. Just not a great start for Adrian.
Yeah, definitely not the start you want. And I mean, this build of the purple steel, it plays right into what Jeremy wants to do. Let's just take it slow, get to the mid and late game, and then I'm just gonna take over because my cards are gonna be better than your cards.
Yep. And what's unfortunate is, fortunate, depends how you look at it, right? His winning in was against Blurple, and his deck running things like guidebooks, running things like Iagos is going to be really good against Blurple. That's how he was able to get that winning in and make it on in here, going 4-1 for the day, and made him into top cut. It's just unfortunate that those cards that were really good against Blurple, that he decided to tech in, are not so great against green-blue. But we'll see what he's able to find here. I don't think we saw Pocahontas, so I don't believe he is actually running those Pocahontases. Looks like something interesting going on with cards. Oh, the sleeve broke. Okay. But we're just moving on with our life. Okay, that's
okay.
Okay. Oh. Yes, he finally found his Under the Sea that he needed so badly before. He's finding the stuff. Why did he not find these against dogs? We'll never know. As Adrian, unfortunately, plays an Olaf turn 1 and a book turn 2. Not what you want to see. Why does this feel like we've seen this before? Oh, no.
We should get Vince to have him get that sleeve replaced.
I mean, it's kind of a weird situation, but I think technically, yes. But I know Vince pointed it out before, so it might be one of those things where they just didn't have any more sleeves, so the players just said it's fine. Because I know the judge already looked at it earlier and pointed it out.
Okay.
As we see Tipo come down and seeing that beautiful strike a good match. And again, strike a good match, a card that we never saw a lot. I'll kind of show the older one instead of the newer one because it was reprinted, letting you draw 2 cards, then choose and discard a card, working great with that Tipo, as you can kind of just do more with Tipo besides just win games and gain you lore, right? So good start, really good start for Jeremy.
Yeah, card was good back in the Diablo format there. You used to see it in the Diablo deck to fix a lot of hands, and now they've reprinted this, and Green Blue said, you know what? Well, we sometimes want to fix our hand.
Yes.
Let's run it.
Yes, we do. Especially when you're running things like Under the Seas, and maybe you don't need those Under the Seas into certain matchups, so you can just throw those away. So, no, it was not Jeremy's sleeve. It's Adrian's sleeve that is ripped. So, looks like we go ahead and take out that Tipo with the Cheshire Cat instead of questing. Adrian just very afraid of Tipo. If you remember, he took out Tipo last game as well, just not wanting to deal with that card. He saw what Fungus was able to do with it at the DLC and banishes the guidebook with the Clarabelle. Oh, no.
Oh, that's hard.
Yes, that feels very bad indeed, but Adrian going into his turn, able to quest for 3 on this next turn. Looks like goes ahead and
just
plays that Elsa. He's going to take out that Clarabelle. Then quest for 3, I would imagine here.
Yeah, I guess his only consideration is, do I quest with the cat? But decides to keep the angel back.
I think at this point, where you're worried about an MMS fill-up, you just kind of go a little crazy, right? You need the lore gain. You had a super slow start, and that angel is not going to be doing a lot for you anyways. There's not really anything you care about dealing 2 damage to.
Yeah, if it were me here, I would invite that Prince Philip to trade with the angel. So I'm turning it sideways every time as we see John Silver coming down.
This is this is Jeremy's Lord and Savior, John Silver. So John Silver, of course, a 5/5/2, a beautiful card. When he comes down, you can give chosen opposing character Reckless, and whenever he quests, give chosen opposing character Reckless. So again, a card we never saw a lot of being played, but now really prominent one as we boost the Cheshire Cat and said it's time to move some damage around.
Yep, opts to discard that dock after drawing the Demona, which maybe we'll get to see that come down next turn, but we're short in ink to do that, so
we just gotta
Adrian's
believe
gonna
in
be
the
looking
top
for
deck.
an inkable.
Believe in the heart of the deck, right? And it'll be fine. As we sing an Under the Sea. Yep, there's the Under the Sea coming in. So now, interestingly enough, he can bounce the Cheshire Cat.
Does he want to, though? No? Doesn't look like it.
I think you definitely need to, but he did not. So he did not opt to do that route. He did not decide to go that way. And pass his turn. So I think it's one of those things where I would wager, and the reason I think this is I would wager he thinks Olaf needs to be banished to draw a card and not when he leaves the field.
Yeah.
Because you only have 5 ink and a Demona in hand. So if you bounce back the Cheshire Cat, you have your inkable to play the Demona.
Yeah, that, and like you have the angel on board. The Prince John is, or John Silver sideways. So we get the pitch, deal 2 to there, and then it's just
take
a
it
clean
out.
trade.
Yep. And you get to draw 3 off of Demona because you pitched one of the cards and inked the Cheshire. So interesting choice there. I'd be curious if Adrian did in fact forget that Olaf is when this character leaves play. That is, if he leaves play in any way, shape, or form, he's bounced back to a player's hand. He's under the sea to the bottom of your deck. If he's Hades, he's left play. Now you get to bounce something. So, but Adrian's not out of it yet. He's still in a good place. That Clarabelle is not going to be doing a lot of work. He does get to draw 1 card, though, so I guess that is pretty good. Draw an Elsa that I'd imagine we're going to ink here. Now, one thing we could have done is we could have... Looks like we're going to pitch to deal 2 damage. Probably to the Clarabelle.
Okay.
All right.
Take out a Phillip. We get 2 damage there.
And
that'll
pass
be
his
it.
turn. Okay. So if you are Adrian at this point, he does have that Sven, so that Sven's going to be able to take out either the John Silver or the Clarabelle next turn, which is going to feel pretty good. I think I would have wanted to get rid of the Prince Philip, but as he's about to sing something,
he's definitely not out of it.
Can't quest. Okay. So definitely digging, looking for something, realizing I don't need the Prince Philip anymore. I have 9 ink. That's more than enough to cast the big Prince Philip if I need to. So just doing a little bit of digging, not getting to blow up any Vanish this turn. There goes the Clarabelle. One thing to note is Adrian, I don't believe, has seen any giant cobras yet. So, a second Clarabelle feels terrible. As he empties his entire hand, he shifts the Clarabelle, plays a Tipo, empties his whole hand, so he's going to get to draw 2 here. That Sven will be able to take out 1 of the Clarabelles. He could also take out the John Silver. And gives Reckless to that Genie there.
All right, and Adrian's going to draw an Olaf off the top of the deck and Put it
No
on the board
strength,
immediately.
no strength of a raging fire for Adrian today.
Yeah. Fenn's gonna come down and we'll see how he wants to do these trades. I think you take out.
So he's gonna move 2 damage. Ooh, and he can discard that last card depending on what it is.
Yes, Fenn take out John Silver. All right, he's gonna pop the genie into there, so that's done.
All right, and then he still has the opportunity to take out the Prince Philip. I don't think you have to, right? He could trade the Cheshire Cat into the Philip. Looks like he has another Cheshire Cat in hand, so I think you can wait, because next turn, if Jeremy quests, then Adrian will be able to boost the Cheshire Cat and then send the Olaf into whatever to bounce all those cards back to hand.
Yeah, I also don't mind sending the Demona into it as well.
Yeah, just to get it out, just to deal with it. Worst case scenario, he's about to play Prince Philip. All right, so what has Jeremy got here? What's Jeremy got up his sleeves? I feel like I saw a Basil. So there's the Basil. Interesting. Okay. All right. Asked to, hey, I want to count your ink myself. Okay. Bounces the Cheshire Cat to give the cards back to Adrian. That way Jeremy can draw off of the Clarabelle now. So really nice play there, and not getting anything he needs. A guidebook, which you don't want to see. Looks like he's going to go on a merry little quest here. Questing for 3. Now,
yeah, and
you can send Demona plus Angel discard into the Clarabelle to deal with that.
No, the Demona's frozen.
Oh, she is. Oh, no. Okay, you still can clear it here. The Cheshire Cat moves the 2 damage. Angel pings for 2 for 4, and then Olaf into the Clarabelle would remove it. Or you play another. Okay, there's the discard Benja for 4. Olaf. Does he bounce the cat back to hand? All right, gets that card
Thinking
draw.
about it. Okay.
Okay. All right. This is a game. Angel is putting. I never thought Angel would put in so much work against green blue, but Angel is, in my opinion, the only reason this game is still going on. Angel has put in a lot of work on green blue here. As we turn it back over to Jeremy, who has a healthy hand. I believe he will draw to 4 this turn. As a Cinderella comes down for 4. So still not getting exactly what he needs here. Meanwhile, Adrian still not a single strength of a Raging Fire this game.
Yeah, that Cinderella's going to be good. It's going to allow Jeremy to start filtering cards, at least this turn. Get rid of something he doesn't want. And just start looking to pull the combo off.
As he just slams down all kinds of different things. Demona still not able to ready this turn. Does finally manage to get rid of that Angel, which has to feel very good. And we draw. So gonna play the guidebook, see if we can get anything. Unfortunately, not what we wanted to see. Tigger not putting in a lot of work. Elsa not gonna do a lot. Elsa does let you take out the Basil if you wanted to. Looks like we're going to play Tigger, though. I think we exerted 4 ink there. No, Iago comes down. Okay. And do we take out the Basil? Oh, he still had 1 damage on Demona that he was able to move. I did not see that little tiny orange dice. But there we go.
Yeah,
Cheshire Cat. Yeah, there we go. All right.
I was curious to how that was going to die.
And now, still 3 cards in hand. That Demona may never ready again. Like, that Demona Stone by Day is putting in work for Adrian. Unfortunately, just not able to do a lot. But he is sitting on an Elsa, so going to be able to turn something sideways next turn. Iago's going to be questing for 1 very easily, but Adrian's still sitting only at 7 lore right now. So definitely a long ways to go when a lot of your cards are only questing for 1. Still no Giant Cobra, though. So that is something of note to be worried about if you are Jeremy. That is a lot of lore that's still sitting in that deck.
Yeah, but he's done a good job fighting through this little early game. Stumbled with the Olaf into the book opening once again, but he's hanging on.
He is. He's hanging on very well for what has been a very rough opening. 2 games in a row now. As we see a Basil come down, looks like he's going to bounce. Maybe thought about that Cheshire Cat till he saw it was boosted. Iago's not a bad bounce either, just to get it out of the way. Yep, so opts to go that route.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
definitely a better choice.
Yeah, and Jeremy's still not seeing Prince Philip. We have not seen that big Prince Philip this game. We did see 1 MMS. Of course, we don't know what he's inked with Tipos and Cinderella, so that is something. Questing for 3 there.
And we do see a Cinderella hiding out. Oh, but You're welcome.
You're welcome. Fun story about You're Welcome. I was playing a game last set where my opponent was not able to shuffle his deck very well, and we were getting close to going to the end of the game, so I could no longer use You're Welcome because it was taking too long for him to shuffle his deck. So that was fun. As we see an Angel and Elsa come down, Elsa able to clear that Basil with Angel's ability to deal 2 damage. So Angel putting in work. Angel's done probably 10 damage this game, being able to clear things that Amethyst Steel wouldn't normally be able to clear, especially when they're not finding the songs that they need.
Yeah, but for Jeremy, he's just saying, hey, it's only a matter of time. You haven't played Cobra. I haven't shifted MMS. So something's got to give eventually.
Something's got to give eventually. One thing that did give is the size of Adrian's hand. Adrian, and there's the Prince Philip. So no MMS, but Demona finally able to ready. And unfortunately for Adrian, the Prince Philip finally shows up as we empty our hand and find a Strength of a Raging Fire. So at this point, you can discard
He can sing it, but he can't hit anything that's relevant.
So he can discard the Tigger with the Angel and then sing with Angel to take out Prince Philip. But then he is stuck top decking. But he opts to not go that route.
Has he missed it?
The Strength of a Raging Fire.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, Jeremy being very nice to Adrian right now. Jeremy being very nice to Adrian right now, letting some takebacks happen that normally not be allowed. But I think Jeremy sees the writing on the wall. No matter what happens, I think Adrian's only course of action was he had to remove that Prince Philip, and unfortunately, just not seeing that line. We do see a spin.
What happened, because there's questions in the chat. What happened was we didn't use the discard ability. He just ran the Angel into the Prince Philip and traded with it.
Mm-hmm. But yes, things got a little bit confusing there, mostly because there were some takebacks that Jeremy allowed him to do that wouldn't normally be allowable takebacks. So Jeremy being very kind to his opponent there. But unfortunately, Adrian does a good job clearing everything, but not quite able to get there. As Jeremy takes the 2-0 to make it to top 4. And now we wait. Is top 4 going to split, take the 180 store credit, or are they going to play it out? We do also have the PPG mat on the line. So shout out to Jeremy on stream for a 3rd time. He is now 2-1 on stream. So he's doing well. He's doing well.
Hey.
We will try not to get him on stream for top 4 if they decide to continue to play it out. So
yeah, we also have a round 1 bye. So if any of these top 4 players are planning to go to the PPG next week, you know, a round 1 bye is pretty good.
It is pretty good. He is a sweetie. What a nice guy. All right, I'm gonna see how it's going out there. We might have a game for you to cast. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, well, we'll see if we actually get some top 4 matches here at some point. I have no idea what else is in the top cut, so, or if they finished yet. So we'll just kind of see what happens here. Congrats to Jeremy headed into the top 4. Will he split or play? Who knows? I guess it really depends on well, what he's up against. So $180 payday. Not a bad day. You know, play Lorcana all morning and afternoon and leave with a 180. Maybe use that to get some new shiny cards. Maybe some enchanted. Well, a enchanted, half of enchanted, who knows? Depending how fancy you want to get. Yep, always 100%er. Always the 100%. So hopefully we'll get some updates at some point on who won and who lost. Yeah, so we saw Jeremy win there. It looks like Wonderful won his match. So he will be going into the top 4 as well. We still have 2 more matches going on at tables 1 and 2. So we will see how those turn out as well. But so far, half of our top 4 has been secured. Oh, shout out to Royce with the unlucky knife. Absolutely. We got already 2 different decks into the top cut. Well, top 4. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty diverse top 4. All right, and we'll see what we get on stream here. I don't think they're grabbing players mid-match and moving them over, unless like they caught them right in between the game. But yeah, I've seen crazier. Yes, yeah, top was it did end up being clean. No breakers on getting in. So yeah, I think there needed to be. I think the pair down needed to lose. So bubble, when you are playing in the last round of the tournament, and you have a win and in situation, that is your bubble round, right? So, you're either going to make it through, right, or the bubble's going to pop and your tournament's over. Yeah, normally your bubble rounds, especially in like large tournaments, um, those are sometimes you have multiple bubble rounds. Some people like to look at it, and it's basically your round that you secure the top cut. Um, so if you want to use an unfortunate story like mine at DLC Milwaukee, I started 9-0 on the day. I needed to win one of the next 3 rounds to make the top cut. I went 0-3 very sadly. So I lost 3 bubble rounds in a row for me. Which, oh, heartbreaking. But still a great experience overall. So can't complain. All right. And well, we got a blue yellow. And we got purple steel. So I think this is Cody's detectives deck. Is what we're getting to watch here. Cody currently undefeated on stream today. We'll see if he can keep that going. Obviously, gotta point out the fancy card. Make sure we all know that the bling bling is there, and it is well. The easy trade with the Olaf there. Don't need no bounce shenanigans later. And I believe, is he playing against Adrian? No. Is Adrian using green sleeve? Yes, that's Adrian. You guys learn anything about me, I have the memory of a goldfish. An actual literal goldfish. Okay, and we're gonna see Adrian continue putting in work with that angel, getting it for a little lore there. Or did he get a tree? No, the lore counter. So, see. All right, Fancy Elsa comes down. Little Tracy's there. Adrian just playing the draw tempo type of game. Got the quack quack McDuck. Little nice 1-1 there. Can peel a card out of the hand. We did we see green purple today? Yeah, there was a snow fort on stream, but I think that was one of Cody's fun matches. So there was one green purple snow fort deck out there. It did lose to our Raging Steel deck though, and or yeah, Raging Storm, whatever. And speaking of Raging Storm, hello. Of course, we got another one to back it up. see if he chooses to deploy it here. He will. Says, I'll take the nice 2-for-1. We're going for value. Oh, yeah. Well, welcome to the game, of course. This is a lot of people's first card game. So uh, definitely been a fun card game, it seems, for a lot of people to pick up. Uh, and it's bringing new people into the TCG community, which is always a good thing. Yeah, I do love me some green purple snow fort. Love it. And Adrian, he's doing a pretty good job here rebuilding this board. Timely Docs will do that for you. Genie being able to replace itself and keep that lore and tempo going. I don't think our lore counters are correct at all. So they are somehow, but I feel like Adrian should be at more lore. But then again, what do I know? Caster. Okay. Okay. Look, sometimes you just need some pre-tournament advice to talk people out of the not so good decisions into the better decision. Yeah. Let's see if we have any more results. Okay, so all of our results for the top cut are in. We got C-Man advancing. So that's a dogs. We got Seth advancing. What was Seth on? Was it Purple Steel? Yeah, I think it was Purple Steel he was on. So wow, 4 different decks into the top cut. It says we don't have a diverse meta. Look, I was a big fan of the Tiana for a long time. Now I'd only played like 3 princess characters in that deck. Yeah, the Aurora, the Mulan, the Tiana. As far as the staples go, I don't think there were any other common princess cards in that deck outside of like tech choices. But you know what? It counts. But just draw some Under the Sea, dodge that Mowgli Ursula, and you know, you beat me in Swiss, I beat you in Top Cut, and we take those trades. All right, but it looks like the players are going to pack up here, and we're going to get ready to pick one of these matches to be on the top 4 stream. I think we're getting the top 4 stream. Who knows? They may all split. They may split and play for first. Who knows? But I imagine we'll find out shortly from Cody here. All right. Well, we got a hand. In a shadow. And it looks like we're going to get some more action. Okay.
All right. Undefeated today. I'm just saying.
Undefeated.
Undefeated.
Look at you.
So top 4 we have Seth. He was on Purple Steel. So he's gonna get his dogs rematch because we have C-Man on dogs. in the other corner. So, Seth on Purple Steel, C-Man on Dogs. C-Man, I believe, is top seed. I'm pretty sure. I believe he's first seed. So, we'll see. We're going to see what's going to happen here. So,
yeah, 4 different decks in the top 4 here. We'll have a red-yellow versus green-blue matchup on the other side of the bracket. So it's going to make for an interesting finish. We'll see if we get a final split or not. But if any of these players are going to the PPG, there is still a round 1 buy on the table. Seaman is definitely top seed. Yes. It's a table 1. Seaman will be going first in this matchup. So we'll see how it goes.
we'll see how it goes. So, yeah, Jeremy is versus the red yellow. So wait, this isn't C-Man. Wait. I messed it up. This isn't C-Man. This isn't C-Man. I messed it up. It's all Shane's fault. Okay. This is
your fault.
This is Christian. All right. I know PlayHub disagrees. I know. We've got Christian versus Seth. All right. So we got red yellow versus purple steel. Okay. That should be correct. So
okay.
that should be correct.
We got Christian Man.
Yes. Listen, when you see I'm not wrong. Yeah, we got C-Man regardless, right? So when I see C-Man, I see Wonderful. They're always together. So I confused them for a second. All is forgiven, whether you guys want to forgive me or not. So the verdict has been made. So yes. And then C-Man is versus Jeremy. So it is green blue versus Dogs and purple steel versus red yellow. I have Matthew versus Seth. And gosh, dang it. We're having a hard time. I'm about to just start using people's Discord names for everything because I know everyone by their Discord names. I don't know people by their real government issued names. There we go. All right. No more.
Wait. What is this matchup then?
It's what I said. It's red yellow versus purple steel.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is your fault, Cody. All right.
Listen, I don't do government names. Okay, like it's either you have a last name or you have a Discord name. Like my coworkers, the people I'm in charge of, I don't know their first names. So
like yeah, that's the military. No one has a first name in the military. They have a last name.
Nope, no one has first names in the military, and in TCGs, no one has first names. It's only Discord names. So I'm just gonna check.
Oh man, the stream is going downhill, guys. But thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Okay, it is definitely Wonderful versus Seth. Okay, Matthew versus Seth.
Okay, visual confirmation.
Visual confirmation. So they're both
final answer.
Final answer, probably.
All right.
So getting this altar going, it is red yellow on top versus purple steel on bottom. We'll see if this one goes any different. You know, we just saw earlier we saw purple yellow versus purple steel, I believe. No, red yellow versus purple steel, I believe.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Slightly different variation.
I'll be right back, guys. I forgot to hand out some prizes. You got the stick.
All right, I got the stick. All right, well, we're gonna watch the mulligans get resolved here. I think he threw 4 back. Get a little shuffle action. And then both players will cut here. I think Matthew is the higher seed, assuming they did their mulligans in proper order. C-Man is Christian. Okay, but Seaman's not on stream. We've I think we figured that out. I don't know. I blame Cody. Okay, Seaman's playing Jeremy. Cool. We have the right people here. All right. No more confusing us. Not too hard. I promise. Be confused very easily. All right. Well, we're gonna see the angel go into the inkwell there. The hook coming out. We'll see if okay, little grandmother Willow, but no one drop to follow that up, which not surprising. We didn't have a one drop turn one either. So a little bit slower start from Matthew this time around, as we see Seth contemplate what he wants to put into the inkwell here. It's going to be the Elsa. We're gonna tap 2, bring down that Pocahontas, and thinking about the quest here. Do we get in for 1? Yep, we're gonna get in, go to 1 lore, and that's gonna put it back onto Matthew. He's gonna be looking to speed up this development a little bit.
All right, prize support was handed out, so we are good to go. We are caught up, other than the 2 top 8 players that already left, so they will get their prize support another time. But see Pocahontas, that's a good start for Seth. Unfortunately, a Sarabi comes down, and that is not what we want to be seeing if we are Seth, because we know what that Sarabi means. So, off to gonna be an interesting game already.
Yeah, and Seth's already gonna have to start thinking about, man, that 1-drop Sisu is alive for next turn. And then there's still that horseman lurking not too far away either.
Ooh, let's see. Are we going to see that we can play this turn? We can play Horseman or the baby Sisu to clear that Genie or the Pocahontas. Ooh, man, this is a really good start. Not seeing the Horseman, but we may see the baby Sisu here.
Oh.
-4. And baby Sisu taking out that Genie. This is a pretty good start. If you're Matthew, you're feeling pretty good right now. You're feeling pretty secure in your position, and this is a big game for Matthew. If he's able to get this, and Seaman being favored in his match, Matthew's in a good place to take the whole event. So we'll kind of see how this game goes. But Seth does get that angel, able to blow up that one of those grandmother willows. But meanwhile, do you make the trade of both into Sarabi? And he decides not to. He's going to be patient. Surely he doesn't have another baby Sisu or a headless horseman in his hand.
Never.
Uh-oh. There's that enchanted headless horseman. All right,
pumpkin head right on time.
Whew. So this is it's getting very very rough. I think this is what Matthew would call the perfect start. I do not know what else could have gone better for him so far here. Seeing that Sarabi into baby Sisu and headless horseman, it's got to feel pretty good about your chances in this match. Now, it is still a long ways to go, though. That Sarabi, you only have so many things, right? You only have so many baby Sisus. In this case, there's 1 baby Sisu left in your deck, and there's 3 headless horsemans. So at this point, you're down to 1 card, I think, is left in Matthew's hand. So he does need to find those Surfer Stitches or the 5-cost Stitch, because Seth gets that Yzma down, and all of a sudden, things can very quickly get out of hand if that Yzma's drawing you 3 cards. So
yeah,
the
Yzma can put in a lot of work here. And like you said,
there's that Surfer Stitch.
Now. Well, right on time. You asked for draw. He says, I got you.
I got you. and this is pretty good. We talked about this earlier. We saw it in that fun little match between me and Adrian. You play a Surfer Stitch, Amethyst Steel, there's just nothing they can do, right? I talked about how good Elephant is. Now turn Elephant into a 4/8. Knowing your opponent also plays Ohana Means Family, it's kind of good night, sweetheart. Like the fat lady kind of sung at that point.
Yeah, and Seth, he's going to need a big draw here to try and pull this game back. He's not out of it yet, but Matthew's threatening to pull away.
Yes, it is very far from over. That is definitely true. And I think Matthew just questing everything here besides that Willow is definitely the most optimal move. Like, I mean, why not? Because if Seth wants to trade his whole board, so be it. So I think optimally questing there, making those lines, definitely the way to go. Seth going to try and empty his hand here to probably quest with the Yzma. Or not quest, but turn sideways. Ooh, we do see a Strength of a Raging Fire. So taking out that Sarabi, Doc comes down to draw 2. And probably going to send that Captain Hook in. Take out that Headless Horse. And now, if you're Seth, you're praying that there is no Ohana Means Family in the hand of Matthew at this point.
Yup. All Seth needs to get back into this game is to have a little bit of a stumble from Matthew here. Now, granted, he's going to lose that Yzma, but Matthew says, I ain't got no stumble in me. I got stitches, though.
I got stitches, and stitches feel pretty good. I may not get to draw 3, but drawing 2 and developing a 4/8 body, that is a pretty good turn if you are Matthew. That is just not fun to look at if you're Seth, though. Seeing those big butt stitches, not fun at all. Unfortunately, only 1 enchanted. What's going on with that?
Well, that's store credit today, you know? I don't know if they have them at the store.
They definitely do not, because I have bought them all. So Angel knows when she gets an enchanted stitch in stock, she will message me immediately, and it will be gone before it ever sees the shelf. So,
well, maybe he can buy other enchanted.
There are plenty of other enchanteds to buy. So maybe coming home with some nice, pretty, shiny cards today. Or they just save that store credit and get a nice, wonderful case of Into the Unknown so they can have all the cards they need for the release event that they won't be here for because they're celebrating mothers. Good for them. Another stitch comes down.
No,
oh, my gosh.
Matthew putting on an absolute stitch clinic right now.
Oh my goodness. That's just disgusting. Meanwhile, Seth stuck playing that Cobra, not able to even discard a card to draw with it. And if you're Seth, I think you're just going to game 2. Like, at this point, Matthew's questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 next turn to go to 19. And he has I think he has 4 or 5 cards in hand at this point, probably 5. So I don't know. I do not think there's a way out at this point. I think that's all she wrote for this one.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak, and that's pretty good motivation, right? You win a tournament, you get another enchanted stitch.
Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good. So we can't buy 2 more enchanted. So we're fine with 1, but 2. No. Like, we need to buy diapers for the 6-month-old, okay? All right, looks like we are going to scoop there, pick them up, go to game 2 where Seth can pop off a little bit better and kind of not have to deal with Matthew's crazy Sarabiness. But Seth will be on the play this time, so he does have that going for him. So will he be able to aggro things fast enough that Matthew won't be able to deal with it is the question.
Yeah, coincidentally, if your deck is good into dogs, it might be good into purple steel too.
Yeah. Especially the purple steel right now. So when you're just trying to go fast, This red-yellow deck likes to stop that. All right, it definitely likes to stop that.
And we see Seth, little hand gestures there, trying to communicate with his opponent. Like, can you please stop drawing Stitch? Can you please?
I think there were a couple turns where Seth was still very much in it, but I think that second Stitch was probably the nail, or the second Stitch was probably the coffin door going over, and the third Stitch was definitely the nail that really sealed the deal. So
for sure.
All right, let's see how things go a little bit differently this time.
All right, Seth will get to go first here, so see if he can open a little bit better this time.
All right, we got 2, 3, opting to keep a genie, which is an interesting choice. I don't know if that's the move into... I just don't think you can ever keep that genie. Especially into this deck that is eating that genie so easily with cards like Horseman Strikes and Headless Horseman. Because if you're the red-yellow player on the draw as a yellow player in general, I am always keeping Horseman Strikes every day because that card is so good on the draw to just gain. It doesn't gain you back tempo, but it just stops what your opponent's trying to do and gives you time to catch up while also drawing a card. But it looks like Seth did send back that genie, which I feel like is the right move. I think that's definitely the one that doesn't get you punished.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, it's always nice to curve out 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Genie gets answered pretty easily by a card that replaces itself.
Exactly. So. Especially, like we saw in chat, by the wonderful Slushy that we know is run by Matthew, as he completely ran over his last opponent with Slushies. So
Slushy's too good.
Slushy is an MVP. Doing a lot of work. He really is. It's one of those cards that personally I love to see because I play Amber decks. So if my opponent wants to play a Slushy, I'm okay with that. Anytime you're playing an evasive card on turn 3 or turn 4, I'm very happy Amber player. But if they're not playing Amber, that card is going to stick around for a very long time, as we've seen Slushy do. As we ink a Demona and not have a good start as we play an Olaf. And that's the name of the game today for these Amethyst Steel players. We're just not seeing the strong, oppressive starts that Amethyst Steel is looking to get and really go crazy with.
Yeah, and turn 1, Seth did also ink a Strength of a Raging Fire, so the key piece of removal gone turn 1.
All right, so as we develop, Matthew taking his time here, wondering what do I want to ink here, as he's still kind of debating what is going to be my turn 2 ink. Makes you wonder. He does have some uninkables in that deck with those Sizus, the Slushies, the Headless Horsemans. Maybe going to be forced to ink some cards he might want to hold on to. But that's kind of the unfortunate part of running high uninkable decks. I am no stranger to that, coming from Steel Song, and then my blue-yellow deck runs 18 uninkables. My purple-yellow deck runs 15 uninkables. So no stranger to that issue sometimes, as we see a Willow get developed, and oh gosh, are we going to see a turn 3 Slushy or Sarabi? If you're Seth, you're certainly hoping you don't, but it should be an easy 2 quest here, I would think. At least quest with Captain Hook. Maybe Olaf you could hold on to because your opponent could play their 4-drop and then take it out with Willow. But let's kind of see how Matthew develops now with that really good turn 2 start with Willow.
Yeah, and Seth doesn't seem to care too much there. He says, you know what? We're going to get Lord. And Matthew, he had a start like this last game. And the Willow was just able to supplement everything. And just, it could come down a turn sooner. Even when you're playing that high uninkable count, the Willow does help everything be a little bit more forgiving. with just being able to get stuff out easier and operating on less ink in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Willow, it's been a great. Oh, and there comes that Sizu. So it looks like Matthew may have had a little bit of an issue with uninkables. Now wondering, do I need to trade in my Willow into that Olaf? Am I that worried about that card? Gonna be interesting to see what he decides to do here with that one.
Yeah, currently the genie's not boosted,
And he does pass his turn here. And all right, does pass his turn here. For a moment, I thought he didn't even ink, but he did. He did go up to 3 ink, and just playing that one baby Sizu there. Gonna go ahead and develop
13
their
uninkables, huh?
All right, we do see the genie come down, taking out the Willow, and I think that's going to be a pretty big deal, taking out that Willow, as we've seen Matthew struggling with what he's going to ink here. So it makes you think that he might really be struggling with uninkables here. So to be able to remove that is definitely going to be helpful. But maybe he wasn't struggling enough, as we see that Slushy come down, and boy, oh boy, a 5/5 evasive is going to be pretty impactful. So that genie not going to be able to get to do a whole lot at this point, and we'll kind of see how Seth responds to such a dangerous target, knowing that Matthew again runs Ohana Means Family, and Ohana Means Family drawing you a card for every single damage counter on your character.
Yep, very nice pairing with that 5/5 body. Also evasive on top of it. We're going to see the Cobra come down. No pitch on it, so just a nice little 4/4 body there. And we'll take a boost.
And I think you can just quest with the Olaf here, and you'd be happy to do that. Possibly questing with Genie would be very interesting.
Yeah, I definitely think you quest the Olaf here, because I don't know if we mind bouncing that Genie.
Mm-hmm.
I
agree.
We're holding back this turn and saying, I want to at least boost a one more before I start questing with this. But no, we're just going to do it now.
And that is a question, right? You know you're not in a big hurry. We don't know how many cards are in Matthew's hands, but you know you're not in a big hurry right now at this point in the game. So the question is, do you need to only quest for 2 lore with a Genie? Yes, he's going to trade into it, and yes, if he doesn't have Ohana Means Family, it could really work out well for you as you trade into it with your Genie. But yeah, I think passing is definitely going to be the right move here, and I'm going to see, do we have a Headless Horseman in hand to be able to take out the 4-cost Genie? Matthew reading that Olaf a couple times, making sure he understands exactly how that bounce effect actually works.
Yep, take a moment, make sure that you're doing things right. It's top 4. Got a spot for finals on the line. Bigger payout, so no shame in slowing it down.
Nope, not at all. As we see Adela's, and we know what's coming now.
Oh,
we're gonna see.
He could just pop the Cobra here, but now he's gonna lower that Genie and
probably Baby Sizu coming in here.
Or there could be a pumpkin in our future.
Oh, Headless Horseman taking out that Genie. We see that pumpkin head coming in, losing an Angel. Angel would have been pretty good in that Headless Horseman. And do we bounce the Genie here is the question.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. He's saying, do I need to bounce that Genie? Do I want the free lore, or do I need to worry about it? Do I have good enough cards in my hand that I'd rather just leave the tempo on the field? And he says, nope, I want some more draw. And bounces that Genie back thanks to Olaf. So I'd imagine we're going to see a turn 4 Genie coming down, or turn 5 Genie.
Yeah, and that Slushy, it's sitting there with 2 damage on it, and we know Matthew plays Ohana. So I think you get healed up real quick and draw Matthew some more cards.
What was looking like a strong board for Seth in one turn just disappeared again.
Cody, I'll be back.
Okay. So we see, Lexington coming down. Lexington going to be an extremely impactful card that having alert so it doesn't get answered by the Horseman Strikes is extremely annoying. Being a 4/4, hard to deal with, and can trade into that slushy that continues to present issues for the decks that it's played against. So Lexington, massive card into this matchup. Really good pickup there. So now we know that Seth is left with 2 cards in hand. So we know that one is a genie, but not sure on what the other card is that he's rocking right now. So we'll kind of wait and see how might that be an option. And hey, well, thank you so much for becoming a member, a Hatter member at that. We'll make sure that you get spotlighted in the next video. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying watching the hubbies do so well. So let's kind of see Matthew taking his time, really thinking about how do I proceed at this point? What's the best course of action for me to find the most success here? Because he has a strong board. That slushy represents a lot, being a 5/5. Again, he gets the benefit of that Ohana Means family. Oh, and we see the Bambi come down, and we've talked about this. Bambi, a card that is going to draw so many cards for Matthew, as every time it's boosted, for all the cards underneath it, whenever it gets exerted, you reveal the cards on top of your deck and put any characters into your hand. That's pretty good. In a deck that can struggle with draw, anytime that you get to draw, anytime you can draw feels really good. Meanwhile, Bambi's a 3/5, so it's not the easiest card in the world to actually get rid of. Having the best time, minus the match against Seaman. Yeah, what a bully. Dirty dog players, man. I'm telling you. But here, Matthew debating, what do I need to do here? Do I need to take out Cobra? Can I just quest and be okay with that? And I think that's fine. I think you can just quest everything. And if Seth wants to trade into you, you're perfectly fine with that because he's left with no board. Meanwhile, you have a Bambi that's no longer threatened by anything, period. So that having that Bambi get protection would feel really good. So I think that's a really top tier play as we ink a Cobra going up to 5 ink, and we're going to see an Elsa come down. So punish that Bambi play very nicely. So now you're going to be stuck sending Elsa plus Cobra into that Bambi most likely. Now, really interesting thing there. So you'll see that Seth looked at that Bambi, and I suspect what he was checking is, does Bambi say on your turn? Because imagine if Bambi is anytime that character is exerted. If that was the case, then by using Elsa to exert the Bambi, Matthew would get to reveal the top card of his deck and add it to his hand if it was a character. But since it's once or during your turn specifically, he doesn't get that option. And then Seth, having a really top tier choice there, he decides to send the Lexington into the slushy. That way the slushy can't go into the Elsa and then get 4 damage. So that was definitely a top tier decision there, because if he'd done it differently, like leaving the, for example, leaving that slushy available, then all that Ohana value would have been very deadly. But here, doing okay, now wondering, I think you just send the Sizu into that Cobra, though. I think you're perfectly okay with that. But Matthew says, I'm not going to do the challenging for you. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's debating on where he wants to go with this. I think questing with the Horseman and then challenging with the Sizu is a perfectly good choice there. Just saying, you know what? I will keep my 2-quester alive and leave you with no board, and I'll be okay with that. But going this route, now what he opens himself up to is Cobra trades into his 2-quester. So he essentially traded his 2-quester for a 1-quester, which does feel a little strange. But Meanwhile, looking at the hand of Seth, I think he drew an Elsa. And if he did, that's going to be really impactful as he's able to remove both Headless Horsemen from the opponent. So let's see. He's thinking about it. He exerts 5 ink. He does find the Elsa. So he's going to remove both Headless Horsemen now. And that's going to feel really, really good for Seth. Meanwhile, that Sizu, I forgot the name of it. That Sizu's going to be able to do a very healthy trade. Elsa should only have 4 damage. There we go. He got it. So now does Matthew, sitting on only 6 ink. So but he does have Willow. So he could play Stitch this turn, but he does have a Horseman Strikes. Horseman Strikes being a very clean answer for that. But kind of waiting. Okay, there's the Stitch. All right, there's the Stitch. Stitch comes down, draws 2. Man, Sizu is putting, like, that Sizu put in a lot of work this game. Got a lot of early questing. A nice trade there in the end. I think could have been handled a little bit differently, but it did work out to punish the Elsa. So all is well that ends well, as we have a pretty good board by Matthew now with a 4-8-2 body that's going to be putting in a lot of work overall. So now as we look at it, we're wondering, what is Seth going to do on this turn? He plays that Genie that, remember, was bounced back to his hand by Olaf, I think 3 or 4 turns ago. So, and that's why we value Sizu, exactly. That is exactly why we value Sizu. So all's well that ends well. Now we see that Genie come down. He draws a card. Now debating what I want to do here as he inks that Cheshire and passes turn to go to 6 ink. Are we going to see a Demona come down for Seth on the next turn as we see the Horseman Strikes that we knew was in his hand to clear that, to filter through his deck, plays another Willow that only costs 1 and a Lumiere. And at this point, Seth is feeling a little bit nervous as now he finds himself in the face of a lot of power on the board. All right, he goes ahead and he quests for 3 again, going up to 10, threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. So turn 2 lethal here. And now Seth in just a bad predicament. Another reason I just enjoy decks that blow things up, like Let It Go in Hades or Horseman Strikes, Raging Storm. I'm a big fan of those. I don't care about your 4-8 Stitch when I can just blow everything up. And unfortunately, we see his hand just wasn't super effective as we see another Genie come down. Well, 2 Genies come down. And at this point, if you're Matthew, you quest out, you call it a day, and you go to finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew going to finals with an extremely spicy red-yellow list. And this is what happens when you run an off-meta list and you dodge your bad matchup. We had 1 Blurple player here today, and Matthew dodged Blurple all day. And look how well it's gone for him. We do see Seth finding the dock, so he's saying, I'm not out of it yet. Where there's a will, there is a way, and I'm going to try my best because we are able to keep off. No, we are not. Not unless we top decked a Strength of a Raging Fire. So I think this match may be over here, but ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You've seen the Hand of Angel. As we see another Genie come down from Seth, and unfortunately, Genie not going to be able to cut it, not going to be able to do it as he shakes hands and moves on. He top decked the Strength of a Raging Fire off of the Genie. And there we go. Off meta comes in. He sees the match up that he built the deck for. He built the deck to beat dogs. What does he see all day? He saw 4 dogs in Swiss. So got what he wanted there. Dodged the 1 Blurple player. And then plays 2 Purple Steel. And now he's going to finals. And did Seaman win against Jeremy in the other top 2 match is the question. There's also the PPG if either one of them plan on going to PPG. So I will go out. Let me go out and find out. I will be right back, ladies. All right, ladies. I think it's mostly just ladies here at this point. So, ladies in the chat, we have our finals match. Our finals is Seaman versus a Wonderful. We have Christian versus Matthew, the dog killer versus the dog's player. So this is going to be a really interesting match. So for the wives that are here of both individuals, they did decide to split the finals prizing. So they're going home with $225 in store credit. And also they are now playing for the hat there, because there's a hat for first place, the buy, and the glory. So they're getting the hat for first place. They're playing for the PPG buy, and they're playing for just the glory of winning, right? So that is what they're playing for now. And we'll kind of see how it goes. Also, I think they're really just playing it out because the driver that drove them all down is in the Winnipod, and he's not done with his event yet. So I think that's the real reason. But, you know, to each their own. so yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. You know, it's gonna be a really good match. And let me correct the names here. I also don't know who. I think. Okay, so we got Dogs on bottom. So we got Seaman versus. Nope, did that wrong. Okay. Seaman versus Matthew. Okay. Bang. It's all ready to go. We're off to the races now. All right. So we've seen both of these players on stream now. We know that Seaman is rocking the more sailor version with the under the seas, playing the more control variant of Dogs. But again, Matthew's deck is built to beat Dogs. That's what he wants to do. So is he going to be able to do it? He's got to find those baby Sizus. He's got to find the Dellas. There's still a lot of things he needs to find to be able to find that success. The big ones, Headless Horseman, baby Sizu is going to be a good one. You want to find the Dellas to make that stuff happen. You want to find double Lumiere. Double Lumiere is going to be really impactful to give all of your stuff so much strength that under the sea doesn't become something you have to worry about. So this is going to be a really interesting match as we see that Matthew inks that Monstrous Dragon and no turn one play. So that is not exactly the way you want to start if you are playing against Dogs. Dogs that loves it when their opponents play nothing on turn one. Into a Mowgli and no hits. And we do see a Grandmother Willow into a Sarabi, I think. So he's off to a good start. That is a good hand. No turn one, but that is going to be a strong hand because he also has that Mowgli to be able to run into that under the sea that's sitting in the hand of Seaman. All right, so this is going to be a game. This is a relatively slow start for Seaman, a slow start for Matthew, but the player who values a slow start the most would be Matthew because anytime Dogs isn't able to get that early questing in, we're feeling pretty okay as we see the Willow come down, that beautiful, beautiful epic. Pass the turn back over. Now, one thing, if you did manage to get the baby Sizu, then baby Sizu is going to be able to come down, remove that lady, and by removing that lady, you're reducing that ability for the Tramp to come down on the next turn. And this is not where Seaman wants to be. But if we've seen Dogs do anything, it can come from places that look like there's no possible way out to all of a sudden winning by a landslide. So where there is a will, there is a way. And let's see Seaman taking his time here. Christian taking his time, figuring out what it is that I really want to do here. Inking that Tramp to play the lady because, again, I got to do something. And just decides that's the something he's got to do. Really rough start for Christian here. Not the start that he wants to see as the top seed going on the play here. All right, so do we see a baby Sizu? No, we see the Sarabi coming down because Sarabi now next turn is going to be able to reduce the attack of that lady and then Headless Horseman the lady, leaving Christian with just a Mowgli and whatever he plays this turn. So we do see that Tramp come down and a Daisy. So that is going to really help here because now he will have the opportunity to play the 7-cost Tramp next turn. Even with, he won't. because he turned Mowgli sideways. So if Matthew's able to play the Headless Horseman this turn, he can remove the lady, and then Willow challenges the Mowgli, and that leaves Christian with not enough cards to be able to play that tramp. What a rough start. What a rough start right now. But he plays the Headless Horseman to take out the Daisy. So Robbie takes out, and then Willow takes out the Mowgli. And that you just left a Dogs player with a tramp on board. Dogs, not where Dogs wants to be right now. Not looking good. Christian only sitting at 7 lore right now with just that one tramp taking out that grandmother Willow. But we know that Christian's hand right now, we saw an Under the Sea. We saw a 7-cost tramp. That lady's not going to be enough. So we know the 2 cards left in his hand are Under the Sea and 7-cost tramp. At this point, I think if you're Matthew, you play the Mowgli, just to check. And now you see just how bad things are for Christian right now. Oh no. And you just clear the entire board of Dogs. Oh no. That poor 7-cost tramp is just going to sit there for the rest of its days. Clarabelle is a really nice top deck. Clarabelle lets you draw that 1 card when your opponent has more cards in their hand than you. So really good top deck there. Able to trade into the Headless Horseman as well. And just like that, it's one of those things. Dogs is just never truly out, it feels like. Stitch is going to be super helpful here. I think you just quest anyways if you are Matthew. Get that lore going. Sitting at 3 now. 5 ink and 4 ink for Christian. We ink that Go-Go. Play the lady, and that's going to help. It brings you back maybe a Daisy, maybe a baby lady as well. He's wondering, do I bring back the tramp? I would imagine. Brings back the Mowgli. Possibly it's just saying, I don't want to give Ohanamin's family value. So if he takes Mowgli, he can rip that. But it also just hand knowledge as well. And I like that play as well. He decides to send the Daisy, not bring the Daisy back to hand, because Daisy, sure, you gain 2 lore, but you're playing against a deck that's mostly characters. So what ends up happening is that Daisy quests for 2, but your opponent is drawing cards every single turn because of your Daisy. And that doesn't feel too good either. So now that lady is going to be able to challenge into that Stitch, but unfortunately not able to take Stitch out, only being a 4/4. So again, still a really rough place for Matthew or for Christian to be right now. At this point, if you're Christian, I don't know what it is that you're really hoping to see at this point and what can really dig you out of this hole. Looks like Matthew, I think top tier play. He's just going to quest there, go up to 9, saying, you know what, I'm going to let you do the challenging. You're the aggro control thing deck. I'm going to let you do the challenging instead of me banishing my own characters, because that feels wrong. And right now, Christian isn't going to do anything with a Clarabelle and a lady. So really top tier thinking there of saying, figuring it out when you no longer have to be the control player. And Matthew's at the point, he's no longer has to worry about being the control player of this game. The roles have turned. At this point, the Dogs player has become the control player. So make them trade into your characters. So very, very good move there. He plays that Nani letting you search for a 2-cost card. So really card that's become really popular in Dogs this last set, made Dogs a lot more playable to newer Dog players as well, being more forgiving for resources by playing that on turn 3. It's a great way to help you sing Under the Sea. It's another Amber character for Mickey Mouse. Oh, meanwhile, we do find the Tramp. So Tramp letting you trade into Stitch feels very good. And then are we going to see a world where Lady trades into Headless Horseman? I don't think we do. And he does quest up to 9 there.
All right, and we're back.
Hey, welcome back, Shane. Welcome back.
Sorry, had to take those important Saturday phone calls.
Oh, yeah.
A little long-winded, but we're in the finals.
We are in the finals. They are playing it out. They split pricing for 225 store credit, and they are playing it out now for the hat, the buy, and the glory.
So it was a top 4 split?
It was a top 2 split.
A top 2 split?
Yes. Christian beat Jeremy, so Dogs beat Green Blue, and Matthew beat Seth. So Red Yellow beat Purple Steel.
Okay. Was a Slushy MVP?
Yes, I believe Slushy was MVP. Slushy has a way of being MVP consistently. So we're going to see that. Do what?
I said he got nerfed Slushy.
I know. Yep, that's got to be the next ban. But we do see Ohanamin's family goes to the bottom of your deck, but we do get a Lumiere. So Lumiere again getting that Ruby champion, who should be the Ruby champion, does feel really good. And of course, Bambi being that card that when Bambi is boosted, whenever you exert Bambi, you can then reveal the top cards of your deck for however many cards are underneath Bambi, and draw those characters. As a Slushy comes down, the true MVP for Matthew here, saying, I will now be able to trade into anything that you try and do. Now, looking at this, he decides, he does decide to trade this time into the Lady. A very interesting choice. He left things alone last turn to say, hey, Christian, you trade into me, but now Matthew's saying, you know what, just in case, I don't want to have to deal with an Under the Sea. I don't want to have to deal with whatever Lady may do. But Christian playing that Tramp, and unfortunately no cards in hand, so everything goes to the discard. Still a top tier move, just because you want that Tramp to turn things, and it looks like we're picking up here. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Oh, no, he traded everything into Bambi. Okay. Traded everything into Bambi. That way Matthew couldn't keep drawing 1,000 different cards.
Yep, that was actually a pretty good play with taking out that Lady with the Horseman, because it forced him to say, hey, you're either going to trade half of your board into me, or we're going to just race and I win this race.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like now we are going to pick up with Matthew taking the win on the draw against Dogs with his Dog Killer deck. So kudos to him. Again, it's just, there's a lot of good cards in that deck that just beat up Aggro, and we're seeing just how good they can do in this matchup.
Look, and he's 1 win away from the hat.
One win away from a hat. Yes,
and
look at him go.
1 win away from a second enchanted Stitch. Can we get 2?
Yes, can we get 2? Can we get that other enchanted Stitch? Because it was said in the chat, so I will make sure he knows, all right? What's said in the chat is sacred, all right? So no takesies backsies.
Contractually binding.
All right, now let's see if Christian's hand is a little bit different this game. Last game he had an Christian had just an awful hand. A Lady into a Mowgli into I think a Daisy or something, just not good. As we see 4 cards thrown by Christian, and we find an Under the Sea again in our starting hand. A Dog Destroyer deck that is also beating Purple Steel. Yes, it's doing very well against Purple Steel as well. So
yeah, and I think Seaman opened up double Daisy, so he might get off to a hot start here, but is it going to get answered quickly?
It will get answered very quickly. So we'll see what happens here. You know, how are things going to develop for these gentlemen? Double Daisy's nice, but again, the problem with Double Daisy is when you're playing an opponent that only has 8 non-characters in their deck, Double Daisy can feel pretty bad because it's going to draw them a card probably every turn.
Yeah, there might only be one. Maybe that was a Willow I saw in hand.
As
Daisy there's the
draws a
Horseman.
card. what were we saying about Daisy drawing cards?
Too good.
Too
good. Nerf it.
But there's that Double Daisy. So you know what? It doesn't matter if your opponent has 50 cards in hand if you just get to 20 lore. So that is the name of the game after all. It is not who can draw the most cards.
Who gets the 21st?
Who gets the 21st is the question, as we see a Willow into Mulan. So saying, you know what? You play Willow Daisy, I'll play Willow Mulan. And now you have to be worried about if the Shift Mulan coming down. Not next turn, but the turn after. So how far ahead can you get ahead of that? Because there's nothing Seaman can do to deny that Shift Mulan, except for in Under the Sea, which 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he cannot sing on his next turn. Looks like he is going on a little quest, though. There's a Lumiere and a Bambi. And that Lumiere is going to be very, very good against Under the Sea. So making at least Mulan stick around sounds like a good idea. All right, and there goes the Sizu. Sizu taking out a Daisy Duck. I think you could also make an argument to just take out the Willow, but that's a lot of Daisy Ducks that I don't know if you want them to have either. Definitely an interesting choice here. All right, yep, he did remove the Daisy. Plays another Mulan now. And no way for Seaman to play Under the Sea this turn. He is going to be able to play Tramp next turn if he inks. But that's just not going to be enough either. Because
he doesn't need to ink.
He does need... Oh, he has Willow. He has Willow, so he does not need to ink. And then as long as he just doesn't turn sideways... Okay, plays the Mowgli. Do you have Shift Mulan? You do not, but you do have Headless Horseman and a baby Sizu and double Lumiere, which completely stops Under the Sea from having an impact. That is not the hand that Christian wants to see. That is scary. That is not what you want to be looking at. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah. That's a tough spot.
This is a very tough spot as we see Daisy go on another quest going up to 8 and Willow questing to take him up to 9. Go-Go comes down. No gain off of that, at least. So, all right. Oops. I messed it up. I'm trying to fix their stuff. So, Seaman, it goes up. There we go. They fixed it. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So, we see the Headless Horseman come down. Clears that Clarabelle. Oh boy, and what a place to be as Christian is left with 3 cards in hand and one. Is that double Mowgli and Under the Sea?
That is double Mowgli.
Oh no. That was an enchanted Raya. I think that's a Go-Go. It is a Go-Go. Okay, so he does gain 1 lore, goes to 10, goes to 11. Slowly but surely, he says eventually you will run out of answers. You will run out of Sizus. You will run out of Headless Horsemans, and I can get there. I can do this. But I don't know if he can, as he has a long road ahead of him.
Yeah, thinking about the ink here.
Oh, and another Headless Horseman coming down on that go-go.
Wait, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, we're gonna attack.
I think you just do it.
Attack. Lumiere.
Oh, Slushy is
Okay.
also a good answer for a 2-2 with evasive. So Slushy can do that very well. As we see a Lilo come down. So there's some lore over time possibility. Lilo will come back every turn, but it will come back exerted. So there is that as we use Sizu to get rid of that. A Mowgli just to see under the sea, just for insult to injury, the under the sea that Christian drew into in his opening altar. And Matthew's just going to quest away.
Rough.
Yep. The Dog Killer deck is that a Della's Moon Lullaby? That is a Della's Moon Lullaby. That is not going to be what you want to see now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think you're going to play dogs all day, this is the deck to play, all right? Like, we play an Ursula to see the Headless Horseman and 2 more Slushies. Go-Go does challenge it, takes out the Lumiere.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Seaman here, I don't think he's crossing the finish line.
I do not think he's going to be able to make it there. And you always hate to see it, right? Where you end up top seed, you're feeling really good, undefeated, and then you just don't make it. It's always unfortunate, but it happens to the best of us as he plays another Headless Horseman and just wipes your entire board, and you're stuck in top deck mode with 4 ink and an aggro deck. And Matthew now questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lethal on board. And ladies and gentlemen, I think Matthew is our Build-A-K champion as he top decks the Chromicon all too late, unfortunately.
Congratulations to Matthew. He said, you know what? I'm playing dogs. I'm beating dogs. And I'm getting a stitch.
And I'm getting a stitch. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that is everything. All right. That is the Build-A-K. I hope, again, for anyone that's still watching, it is going to be release weekend of Into the Unknowns for our next one. If you're worried about product, don't be. Angel will open 10 cases, okay? 10 cases of Into the Unknown. So, thanks for sticking around, guys. Glad you got to see the hubbies duke it out. And have a good time, you know. So I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves as well. And Shane, thank you so much for joining me in something that was kind of figured out on the go. And it worked out pretty well, I think.
Yeah, spur of the moment. No headphones. So, you know, it turned out, it was a lot of fun today. You know, we saw some good Lorcana. So.
Yeah, no, it was.
An Enchanted Stitch earned?
Yeah, an Enchanted Stitch earned. And that may be the biggest win of all, in my opinion. So
exactly.
But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end the stream now. I have some more prizes to hand out and just going to start cleaning up because, unfortunately, the fun does not end for me when I have to clean up for the next 30 minutes. So, with that being said, thank you so much for sticking around. Shane, thanks for being here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I've got. Remember, stay happy.